Right, make some noise as you take your seats, man. Make a round of applause.
A round of applause, everyone.
Thank you so much. Laila launch is officially started.
Ladies in Leadership Association.
If you're a lady in the building, why don't you make some noise? Fantastic. Okay, we can do better. All the ladies in the building, make some noise. Fantastic. Yes.
Nimesikia mtu ameita Laila Lila.
Umesema ni Laila.
Nimesema ni Laila.
Si Lila.
Lila ni nini?
Okay, so wamesema ni Laila. Okay? Sawa. If you're a man in the building, accept our guest. Naweza request to see. If you're a man, if you're a gentleman in the building, let's be on our feet.
Gentlemen in the building, makofi yao wakiendelea kusimama. A round of applause for the gentlemen. The men who choose to support the women in the society.
Oh my God.
The ones who are not threatened by women being in leadership.
Wow. Ladies, so we can appreciate the gentlemen a little bit better. Ladies, let's appreciate the gentlemen who supported women. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, you can have your seats. So right about now, Daisy, what do you have?
Unajua, we are in a Christian university.
Yes.
And we want to commit the function to the Lord before we start. So, Faith Maritime for our opening prayers. A round of applause for the beautiful lady. Makofi yake hadi afike.
One more time to appreciate.
One more time, guys. Good morning, everyone.
1, 2, 3. Thank you. That's a good shot, but give me more look room. More look room. Maureen, you can shot. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Try to center, man. Maureen, try to center your shot.
Yes. And every single person who's attending this event, we give your name all the praise and we lift your name on high. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Let's appreciate Faith Maritime. Thank you so much.
These guys are so mean with their claps. I don't understand. A round of applause for Faith. Thank you.
Fantastic. And just a reminder, our hashtag for today is Ladies in Leadership. Alright? So any photo you take, anything you tweet, make sure you put the hashtag Ladies in Leadership. We're here to support ladies, and that's what we are about to do.
So Joel,
Yes.
who is coming in next?
So next I want to invite the host president akuja to welcome. Tusikuwa tuko welcome huko. So guys, help me invite on stage none other than Nalwa Walter, the president of Daystar University.
As he's coming, guys. A short man is not a horse, Joel.
Boy.
A round of applause for Nalwa.
Just say.
A round of applause for Nalwa Walter.
Looking smart. The stereos we are challenged today. God is good. God is good. Warembo hai. Wanaume ahu. Thank you so much everyone for coming. It is a pleasure hosting you here at Daystar University. We welcome everyone. Feel free. Hapo kitoka ukule, jisikie nyumbani kabisa. Don't feel limited to do anything. Do anything as much as you want. Make sure you network and just to get to know the universities that are represented. UN. Wow, nice one. Cooperative University. Are you cooperating?
Thank you.
You are cooperating. Any other university? Baraton University, Kabarak. Wow, thank you so much. Took any institutions here, let's just stand randomly. Which university? Great, sir. Awesome. Which university? Mount Kenya University. Awesome. Nazarene. Awesome. Any other university? Great. Kenyatta University. Now, at the center here, any university that hasn't been mentioned? Great Lakes University. Wow. This side, UON definitely, of course. So mine is to say that I really so much appreciate all of us for coming and honoring this function today. This is a great chapter that is being launched. It's not for Daystarians. This is for all ladies across the country. This is a movement that needs to be upheld by any person who believes in women in leadership. As they are saying, an empowered lady is an empowered one. And in the villages, they usually say that if you take care of a girl or you take care of a mother, you take care of a community. So it's still narrowing down to the same mission and vision. So to our chief guests, I know I'm not supposed to be in accordance with the protocol I've followed, but the guests present, Madam Catherine Kichamba, the mental health advocate, thank you so much for honoring this event. Welcome to Daystar. Ms. Winnie Raquel, Communications and Marketing Manager, UNICAF. Anyone who hasn't applied anything on UNICAF, or if you have not seen it on social media, I think you must not be doing justice to your social media. Ms. Irene Kendi, the Cabinet Advisor Ministry on Youth and Gender Affairs, thank you so much for coming to Daystar University. You are highly welcome. Ms. Angelique Libese, the Marketing Manager, Outfield. We really appreciate you for coming to Daystar University. Mr. Nixon Seko, a man in the building, here to talk about matters, women, and leadership. You know, for women to succeed, in as much as you always say behind every successful man there is a woman, you must consider that statement, the vice versa, because we matter, and as men, we are here to commit our support to all ladies and all women in general. So thank you, man, for coming, sir. To our university, Madam Dr. Professor Mother Kiari, thank you so much for honoring this event. And the patron herself, CBA Finance Manager, Daystar University, Madam Phyllis Mutua. Thank you, Madam, for taking up this course. And we want to guarantee you as the leadership that we will maintain this course. Even as when we leave office, we'll make sure the mantle is taken up and it moves on forward. So I don't have much to say, but once more to welcome us to Daystar University, and let's enjoy ourselves. Comrades, peace. Comrades, peace. An empowered lady is a peaceful woman. Still, thank you so much.
A round of applause for Nalwa. A round of applause for Nalwa once more. Thank you so much, Nalwa. Isn't it amazing to see a man support a woman in leadership? Really, Cindy, for all of us who know Nalwa World has been supporting women in leadership ever since I joined Daystar. And it's a really good cause to see men support women and mentor them, regardless of gender. Cindy, It's really nice. Another round of applause for him. Thank you so much. So next, the next person who is coming on stage today is our mother in the club, in the association. That's the person we look up to. That's the person we go to and have problems, right? That's the same person who also holds money in the university. Yani bila yeye, nothing goes on because money is very key everywhere. No. So I want to invite our patron of the association, Madam CPA, Finance Manager, Madam Phyllis Mutua. A round of applause for her as she is here. A round of applause for CPA.
Nakuja kwa kamera wangu na wangu kamera wangu na mnaangalia mmoja ni
Good morning, everyone.
Center her and follow.
Good morning.
You ni finance manager.
Let me begin with the right thing to begin with, and that is an apology for beginning a bit late. But we just want to ensure and promise that what we intended to do will be done within the shortest time we will be having here, and we want to welcome each and every one of us to Daystar. Karibuni Daystar. Praise the Lord. Amen. 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 Miss Margaret Muchoki, the Vice President of DUSA.
Is it possible?
Miss Sylvia Munyao, the Treasurer of DUSA. My daughters and fellow leaders in this auditorium. Mr. Nanwa Walter, President of DUSA. Distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. What an excitement for me and for the ladies in Daystar that I welcomed you here. Let me start by thanking President of DUSA, Walter Naro, for allowing our ladies in his leadership to have this peace, and for blessing this forum with your presence, Bwana President Sir, and welcoming remarks to us. We truly, truly want to thank you as women. The reason I point out this matter is because it may be looked as an empowerment movement. I don't call it so. We are empowering no one. We are ensuring that leadership sits at the right place. And that is what our President DUSA has done. And I thank you for that, sir. I also extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Vice President of DUSA and the Treasurer of DUSA on the formation and launch of the association, as well as thanking Daystar University leadership for hosting Lela. Now, the reason also I want to say this is because it is one thing to have a mindset of a matter, and it is another to deliver it. So, Margaret, congratulations. My heartfelt congratulations. My sincere appreciation for the important commitment of Margaret and her team are meant when they took the decision to establish this association.
Ladies, we must have somewhere to start. And this is a beginning. And a noble, great beginning. This is a recognition of struggles to confront and resolve leadership challenges that we have experienced in our leadership agendas and journeys, even as we try to resolve our societal problems, and especially for our ladies and the youth. We need to recognize that if you have no forum where you can take matters, if you have no place where you can say, let's do, then it will be the hardest thing to begin. And so we appreciate the commitment these ladies have made, and the ladies in Daystar and in other universities that have come to begin this. Let me put Lela agenda into leadership perspective, the way I see it. First, wisdom calls us to know who we are first as a leader. Why we are here and what we need to achieve to remain relevant for our existence. Very important statement for me. Must know you are first. Why you sit in this auditorium today, and for what purpose that you are seated here. Those are 3 questions any leader, whether lady, whether man, must answer. And in our agenda and theme of this semester, John 15 has been our main focus. And I want just to focus in verse 5 of John 15 that says, I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. Very profound statement in nature too. Despite being the word of God, in leadership, there are things that must be clear to us to make any impact in life. When I was growing up, I was in a place which had no space of some of the things we experience today. I actually was in the 2nd class in the primary school that went to school in that area. So you can understand what I'm talking about. And in that 2nd class, I was in class with men and women that were already even getting married. At standard 5, majority of them had finished the business of being in school as ladies. And knowing who I was before God meant all the difference for me. I remember in the business of desiring to be counted, I desired to get to university. Now, in that area, university was not known, but it's a word that came to me when I was in standard 1, that my education must reach university. And by the way, there was no Google to check what university means. There was no books to read to know what a university is. And so I had to go and ask my headmaster what that meant. And he explained. Knowing who you are and who holds you, real who you are. And so I just want to encourage my young daughters and the men and women leadership that is seated here that you go through some of these things for the purposes of God to be achieved. I became a Sunday school teacher before I went to school. I was a Sunday school teacher throughout my primary education. I was a superintendent of Sunday schools, you may not call that leadership, of 9 churches. And it started when I was in primary, through my secondary school. And I would plan for them while in school. What they will do, not because I knew. By the way, the only Bible I had in my house was the book of John. That is the only Bible my parents had. And it is what guided me, knowing who you are. I have gone through different areas of leadership. I currently lead women of Makueni, more than 800 women. I also lead in the African agenda, AIE, Association of Evangelicals of Africa. I am the treasurer. And I am not just talking. I am saying, know who you are and who leads your leadership. Ladies, we can be actually nothing outside the will and purpose of God. Totally nothing. That's why I said I'm not here for empowerment. I'm here to direct us, to help us to recognize what can make leadership in this nation change. What can make impact in this nation. It is not about the empowerment. It is about recognizing who you are and who is leading you. We can be nothing outside the will and purpose of God. But we can serve humanity and be who God created us to be if we remain attached to the source. What is the source of our understanding for leadership? Who directs our thoughts in the leadership agenda? Who is concerned? Leadership is depending on God for guidance on our decision making and in our actions. It is being consistent on the assignments we take on. It is accepting to be pruned, to be a better leader, and it is trusting God that our actions will produce the right fruit. That is what we are calling Layla. That is what we are saying this empowerment is about. That is what we are saying we need to see women, ladies, that can be counted. Not because I am very beautiful, by the way. You know that? Very beautiful. I am really beautiful. But that has nothing to do with what God's agenda is. He is the one who meant the beauty. So I can't remind him about the beauty. There must be something more than what I am saying I am. Praise the Lord. I want to remind us that this fruit we are talking about, this production we want to show, this leadership we want to show, must totally be guided by God himself. Friends, Proverbs 31:13 and 16 says, a lady that is guided of the Lord, she selects wool and flax and works with eager hands. She is like a merchant ship, bringing her food from afar. She gets up while it is still dark. Hallelujah. Eh? She wakes up while it is still dark. She provides food for her family and portions for her servant girls. She considers a field and buys it. Out of her earnings, she plants a vineyard. Wisdom calls. Friends, this is hard work. It is strategy. It is entrepreneurship. There is no room for laziness. You desire to be a leader, the nights become shorter. Hello? The nights become? Yes. You desire to be a leader, you have no business when others are making stories that have no meaning, that will not help you to achieve your desired agenda. Inevitably, this is one of the strategic challenges to which Leila must respond to. Avoid useless virtues. Avoid finding yourself in situations that do not help you to become the God-given person you are. We must look at ourselves as leaders to begin to recapture the meaning of why we do exist as women, as leaders, as ladies. I know today is a great day for us in Daystar and in the university leadership, but I want to call on us, because including that small family you have begun or you want to begin as a student, it must be led. And you must be disciplined enough to do that which you have called yourself to do, or what the nations would want to see from you. It is about discipline. It is about strategy. It is about hard work. Ladies, I am honored to wish Ladies in Leadership Association success, convinced that it will make an important contribution to the Africa's continuing struggle in leadership to achieve the nation's God's given purpose. And I am calling upon us to begin to be concerned about our integrity, our honesty, and our purpose for why we want to be in leadership. Welcome home, and thank you. God bless.
Let's appreciate CPF Philip. 1, 2. Thank you so much, CPF Phyllis. Let's appreciate her one more time as she exits the stage. Wow, quite some nuggets of wisdom, yeah? Let me see. Anyone who has gotten something in specific, anyone, just shout it out. Anyone from Phyllis. Yes. Oh my God. Isn't that dope? Fantastic, fantastic. I hope mko na notebook tuandike hizi notes. Sawa sawa. Before I invite the next person on stage, I want us to appreciate our very able partners today. So make some noise for Basic Needs, Basic Rights Kenya. Fantastic. Make some noise for Global Peace Foundation Kenya. Make some noise for a life-changing opportunities. UNICAF. Make some noise. All right, we have, I'm not sure whether I got it right, but I think it's Cats Marketing. Make some noise. Thank you. Fantastic. Make some noise for MCSK. Fantastic. UNICEF. Global Peace. Make some noise one more time for Basic Needs. Make some noise for Daystar University. And now a big round of applause for Lila. Fantastic, fantastic. So now next on stage, I want to invite none other than Professor Martha Kiarie, who is the Dean, School of Science, Engineering and Health, representing DVC ARSA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Professor Martha Kiarie.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Yes. Oh, to me it's afternoon. I was here by 7. Sorry. Good morning. Yes, my time is not your time. Thank you very much for the invite. I stand here on behalf of our DVC academic, that is Professor Faith Nguru, who was supposed to be in this beautiful gathering, but because of other duties, she is away, and she requested me to represent her. And I'm here to say how lucky I am to be in the midst of these ladies and the men that value ladies. Thank you very much. So I wish to take this opportunity to thank you, the Dusa fraternity, that is the president, Nalwa, all the way from Athi River, the deputy, Margaret Mushoki, the members of the executive, and of course, all the leaders of, I had somebody when I was coming in saying you don't say Li, it has to be La. Where I come from, we don't have L, we have Al. So, Laila. Yes, L disappeared when we were being created. So I also wish to welcome all the guests, visitors from other Kenyan universities and beyond, and wish to have you. We are happy to have you in Daystar. Happy to have you on our Nairobi campus. And on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, who was the very first invitee to this occasion, and the DVC academic, welcome to Daystar, where we are always happy to have guests. I was asked to come and make 5-minute statements about the role of education in empowering young women. And the speaker who has spoken before me said it's not a matter of empowerment, but I feel to become the woman she is, she has been empowered, isn't it? Yes, she has been ably empowered, and I know her. She's a very powerful woman. So take me to my slide number 2, where I'll be saying, and I want to move very fast, that education, I was asked to talk about education as empowering young women, starting with girls. So education empowers you, and that's why here we have women and men from the university. You did not get to the university before going to high school. You did not go to high school before getting to primary school. Even if you are a genius, you passed through there and they registered you. And you got here. So I have with me in this hall women and men, because now this is a gathering of men and women, so allow me to be saying women and then men. They say behind every powerful man is a woman. What they don't say is there is a woman pushing him to success. Yes. We don't just sit at the back and enjoy. We push. We pray for that success. We sweat. We go hungry. We walk naked. So we are there pushing. So we push for that success. So education empowers us to achieve more social. So we are here to empower young women to be more socially able in their career, in the economic development, and finally within their family life. If every man and woman on this world was asked to say, where did your success come from? 90% will say, my mother. Even those of our mothers who never went to school, they walk you up to go to school, isn't it? I can tell you there was a time when I was in class 6, I decided I had had enough of school, and I agreed with my sister, we'll run away, we'll go to Nairobi, and we'll get jobs as house helps. And my mother had us, and she called us. She's a traditional mother. We were first of all beaten, and we were asked, if you ever miss school beginning now until you die, so you can never see me miss school, I will actually kill you before you go where you want to go. And that's why I'm here. My mother never paid my school fees, but my father paid. My mother made sure I go to school. So empowered women empower even the men. So education gives young women tools to do life, isn't it? Yes, you get the tools that you need to do life. And education can mean going to class, like most of us have been to, being trained on capacity building, like some of us have, like what our finance manager, the patron, has talked about, is being empowered. She is building capacity with so many women in this country, and yet mentorship. So we are here creating a team that will mentor women into leadership in Daystar and beyond. Give me my second slide as I move on. So, empowerment. So for me, I'll say, if you don't do anything else when you're going home after lunch, go with a tool that will empower you to be different. And I'm not here talking about feminism and fighting. No. I'm saying, be that woman when you walk into a place. For example, when I ask in my classes in Athi River, I need a class rep. I'm always excited when I see a lady hands up because I see empowerment. Hello? Yes, when I say, who will do this? And I can assure you. So let me go to slide number 3, where we are asking, why empower? Why this education that will empower us? We are saying we want women, look around and see the ladies around you. We want women who know and have a sense of self-worth. We understand our right to determine our choices. They are not determined because of the families we come from, who says what in our family. We get the right to make our own choices. We have access to equal opportunities, even in leadership. Nobody will have to divide for us and say, now let's allow these women here and there. That's what has happened in many cases. It's been good, but we want to be so empowered so that when a woman reads, and I'm a witness in this university where a woman has read, things have happened. Yes. I've had a finance manager who is a lady for 19 years now. I've never missed my salary. So you can see now I'm empowered. She's empowered, and she is empowering me on the other side. So we want to have rights to or power to control your own life. That's what education will do to you. Give you ability to influence the direction of social, economic order, nationally and internationally. So the women seated here are not thinking about Daystar only, MKU, KEMU, Nazarene, Gretsa, Nairobi University, and the other universities represented here. You are being tooled to become internationally minded. So that when you hear there is a job, I've seen some people, when they are reading job advert and they see a job is in Uganda, and they're like, how would I go to Uganda? Why wouldn't you go? They see a job requires somebody who will be working across 3 nations, and they go like, why would I go? We want women that can stand astride the globe, not their village. Hello? Yes. Let's move on. So what does this empowerment do to you as a woman leader? It gives you a sense of self-determination. A self-determined woman does not see any barriers. They see opportunities. So it will allow you to have your own sense of self-determination. You become completely effective at the marketplace, even in the school setting. It will make you a change agent, a development agent at workplace, in your family, nationally, and again, internationally. That's what education will do to you. And it has done to these ladies that have been invited here. And as I read about the discussions that will be happening later, I saw women who have been tooled, and they'll be speaking. Of course, there's a gentleman who will be talking about things that matter. Let me have my next slide. Are we short of examples of women that have been empowered through education? We can start from any corner of this country. You can start from our national parliament. You can go to Senate. We have many women senators. You can come to Daystar. You start with our own DVC, pass through the finance manager, and many other places. You can go to the judiciary, and you can see the first 2 top offices, women. And women, you can go to Tanzania and find a president running a country like no other. So we have so many examples, but I want us to think of 2 very important examples as I sit down. Give me my next slide. Think about Esther. In the book of Esther 4-6. First of all, the Bible described her as an orphan, poor, like many start from poor. But there is the process of education and empowerment by an uncle, not even the parents. She is taken through learning. She is given tools that changes her from a timid Jewish girl at the background to the front, and she is able to face the king when the whole nation of Jews is in trouble. Are you being sharpened to become an Esther? Do you know why you are in the university at such a time? Not just to graduate, but to become an Esther. You'll be told. Those people that stand before you and train you, whether in classes, whether in conferences that you attend, in the churches that we attend, they are preparing us and tooling us to become Esthers all the time. Let's get to the next one. We have the woman of Proverb that one. I want to move a bit from what the church talks about, a humble woman and the rest. I want to talk about this woman being a very educated woman. We are told she was doing business, manning ships from one place to another, buying land, running textile industries. Would she have done that if she was not educated? By the way, we were not told what the husband was doing. He was just enjoying the hard work of the man. He might have been a businessman, but we were told the children were happy. And the characteristic of that leader, of that family, of that business, the textile mogul that the patron talked about was, she was faithful, she was trustworthy, she was emotionally healthy, she was delighting in work, and you can go all the way to the bottom where she was a woman that feared God. So as you work in Lila and many other places as women in leadership, I pray that you will become like the woman of Proverb 31. All those 25 characteristics, and most of them come out of you allowing yourself to be schooled into becoming a better person. And in Daystar, the final slide, in Daystar, we're giving you the tools to become that. So we're training women in a Christ-centered manner so that, like the patron said, it's not just graduating. There's more than becoming a degree holder. We need a woman of substance, a woman of character, a woman that can speak, and men will say, yes, there is a reason to listen. So we have academic programs preparing ladies for leadership. We have continuing education, and most of all, we allow you opportunity to start being leaders while you are still in school. So my call today is, see the leader in you. Stop being timid. Give me my final slide as I walk away. See the powerful woman in you. Stop being a cat. The dogs will chase you away. Be the lion that you are born to be. And with God at the center of everything, this nation will never be the same. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for her, guys. Guys, professor, doctor, a learned woman, a woman in science. Yeah, watu wa health. So leadership doesn't mean politics peke yake, sindio? In business, in science. And she's talked about, I do not want you to be given a position or to be heard just because of you're a woman. I want you to be heard because of what you're talking about, sindio? So when we talk about empowerment, we are not giving you just a space. We want to give you that space and feel the fact that you're in the space. Sindio? Now, right about now, we can't what do they say about, never mind, guys. Imekataa kuingiana. So right about now, we want to have a little bit of fun. Sindio? Yeah. Too much play, too much work. What were English? This is your time to shine. Yes? English literature. Too much work without play makes Jack a dull boy. Sindio? And too much work without entertainment makes the ladies in leadership bored. Sindio? So right about now, we want to invite a very talented young man. Handsome. Ladies, I got you covered. I'll ask if he's single. I'll ask, Sir Joel. Sir Joel, are you ready? Are you ready? Mnipe your psych. Are you ready? Drum rolls, drum rolls, drum rolls. Give it up for Mulela.
Hello everyone, how are you doing? As you've heard, my name is Mulela Kevin, and thank you so much for that introduction. I'd like to thank you, to give much thanks to Lila for giving me this opportunity to just come and do what I love. I'm an artist. I usually say I'm a musician because I play and sing. I'm a gospel musician. And today, being here and being part of this launch is something I am just, I'm grateful. Yeah, so the songs that I'm going to do, they're just songs that say that we are in a journey, and this journey, it's not easy, it's long, and it needs resilience. And so each and every day, it just needs you to psych yourself up and say that the end, I am seeing the light, and I am going to finish. So that's what the song says. So welcome as you enjoy. Safari, hii safari ni ndefu. Safari, hii safari ni ngumu. Safari, hii safari ni ndefu. Safari, hii safari ni ngumu. Oh, safari, hii safari ni ndefu. Oh, safari, hii safari ni ngumu. Ay, usife moyo ndugu, kumekucha, kumekucha. Usife moyo dada, kumekucha, kumekucha. Yeah. Usife moyo ndugu, kumekucha, oh, kumekucha. Usife moyo dada, kumekucha, kumekucha. Yeah, so this next song this next song I'm going to do, I didn't, it's a coincidence that the artist is in this place, and I looked up to him so much. So this is Wacha Wacheki by Moji Shot Baba. Yeah. Na wacha wacheki, jionyeshe na mimi. Wacha wacheki, jionyeshe na mimi. Na baba yo, jionyeshe na mimi. Baba yo, jionyeshe na mimi. Eti wanadai kuniweka low. But I baba naku no. Wanadai oh kuniweka low. But I baba naku no. So naomba jionyeshe na mimi. Na wacha wacheki, yeah. vile mina kuamini na watawacheki, jionyeshe na mimi. Oh, watawacheki, jionyeshe na mimi. Na baba yo, jionyeshe na mimi. Baba yo. Baba yo. Baba yo, hey, I wanna die, na watawacheki, hey, vile mina kuamini. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Mulela. Unaenda mbio. Pole. So before he leaves, nilisema ile swali tulikuwa tunauliza, kuna wasichana wamenifanyia ile kitu hivi. Walikuwa wanauliza kama uko single. Acha nisiput on the spot. Makofi yake jameni. All of us cannot, not all of us can sing. Sindio? Not all of us can dance. At least everyone has a talent, and it's really nice to see watu waki-empower watu. Guys, watu waki-empower. No, I can't launch a career. It's fine. Okay, sawa. But thank you so much, Mulela. Another round of applause for him. So guys, the next person. Mtu wa sound anisaidie kutoa hii. The next person. The whole brain behind this Lila. Yeah? Behind leadership. Ladies in Leadership Association. Sindo? We keep wondering, who is this who has made all of us stop our day to come and attend this event? Sindo? One beautiful lady. A woman of faith. Yeah? A lady. Nimempea hype mingi sana. Sindo? Deputy President, Daystar University Students Association. Shanda, I'm saying Shanda. Guys. And she's our chairperson, Ladies in Leadership Association. Give it up for Meg! A round of applause until she gets here. Margaret Mushoki. Jafika. Let's keep doing it. Karibu sana, Margaret.
Good morning, everyone. It's not yet afternoon. All protocols observed. Our distinguished guest and all ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana. Thank you so much for coming to Daystar today. Thank you for honoring our invitation to come. As you've heard, I'm Margaret Mushoki. I'm one of the co-founders. I'm a founder with Sylvia. So kindly just allow me to call all the Lila executives here in front so that you can know them. Because Daisy is saying that I'm the brain behind it, but we have some other people who are not so much seen. Sylvia, Daisy, Bouquet, Abigail, Sonia. Kindly come in front. So as they come in front, Ladies in Leadership Association is an association where we bring together young ladies to empower them in mastery of their different fields. Today you are seeing that our guests and the speakers that are here represent different kinds of fields. We have Professor Martha Kiare. She is a scholar. You know, we have CPA, our patron, who was just here. She is good in maths. Do we call you a scholar? We call you good people with money. But I'm just trying to say that we have different kinds of people who are here today, but they are powerful women. And idea behind Lila is to just encourage women, to empower them in the different fields that they are in, just to become masters. Because these two ladies have not gotten here because they were just relaxing. Someone has empowered them. They have gained mastery. That is why they have stood in those positions where they are, that are rare to have. So without further ado, let me start with, give them the mic. Let them introduce themselves. That's Wamboi Njoroge, kindly.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Wamboi Njoroge. More to that, I am born again. Christ is King and Lord over my life. Karibuni sana Daystar. I am a student here, still a continuing student, and I am a lawyer in training. More to that, I am the Secretary General to Lila. So feel at home. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. Asante.
Thank you, Wamboi. Situmpigie makofi mzuri bana. Hey, wakili.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucy Sonia. I'm born again. I am the PR and social media manager of Lila, and I believe that we're here to be empowered so that we empower others. God bless you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daisy Rono, your MC for the day, and I am also an international relations student and a student of marketing as well in Daystar University. I really believe in empowering someone, and especially empowering a woman, because clearly, as Lila says, an empowered lady, an empowered world. Sindo? Yes, I hold the position of a human resource mobilization manager. So mi ndio kutafuta funds. Sawa sawa? Ah, nice.
Thank you so much, Daisy.
Praise God again. My name is Sylvia Munyao. I'm the Lila treasurer. I'm also the student leader treasurer, and I am happy to see all of you here. You look so beautiful. This could not have been any perfect. We are so happy for the support. We all couldn't be here if we were not empowered, and that's why we want to empower others so that they can also get to the places that they want to be. We are happy to have you, and feel free to interact. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Praise God. My name is Faith Maritim. I'm a biomedical science student. I am the organizing secretary, Lila. Yes, I am very happy to see all of you here. Finally, our dream is coming true. We've been planning and we've waited for you. We've prayed for this, and we are so happy that it is finally happening. Thank you all for coming, and God bless you all.
Thank you. So, just before Abigail speaks, unajua naona hamtaki kupigia hawa executives wangu makofi. Tunaweza katana refreshments, by the way. Muwapigie makofi ama tuende nyumbani na refreshments. And then I'd like someone to just come if you feel like you're bold enough, especially a lady. It's a ladies' day, yeah? And you want to show us how to appreciate the guests and the speakers. We have goodies. See, tuko na goodies za blue band pale. Yeah, Madam Angelique has made sure that leo watu watakula blue band watosheke. Yeah, and we have some t-shirts there. So I want someone to come here, one lady. Utaenda na t-shirt na utaenda pia na blue band. You will spread the bread well. So, yeah, thank you, Sifa Ibada. Please come and help us appreciate them. Simu appreciate hata Sifa Ibada. Ai? Now watu wa refreshments ni kama mtaanza kuwapatia soda wakwe na nguvu. Wapate adrenaline, si ndio? Haya, so let us have Abby speak and then you lead us, Sifa.
Praise Jesus. My name is Abigail Mutaka. I am a student here at Daystar University pursuing public relations. I am the events manager, coordinator at Lila. So thank you so much for coming. We could not have done this without you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. It's not yet 12, so it's not afternoon. My name is Gift Terry Kamau.
I am the PR and communication strategist at Laila. I'm also a Daystar student, and I'm a student of communication. I'm very happy to see all of you here. We have worked so hard for this event, and we wanted it to be just as good as it is right now, and we cannot ask for anything more. So I'd like you guys to give yourself a hand for coming and making time to be here. Yeah, thank you. God bless you all. And I hope you come out of here with a lot of knowledge that you can use in your life and in many things. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Praise God.
Amen.
Hello, ladies. Hello. And gentlemen. My name is Buki Halkano. I am a student of law. I am the deputy president for Laila, and I'm also the Congress representative for School of Law, and I'm really, really immensely grateful for this turn-up. An empowered lady is an empowered world. I'll be coming here later on to give vote of thanks, so I won't take much of your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Buki. You see the way we have powerful women here. We have lawyers, we have money, we have PR, we have these women are powerful. And they do not just lead. Actually, each one of them is a leader in another different role at Daystar still. Maybe at DCF, at Dulos, at their school level. So these women are really empowered. So I want Sifa Ibada, help us. Lead us in appreciating them. Ndio hata mama pesa tutole pesa.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Not yet. Okay, good morning. And you know my other name is Akinyi, meaning morning. Siku njema huonekana asubuhi. Hallelujah. I'm born again. A female wife to a male husband. Yeah. Yeah. This is very awesome. I didn't see myself coming. I asked a lot of questions. I don't know who I was talking to. Yeah, but I'm here. Yes. I'm here at long last. Clap for me before we appreciate them. Yeah. I'm one person who really loves me. Yeah, it is not your duty to love me. It is my duty to love me. It is your duty to love you. Yeah? Yeah. Before anyone loves me, appreciates me, I have to be available for myself. Stop those pity parties no one will attend. It's not lonely there. It's upon you to decide whether you are going to the grave or you are deciding to live. And so today we just want to be grateful for this wonderful day, the brains behind all these, you could think, Mr. President was maybe, beauty with brains, yeah? Brain, yeah? The brains behind this. Hey, can you even? Yeah, there is I have a signature vigelegele, but I don't want to make you tired today. I'll do it because I know no one can reach that level, and then you'll just clap for these people. Let me start. Give them a very hot clap. Bila wivu, bila waru waru, yeah? Ayo! Ladies for ladies! Women for women! I can't hear you! Woo! Wow, God bless you so much.
Thank you so much, Angie. Asanteni sana. You can please have your seat. Yeah, mpatie Sifa Ibada t-shirt tafadhali. Huyo hata anaweza pewa 2. She has done a good job. Thank you so much, Angie Sifaibada. I would also like us to recognize that our area member of parliament, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, has just graced us with her presence. Tumpige makofi. Yeah, you know, people are asking me where our guests they are coming. Trust me, they will be here fully. So you stay tuned, usilale, be tuned. So let me just okay. So I don't want to say much, but I just have a little scribbled speech because I know so many people will be talking here and they will say a lot of things, but our desire was to have a lot of young ladies from 18 to 35 because we realized that there is a gap in our country. We realized, especially myself and Sylvia as student leaders, that most of the ladies after university, apart from ladies like Heshimiwa here, Madam Anita Mbaye and Madam Irene Kendi, we don't see a lot of ladies after this space of university leadership out there. If you look at the cabinet secretary that CSS that have been named recently by the president, you realize that they are not young ladies who are there. So we saw that as a vacuum, that many young ladies between 18 and 35 are ignored. It's like no one is holding our hand until you go out there and struggle and struggle and struggle, and then you come up out here like Honorable Beatrice Elachi from somewhere. But between that time when you're 18 and 35, there's seriously that gap. So that is why we formed Ladies in Leadership Association to just empower young women. And it is not just empowering them in leadership. You know, when you say leadership, people think politics. People think that leadership lazima ukwe kwa bunge, kwa siasa, on a podium like this. No. In Laila, we believe that every lady is a leader. We just need to mentor them. And that is why we are here today. It is a launch and it is still a conference because we want to build these women who are seated there and who are the better people to lead them other than the people who have gone ahead of them. So that is why we have organized this for you guys. And I'd just like to say some few things, that if young women are empowered as much as their male counterparts, it means that we will have more wealth in families, in workplaces, in the government, and in the revenue. If you look at the formation of a university leadership like here today, Madam CPA, in that office where you sit, there are not many ladies who sit there. Professor Faith Nguru is also the only lady DVC. So we are saying that we want several ladies to come up, not several, at least most of them, because we have not yet achieved the 2/3 gender rule, even in the Kenyan parliament. We have not achieved. Let me first of all allow our chief guest to say hi. Welcome so much, Nadia Abdallah. She is our chief guest. So where was I? I'm even confused. You see, the way when women in power come in, they ooze power, they confuse you. Tumpige makofi kwanza for coming. Thank you so much. So, as I was saying, that we need young women empowered in all these spaces. And if you empower a girl, you empower the world. Because it is women most of the time. If you look at the nation that we are in right now, most ladies are single mothers more than men. Because it is the ladies that nurture. It is the ladies that take that responsibility. So we are just calling upon the ladies who are seated here, who have gone ahead of us, to hold our hands. This is not just a Daystar university thing. We have invited ladies from other universities as well. You have heard that we have representatives from those universities. Today we are just doing the Laila launch for Daystar as a chapter. However, we will be launching our national league soon because we have seen that we have other students from other universities who want to join the movement. And we're happy today because the women who have come are saying that we are willing to support you. We are willing to hold your hand. And as my president likes to do this. So today I'm going to do this on his behalf. I'd like to get promises from some of these women that we have invited here today. Laila is a huge number, and we just have these executives here. I'd like you to promise us that at least by the time you leave here, even if not today, you will contact me and you will tell me, Meg, give me some 2 or 3 ladies that I can mentor. You know, Honorable Beatrice Alachi can say in politics because she is a politician. Our CAS can say in leadership in terms of bringing up organizations. She has very powerful initiatives and she can help them in that. You know, Angelique, you can tell me I need some people in the corporate. You see, like my treasurer, she's doing business. You know, you can tell me, let me have some 2 or 3 ladies that I can mentor, because that is the whole purpose of it. We don't want to just come here and speak and not have like the real action being done. So I'll be requiring that of you as you come here. Let it be one of the promises that you make even as you speak to us. And then lastly, I would just like to say something. That gender equality is more than a goal in itself. Think about it. It is a precondition for meeting the challenge of reducing poverty, promoting sustainability, developing and building good governance. If the men have been empowered and we are this far, we are not here to fight men. We are just telling men, and that is why we have invited the men to the table today, and we have invited the men here to say that we need you to hold our hands. We need you to help us, to support us. If in a family a lady is supported, then we have 2 incomes, you know. If we have 2 incomes, that is a good economic status for that family. So help us. We will interact more. I'll be coming here on this podium again, but I'm so blessed and honored to have you here today. This really means a lot to us. And I'd like to just tell all the ladies that are here today, you cannot get to a place of empowerment if you do not have mastery. And what is mastery? Look for that one thing that you're good at. If it is in education, pursue it, sacrifice. You can never achieve mastery without being a sacrificial person. Sacrifice your time, sacrifice yourself, and achieve mastery in one single thing that you're so passionate about. It will take you places so that even when someone is trying to empower you, they can see the value that you're bringing to the table. So build yourself up by gaining mastery in something. God bless you. Thank you so much. Oh, this is for Yusuf Ibada, so they can have more energy to empower us, you know, to make us clap.
Make some noise for Meg Mushoki one more time. 1, 2, 1. Wow, fantastic. 1, 2. Shida ni mimi ama ni Mike? It could be me. Sawa. Okay, one more time, make some noise for yourself. Sawa. In that spirit, as we get to the panel, we have a panel discussion coming right away. I want us to be on our feet real quick. Tusimame. Real quick. Tusimame mbio sana. Yes, fantastic. So I want us to do something very simple, yeah? Weka kitu umeshika chini, simu weka chini. Kuwa free. Be free. It's about to get interesting. All right. So I want us to play, not really play, to do an initiative. Yeah? When you come to Daystar, that's when you learn. See, games ni initiatives. Anyway, story for another day. So when I say 1, you raise your left hand index finger. Let's try 1. Fantastic. Clap for yourself. Interesting. When I say 2, you put your right hand on top of your neighbor's left hand index finger. 2. Fantastic. Clap for yourself. Meelewa hapo? Okay, in Kiswahili for my people, I got you. Nikisema tu unaekelea mkono yako ya right kwa kidole ya neighbor yako yenye ameinua. Okay? The other way. Someone, can we do a triceps? Mtu akuje tufanye triceps. So, 1 unainua your left, 2 your right hand unaekelea kwa your neighbors. Yes. Yes. Mtu akuje tufanye trisex, just come a minute. Just come a minute. So when I say one, tunafanya hivi inua yako, one, left. When I say two, sasa si mimi tuseme nitaekelea hapa. Una get? Yeah. So ume get? Okay, 1, 2, fantastic. Clap for yourself. And now, when I say three, now it's about to get interesting. You try to grab your neighbor's finger without yours being grabbed. Okay, are we together? All right, are we together? Able to tuweke 1 na 2, alafu 3. Fantastic. Sawa. So, make sure hujashikwa. Shika mtu but usishikwe. Sawa. So I want us to give a story. So it was on a fine Monday morning. I woke up very early before the frog's kitchen. Ilikuwa nasema hivyo. Composition pale primary. Anyway, I met a fine lady walking by herself. Funny enough, there was one man following her. As she walked by, going to Laila, she noticed, actually men are invited. So she invited 2 of her friends. And she decided, you know what? I need to carry 1 phone. 1 phone. Turudi kwa 1. And then, juu walikuwa wanatumia Techno. Watu wa Techno ni nini shwali? Ilibidi abebe betri 2 juu Techno. Interesting. Alafu akapata na wasichana 3. Nani ameshikwa? Okay, hiyo nimewasamea. Now sasa this is the real deal. Sasa ukishikwa na kuleta hapa mbele, sawa? Shika mtu na ukimshika hivi umlete, sawa? Are we together? All right, let's go. It was on a fine morning, nikapatana na one camera. I decided, just stage kulikuwa na 2 mics. It's about time I give one. Wewe sasa ni nini shwali? It's about time I give 1 Red Bull. Shika bro, 1 Red Bull. And so I decided, nilikuwa na program 2. Na niko na wasichana 3. Leta huyo mtu, walete hapa, waletwe hapa. Hapa wote waletwe hapa. Kama umeshikwa, usikatae. Be empowered enough to come. Walete, kama umeshikwa walete. Aya, fantastic. Tuwapigie makofi wakikuja. Nani hajafika? Kuja, usiogope. Walete wote. Fantastic. Si wanakapoa? All right, I want you guys to give me a punishment for them. You guys decide. Wadance. Kama unasema wadance, sema we. Si mimi ni wao. By this, si mimi nilikuwa stage. DJ, I want you to give me a tune, yeah? Any tune. Hata kama ni kigosho. Amesema wanataka SDA. DJ, any tune. Tuingie kwa line, kuja hapa, usiogope. Tunataka tuwaone vizuri. Wapande juu. Si mimi ni wao. Acheni wadansi hapa, sawa? Amwaoni, mbona hamkuvaa heels? Anyway, wacha wadansi hapa. Nitawaita next time, sawa? Alright. So, ukidance ndo unaenda kuketi. Ukikosa kudance, bro, kwa hapa. I'm sorry. DJ, I'm ready when you're ready. Ongeza sauti. Hey. DJ, shikilia. Nipe ngoma ya maana bana. Wewe ukwende pia wewe. Ngoma at least ngoma iko na rhythm. Tunajua wewe anyway, sawa. Real quick because of time. Moderator wangu ukuwe ready. DJ. Huu si wa Daystar, si ndio? Huu hawezi kuwa wa Daystar huyu. Okay. DJ. Real quick, man. Real quick, man. And don't you forget that. Ah, fantastic. Twende. Ukidance ndo unaketi kosa kudance uko hapa. Aha. Twende ukaketi wewe. Twende uketi. Bro, twende uketi. Hawa wamekataa kudansi ndio? Niletee hizo t-shirt. Shikilia DJ. Juu mmekataa kudance, wacheni ni wa gifts. Ni mimi ama ni wewe? Shika t-shirt, enda uvae. Shika t-shirt wewe. Aya, kuja twende. Unataka kitu kingine na uja dance? Shika t-shirt wewe. Wapi makofi one more time? Fantastic. I have wewe uli dance. Aku dance. Sasa juu aku dance, a dance ndo nimpe. Ni mimi by the way, mimi ndo na MC, ni mimi. DJ nipe ngoma tena. Sauti. Twende. Apewe asipewe. Sawa. Niko na t-shirt moja ya kumalizia. Niko na swali tu moja. DJ shikilia. Nani anajua the 3 hashtags for today? Kuja utuambie. Mpigieni makofi akikuja nimpe t-shirt wewe. Mtu hawezi amini hiyo mkono umeinua juu ya t-shirt. Tuharakishe tuangalie time. Fantastic. Real quick. The 3 hashtags for today.
Ladies in leadership. The 3 hashtags for today is ladies in leadership. Ladies in leadership.
Amesema ana maoni. Nani anajua the 3 hashtags for today? Anyone? Nani? Anyone? Ai? Amna maoni? Nani? Kuja.
Ladies in leadership. Lila empowerment.
Amepata? Ni Ladies in Leadership Association, Ladies in Leadership, alafu Laila. But juu umesema empowerment. Si apewe? Of course. If you remember, tukianza nilisema mwenye atafika 50 reactions, I have a gift for you. Give it up for Sanathan Maboko, amefika 50 already. Kujia Red Bull. Let's appreciate him as he comes. Fantastic. And so right about now, as we have our seats, I want to invite on stage a youth sustainability moderator, all the way from Daystar University. Niwa hapa nyumbani. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't you help me invite Angela Njagi to come on stage? Make some noise for Angela.
Thank you so much, Joel, for inviting me here. Distinguished guests, all protocols observed. My dear delegates, good afternoon. You know, every time I'm called on stage, I usually pray that I want to say something that will make somebody smile, or hata kama ni kusmile tu na kucheka, just make sure you maintain the lovely smiles that you have today, all right? All right, so today we are going to discuss about empowerment. We're talking about empowerment, an empowered lady, an empowered world. But again, tumeshina tukisikia empowerment. So the question becomes, what is to empower? So I want to ask somebody to tell us what's the meaning of to empower. Anyone is willing to take the question? Anybody? Right there. Nakuona, jibu tu. So what do we mean by to empower? Oh, you want to think? All right. Sawa. Okay, acha nikuje ipande. So who's willing to answer that question? Christine. Absolutely, to give somebody power, to liberate them, yeah? So now, we want to understand this empowered lady. Who is an empowered lady? Is it a lady who lives in Kilimani and the means justifies the end? Is it, a wife? Is it a student? We want to understand who is an empowered lady. So there's one thing that I picked out while Meg was introducing the executive of Lila. And one common thing that I noticed is that they are born again. That is very powerful. Please let's clap for that executive team. So having said that, I want to introduce myself once again. My name is Angela Njage. I'm a youth sustainability moderator, and also I'm a communication and marketing professional. And again, I am a student of the Daystar University. And also, I'm born again. Yes. So I want to call my panelists on stage, remarkable women, phenomenal women, and I want us to have a discussion around the empowered lady. We want to understand who is an empowered lady, what are the challenges they go through, and also how do we empower women. So first on stage, I want to introduce the first panelist. She's the communication and marketing manager at UNICAF. Her name is Miss Winnie Rachel. Please let's welcome her on stage. Next on stage, a dear lady that I admire. She's the youth advisor to the CS Ministry of Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs. And also, she was the immediate former deputy president of the SONU, the first female ever to be elected to that position since the university became an independent institution in 1970. Please welcome on stage Miss Irene Kendi. And next, the Executive Director for Rural to Global Organization. Her name is Miss Wilta Mutile. And also, an important lady today, because nimesikia kona blue band mingi, the marketing manager upfield, Miss Angelique Libese. And also, final panelist will be the KTN show host, a lady who does not need any introduction. On stage, please welcome Miss Nyawera Gashugi. Thank you very much. So now, I want to start with Miss Winnie. And not because you're a communication person that I'm bullying you, or because that you work at UNICAF, but Ebu, make us understand, what defines an empowered lady? Who is an empowered lady?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That's not a response from ladies who are empowered. Great. It's wonderful being in this place today. Like a dear girl has introduced us. My name is Winnie Rachel. I am the communications and marketing manager for UNICAF. And I'm glad to be in this place today, seeing these beautiful ladies with great dreams ahead. So to your question, Angelique, who is an empowered lady? I'll start by saying this, that for a long period of time, the issue of empowerment has been discussed all over the world and in different spheres of this world. The problem is we continue each and every day to begin organizations, but we do not see its fruits at the end of the day because we deter at the end at some point. So today, who is an empowered lady? An empowered lady is somebody who knows who am I and what do I want in this world. And most of the time, we find that we do not get that chance as ladies. We come from backgrounds whereby maybe there's no one who is mentoring you to get out into this world and see what do I have ahead of us. For some of us in these positions that we are today, we didn't have anybody even to guide you. Which course are you supposed to take? Which university are you supposed to go? You are just getting into the career day and you are given something and you move with it. So an empowered lady, for me, from my view, is somebody who knows who am I and what do I want for my life. And that decision is really key, especially when you're coming up as a young woman, as somebody who wants to get out here in the society and be great. We have gents in this house, and today we are not here just like our dear mama said when she came on stage. We are not here to fight men. We were brought out of men, and God put man to sleep. Put man to sleep. That statement is very important for us. He put man to sleep so that he can be able to create a great person who is the woman. We should be able to understand where we come from, what is our strength, what is our weakness, how do we drive our lives outside all these things and the challenges that surround us to pursue what we need outside there.
Thank you so much, Miss Winnie. And I love the fact that you've amplified, or rather, really emphasized on knowing who you are and knowing your purpose. So I want to ask Miss Wilter, because you work with a rural to global organization and you're hands-on in the ground, so you've interacted with these women. So what are the challenges that hinder a young lady or a woman to know who they are or also to know their purpose?
Wow, that's a huge one. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. All right, my name is Wilter, and I'm the founder and the executive director for Rural to Global Organization. We work with adolescent girls and young mothers up to 25 years old. And when she's asking about challenge, I really have a lot of them, because I'm in ground. I know what these girls want and what we want them to, to achieve at the end of the day. So I would say one of the huge challenge that we have is patriarchy. And I know patriarchy is quite a huge word, but for us it really means a lot, because it's one of the things that has really made girls and women not to prosper in one way or the other. Most of the time we know who's the head of the family? It's a father, right? Who's the head of a family for a single mom? It's the mother, right? It's the mother. Or we have to wait for the father to come back. Yeah? So it's the mother, right? So patriarchy has really created a lot of hiddenness to making women be who they want to be. And one thing that I must say is the values, that come with patriarchy. And I don't want to look like we have been saying we are not fighting men. We are not fighting men. We are fighting patriarchy. And patriarchy has been born even with us. Even us as women, from where we sit, we have some societal norms that we carry with us that make us even ourselves not to grow to what we want to be. And one thing we want to do as young women, as we are seated here, is to consciously remember those norms that we carry and values that make us not to go where we want to be. And it cuts across for everybody. When you wake up in the morning, remind yourself, I want to make it. What did my people tell me back there? No, you're a girl. You cannot be a president. You're a girl. You cannot do this. You need to remind yourself every other day, I'm a girl. I can do this. I want to do this. I'm seeing a challenge. No. I'm going to do it because I can do it. And then the other challenge, of course, when it comes to us as young girls, it's we do not have the zeal and the power to make decisions that matter to us as young women. You're not given that power to decide, me as a young girl, I want this done to me. What the first thing that I want to do is to go and confirm, to go and recheck. And even because we have not been growing in areas where we are getting affirmations from our parents, from our guardians, we find ourselves most of the time that we don't want to try most of the things because we do not know what we were strong for or what we were made for. And I would say affirmation has really been a very small thing that we have let it not come to us, but it's something that can really do wonders. So I would say for the young girls, we want to affirm them every other day, remind them how important they are. Secondly, let them be girls. If they are girls, let them be girls. If they are children, let them be children. Let's not be fighting about just wanting girls and young women do things that are patriarchal, are societal, and they're not building them out to be them. Yeah, and minimal, actually. All right. Maybe just one more? One more. I would also want to say the issue of how do I put this? Let me see. I don't want to hit on people. The issue of just bringing up. When we were talking, when I was just talking about and asking about the single mothers and stuff. Most of the time is when we talk about single moms and say, oh, they don't know how to bring up their children because they don't have a father figure. We don't want to do that as a society. When we inflict that single mom at that point, they inflict the same to their children. And we end up bringing the same generations up and about. So we need to be very conscious on what we are doing to, what you're doing every day to encounter these young girls, what you do every other day when you look at them, how do you affirm them? Do you look at them and say, how do you tell them? How do you want them to present themselves? You mentor, and that is what we are trying to say today. We need to mentor those girls and bring them up to be the women they want to be. Let them build their dreams. Let them see their full potentials through what you have gone through.
Miss Wilter, thank you so much. And I'm happy that you're speaking about the fact that background has a huge factor, especially when it comes to our worldviews and also how we view ourselves as women. And I want to come to Miss Nyawera. I know a larger number here are your fans, and yeah? So this is actually your crowd. And we're talking about that young lady who's grown up in a family that she's been told, you're a girl, you cannot do this. Ama usiende kuosha vyombo, ende oshe vyombo, your brother cannot do that. I mean, these things that we grew up with. And these are the things that affect us at the end of the day. Even when you go to workplaces, we're not able to take up those positions. So how do we unlearn this as young ladies?
That's such a great question. Now, let me first just acknowledge, because I may not be here for too long, to all the distinguished guests, thank you so much. And to Meg and the entire team here, extremely well done. Now, how do you unlearn these things? The first thing, I may speak from a place of privilege, because I was brought up in a family where my dad was predominant in my upbringing. I was brought up by a very strong woman, God rest her soul. But I was never told or boxed or defined in certain things. And I know this speaks into my confidence in certain areas. And so I may sound like, wow, why don't you do it yourself? But let me just say this. I think there comes a time in your life when you cannot continue to blame how you were brought up. There's no space for it anymore. I look at ladies like Her Excellency, Honorable Delachi, and I think about her, and I think about that playing field she's in. No one asked her, did your dad love you? Did your mom love you? No one cares. Can you lead us is the question. The playing ground is not a respecter of your upbringing. It's a respecter of your acknowledgement of yourself. And this is to every lady who is here, is that I apologize for a difficulty in your upbringing, but there comes a time you must bring up yourself now. There's no more excuses. And I'm Christian, and I believe in God completely. But one of the best scriptures, it says that, behold, I'm doing a new thing. Can you perceive it? He doesn't tell you, are you in it? He asks you to perceive it. So to all the ladies here, maybe it's just time for us to perceive that it's time to stop whining and blaming people. I shun away from that conversation because I feel like I cannot blame you for my failure. I must take up responsibility. And this is why conversations about women mentoring women become women oppress each other. Because we must blame somebody. Somebody here is the reason I'm not a success. Somebody here is the reason I don't have followers. Somebody here is the reason I don't have views on YouTube. The playing ground is not a respecter of your challenges. It's a respecter of your offering. What are you bringing is the question. I think that's the honest answer.
Thank you very much. Very honest. Let's give her a clap. And now I want to come to Miss Irene. We're speaking about, there is no pity party, by the way. And I've read your story, I've heard about your story. Your story is not, allow me to say this, but it's not been the easiest. But you've gone against the odds. So my question is, how does one become empowered? How does one become confident and going against all these odds? Because you yourself are a clear story, are a clear forgive my French. You're a clear life proof that this is actually possible. So tell us, take us through the journey and also tell us how one can become empowered.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Irene, Irene Kendi, aka Mamre. Yeah, it's a slang for Mama Yao. There's only one Mama in this country, and that's me. Yeah, I think you asked her, the first question you asked her is about her bringing. It's so empowerment to me, it's so personal, because when we were young, my mom had 4 daughters, and our dad rejected her because she could not give birth to boys. That I was barely 2 years old and I'm a third born. And I couldn't see my mom cry. I couldn't see my mom really struggle with us. May her soul rest in peace. My mom died in a road crash in 2017. And I could not really stand my mom crying and empowering us and talking to us as girls. And believe you me, I'm the only girl in our family who took it as a step to make my mother proud. And I promised God, I'm very spiritual, those who know me. I'm one of the most born-again young women in our generation. And I remember kneeling down at the age of like 6 years, and I told God, may I never be a reason why my mother cries. Let me only wipe her tears. And I think from that drive, from that self-drive, is what drew me into the empowerment arena. Because my mom used to sell in the market, and she taught me how to do business at the age of 6. And I made my first million at the age of 24. And I used to sell in the market. After school, I used to follow my mom in the market. And that's how I learned the rules of the game. And I started now slithering. You know, the market women are so lethal. I'm too young, I'm too beautiful, men are buying from me only. And I had the best marketing skills, but my mother protected me a lot. If there is one thing, I've written my book, and if there is one thing that stands out in the book is how my mom was protective. And that's how I learned the business, and that empowered me. And I was the brightest girl in class because I said, I could see children, their fathers coming during prize giving day, and there were no mothers. And I said, why can't I be number one and let my mom come and feel this moment? And believe you me, I always topped in my class. From primary to high school to the university. I have 2 master's degrees, and I graduated alone in our class last year. Because it is in me. It is in me. So empowerment is about personal drive. It is about what you want. Personally, I didn't know what I want. But at the end of the day, I knew we have to drive poverty out of our home. My mom was too poor. And she had the most beautiful girls in the village, in Maua. I come from Meru. And in the entire village, we were the most beautiful daughters. So my mom took pride in that. And also we ran away with that. So in the we were poor. But again, I felt girls don't go to school in our village because they get married by Mira tycoons. I come from the richest place in the entire country, Maua, where Mira comes from. So I said I'll go to school and make my mother proud. Unfortunately, we could not afford the school fees to go to the university. I was a very bright girl. I scored a B. Our time used to go to school with B+. But you know what, girls? Do what you can, where you are, with what you have, as you wait for what you want. I enjoyed my mother in the market. Saizo at 14, shakuwa pro. Nilianza biashara miaka 6. So I used to do my business, and I used to be like a rabbit. I used to look for opportunities. Mara, I'm doing work at the hospital. Mara, na supply makabe njuku. Nimendandia serious board. Nimedade CK na hesabu census. From census, I could not go to the market to finish my stock. And that's how I made my first. Well, if you want to know the wisdom, it's all here. So after high school, I went to the market. And that's how I made money. There's a gentleman who died last year, who was killed by bees in Mombasa. Who remember that scenario, the KRA guy? You remember him? His words enabled me to come to the university. He met me in the market. And he told me, Irene, did you go to the university? I said, no, why? And you are the most powerful young woman of our generation. I told him, bro, unaenda university aje? I had saved money. And he told, people used to discourage me. Ladies and gentlemen who are here, don't listen to every voice. Don't consult every person. Some people are there to kill what you have. Others are there to marry you. I even got married, by the way, so that my husband could take me to school. And ladies who are here, listen, it's not a man who will change your life. Not even your father. My father rejected me. My mother had nothing apart from hope. I got married and nikaona kimeumana mimi nikaboa go. And I came to the university with my 2-year-old son. I used to go to class with my son, Gian, who is a candidate today doing his KCP, the most handsome boy. And at that, I ventured into student leadership because when I came to the university, I am a voice to reckon with. I'm so confident. And because of what was done to me in the society, I told God, may I never be a pain to another person's life. I think I'm the kindest person, I'm the most empathetic person, I'm the most generous person. And in the university, I used to protect the first years from gold rush. And that's how I bought the name Mama Yao. And they told me, can you contest to give you vote? I said, sure. And you know, I had my baby in school. And I used to campaign with him. He's the youngest comrade in this country. They used to call him micro comrade. And my son did not stop me from being a deputy president of SONU. You know what is SONU, guys? SONU was the worst politics in this country than even the national politics. Elachi knows, Leto knows. And you know what? I came from Kikuyu campus. SONU was for the beautiful girls. Was for the Daystar material. Sa hizo mazee nimechapa huku niko na madark sako zile za soko. Kizungu imekataa ingiani. Mtoto die huyu. Bwana ni matusi. But you know what? I said I'll make it. And I went for it. And I made it. And, you know, I'm giving you my story to know what is empowerment. Because I don't think empowerment has one definition. It is about what you... There's a gentleman who sang and he sang so well. And I could feel him. You could feel my vibrations. I was like, man, you are empowered and do this globally. So that's how I ventured into student movement. I didn't stop from there. I would come to class confidently because I'm not that young girl who will shut up. I ain't got the voice. You are not the giver of my voice. You are not the one who showed me Nairobi. And I tell women here, when you are successful, don't let anyone tell you to be humble. Because no one tells you to be humble when you are struggling. You understand? Don't let anyone tell you you talk too much. You know me, people like me and hate me equally. They say you talk too much. You are so full of yourself. I gotta be full of myself. Yeah? Because I am full of myself. I have achieved what I've achieved by myself and by the grace of God. So don't let anyone shut you up. If you're gonna shine, shine. Kama unataka kuruka fence na hapo ndio gift yako iko ruka fence. And I love Elachi so much. She's one of my favorite political women in this country. Did you see when she was a speaker? I felt like I would walk in that assembly and just call out the men, tell them. And you could see how she used to walk. I was like, that's my girl. Because I believe good women don't make history. Don't be a good woman. When we're chasing what you want to be good. And in the university, I was so vocal. It is me who saved Monica Juma when she was being hosted. I've never met her, but it is in my book. And I featured in all newspapers, one day front page in 2014, 2015. And I felt I'm so powerful, a very big voice. And that's how I founded KUFSLA. Kenya University's Female Student Leaders Association. And Maggie, where is she? What I want Laila to do, because I'm very knowledgeable in these women movements, I want Laila to be a national outfit for young women. So that Kenya University students, after they exit from student leadership, they can join Laila. And I'll join you guys, I'll speak for you guys, I'll protect you guys, because I'm the most fearless young woman in this country. I fear no one. Mimi hakuna mtu alinitoa kwa soko akaleta shule. And I used to pay my school fees. And when I was in the university, I don't even to talk too much. When I was in the university, I became Tuendele? So, when I was in the university, when I got elected, the media houses used to follow me. They just wanted to know about Irene Kedi. You know, when you win, everyone wants to be near you. So they came to discover this girl is a mother, is a hustler. I used to do photography in the university. So I used to do photography. I had a salon. I used to hawk. If you read this book, it is a life guide manual. I want to cut this long story short because we are talking about empowerment. So in the universities I learned, there are big weeks out here. And I used to speak ironic so powerfully in the media. So the media used to call me as an opinion shaper. And one day Francis Atoli saw me speak. And he said, Mazeu Dame, I would like to work with her. Shenzi sana. And Atoli used to give me work to do when I was a student. Na bado mtoto ako huko, I could go to Gekomba, do things and make money. Atoli is a multi-billionaire. I used to make money. Professor Kidhure Kidiki was my first employer when I was still a student. And I bought my first car when I was still a student. Because wakupu wananiita nasichelewa kwa matatu wanaenda. So I told God, the way you brought me to the university, give me a car. But I worked for it. Professor Kidhure Kindiki gave me a job. All the photos are in this book and the stories. And that's how I bought my first car when I was a student. I didn't even know how to drive. But if you don't have a driving license and a passport, stop dreaming. Stop dreaming. So I went, did driving, took a passport, and I was awarded in 2014 the most influential female student leader in Africa. You can imagine that market girl, and I came to the university 6 years later after finishing high school. You see, it's a self-drive. It's about what I wanted, because all I wanted was a degree. Oh, I got 2 masters on top, I don't know. And my first masters I led in London, Coventry University, where I met Prince Harry, the first African girl to hug the prince. It's in the book. And here today I am. I will not even talk too much. And Professor Kobia poached me. And I saw him before Gondar I serve. I have never written a CV in this country. I have never gone for an interview. Maybe this will be the first time, which I doubt. Because I know what I want and where I'm going next. You know, Professor Kindiki was my first boss. And he's the Minister for Interior. You know, Meveka Lentora, I started campaigning for him when I was barely 10 years. He appointed me in a boarding hospital when I didn't even speak good English. This book is amazing. And you know, Meveka Lentora is the Minister for Agriculture. You understand what I mean? You know what I want? One day I want to be the president of this country. And I'm glad I came. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, ladies, all amazing. And Oprah Winfrey says, you are all great. You are all great in your own ways. All you need is to unleash your potential. All you need is to unleash that greatness. Me, I'm here to walk the journey with you. I'm so passionate about women and young women empowerment because of my history. You've heard where I've come from. I was in a very abusive marriage. Today I'm dating one of the brightest men in this country. And actually, he's the one who wrote this book. Ladies, when dating, be strategic. Mwache kuwa waokotaji. Umesikia? Mwache kuwa nini? Mwache kuwa waokotaji. So, I was so strategic in my second time of dating. So, I got someone who can write, who can compliment me. My fiancé is not, he's so handsome. He's a brother to Obedi Kaiser here, a young man that I love so much. Wanja, I love you so much. You know Wanja simama kidogo. Wanja is the youth chair for Jubilee. Have you seen her leg? What is stopping you from shining? Wanja, shine, girl, shine. Nanda, I love you so much. I've sat with her. I'm in the youth advisory board. Where I can help, I'll help. Even if I don't give you money, I'll give you wisdom. Nanju yeyo story simtanua kitabu yangu. I have carried copies in my biggest car. Yes. You know, guys, nilikuja na mtoto university. Sasa today I'm driving the biggest machine. Why? I have worked for it. And don't be afraid of showing what you have worked for. And I tell God to keep me for long so that I continue lending my voice to the young women and teaching them the rules of the game. Thank you so much. We look up to those who have been there, and those who have been there, hold the hand on those that are behind you. Laila, I'll walk the journey with you. God bless you so much, and may God's favor be upon you. My book is only 1,000 per copy. Afadhali ukose chakula ununue hiyo kitabu.
Thank you. Wow. Do you see the power of having personal drive? Do you see the power of having personal drive? There you go. She's a living proof. And I want to take this opportunity. Yes? Hey, I put you a Red Bull. So I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Hezena. Let's appreciate her. So now we are seeing.
Sorry, I forgot something. Anita, stand up. Ooh. Anita Mbai. She's the former secretary of Daystar. This beautiful girl is the first person who introduced me to Daystar University in 2015. In Kufsla, it is Anita ndio tulianzisha nao Kufsla. Tulinyorosha inchi. Thank you so much, Anita. She has been my mentee since then up to today. Asanteni sana, and thank you, Anita.
Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much, Miss Irene. Oh my God, I know all of us just admire. We can see the influence that you have. And now the next question is, how do we brand ourselves to become a woman of influence? Because we want that influence, yes? We want that influence, yes? So now, I'll come back to you, Miss Angelique. Please tell us, how can young ladies brand themselves to become women of influence in this country? And also globally, yeah?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And wow, just wow, right? And it's amazing to be here. I'm very honored to be in the presence of such powerful and empowering women. And I want to acknowledge all the effort that's gone behind this with Laila. When we were coming up in university, as you've heard, it was tough. Back in, 20 years ago, it was not that easy to be recognized. Everything was more of men and the loudest voice in the room. And I think the opportunity we have now, when you talk about how do you brand yourself, a brand is something that is unique. It stands for something. It's a promise that you make that you must keep consistently, and you have the opportunity to be a brand in and of yourself. What I find interesting is there's a lot of young ladies who want to be like other ladies. Why would you want to be a copy of somebody else? You are actually diminishing yourself. And there's so much opportunity now in this era to be a real expression of who you truly are as an individual. There will be nobody like you. There will be no one after you. You are one unique person. Same goes for men. But I think for women, there's a risk that we face, that we want to look like, sound like, be like, almost be a copy of somebody else. And what you lose is the ability to actually bring that uniqueness to the table. And one of the most inspiring things that I heard from a very empowered lady who led Amazon Prime and Netflix globally, she said, never give anyone a reason not to have you at the table. And the way you do that is to have a voice, to have an opinion, to have a principle and integrity that underpins that opinion. Because in the age of social media, I know it sounds very, what am I, Gen X, I think. I don't even know if I'm a millennial. No, I'm Gen X. In an age where social media really sort of forms the opinion, what is the underpinning principle? What do you stand for? What guides you? And I'm really encouraged to see so much strength behind God, spirituality, religion. You need to identify what anchors you. Every strong and sustained brand in this world, whether you talk about Coca-Cola, whether you talk about Nike, whether you talk about individuals like Oprah Winfrey, stood for something because there was an integrity and a principle that anchored you. So you need to think about what anchors you. Because if you don't, then you are likely to end up going into a sea where you might be pulled with the current, and you'll be pulled with the trends, and you'll be pulled with the hashtags, and before you know it, 15 years later, 10 years later, your voice is gone, right? And you've missed the opportunity to actually be that unique voice, to express yourself in a way where you complement everyone around you and you stand out at the same time. So you don't need to be a copy of somebody. You don't need to be this person on Instagram or wherever it is. You need to be you. And the things that anchor you are the things that will sustain you. And if those are founded on, the truths and the virtues that I'm sure you've seen and learned here at Daystar, they will carry you through your entire life. You will encounter times when you will have to make difficult choices. And I'm really empowered by what Irene Kendi talked about. It could be a man, yeah, it could be an opportunity, it could be a business deal, it could be a situationship. Is that what you call them these days? Situationships, not relationships, right? And when you find yourself making those tough decisions, you need to go back to what virtues and principles anchor you. Because then you'll be able to distinguish between what is something that is a passing fad, a passing trend, and what it is that you want to be. And then inevitably what you do is you build the character and the muscle to actually make the choices that will continually give you a seat at the table. Any table. It could be a table at home. It could be the table in the Senate. It could be the table at the UN. It could be the table with rural women, empowering them. Always find a reason to have a seat at the table. And never let anyone tell you that you need to be like in order for you to be there, right? Always look for what is unique, be consistent, find out what your principles are and what anchors you. And like all the big brands in the world, and all the brands that are people, when you look at Oprah, when you look at some of our amazing women leaders today, you'll find that you stand the test of time. And for me, that is the golden principle of a brand. You will stand the test of time. And you will go from being something that's young and trendy and in fashion to being a classic, right? Classic brands never lose value. In fact, they appreciate with time. They always mean something to every single generation, and they always stand out. So I think that would be my encouragement. And I'm really, really privileged to be part of this occasion. Thank you. And congratulations to everyone in Laila.
Thank you very much, Miss Angelique. And I'm just happy that you're really talking about the unique factor in every person, because your uniqueness is your power. So I want to start with Miss Nyawera as we wind up. Could you tell us, she spoke about anchoring yourself to something, and I want to ask, what's the role of, not the role really, but tell us more about Godfidence. There's confidence and Godfidence. So if you can tell us more about Godfidence as you're also speaking to the young, early 20s Miss Nyawera. Thank you very
much. I really like hearing Miss Nyawera, but my husband is right there, so it's Mrs. Moher, lest the house becomes tragic. Godfidence. I think one of the most prolific scriptures in the Bible says that it's only in God that I live, move, and have my being. Meaning the absence of God, I don't live, I don't move, and I have no being. And I think that's something that we need to start making a bit more aware. Let me just talk to my peers, because in my head I think we're the same age, but we're not. Is that God is not something you add to your life. God is the reason you are alive. And I think this is something we need to keep on saying to people. It's not something you find when you're older. It's something it's something you have to grow with. And so, to a younger self, I've lived in the faith for almost all my life. I don't think I have a random story of whoa. No, it's as basic as it gets. But I have seen the power of God. Because what people don't tell you is that as you get older, rejection becomes louder. Disappointment becomes more prolific. You start to wonder, was I made in this world just to suffer? But the presence of God reminds you that waiting is not denying. And sometimes the waiting can take longer, but God really just steals you. So this is me just telling everybody here who's younger, and even us, let me just say our age group, because now, hey, is us older ladies to us younger ladies, is that God is not something that you can live without. He's something that you need. You can't function without him. So in as much as you add skill and knowledge, and I like what Angelique said, is that as you build your brand also, is that the principle that keeps it, and she said it so powerfully, she said it's the promise. And I think God becomes the promise in that brand, is that God will tell you what to say. But they don't be cheated. We sound so powerful here as women. But mama, we don't know what we are saying sometimes. And God covers you sometimes because he'll tell you what to say in those places. So are you trying to build yourself? Work with God. Are you trying to become a bigger influencer? Work with God. Are you trying to establish your brand worldwide? Work with God. He'll take you to the right place. And I think that's the biggest encouragement to everybody that is here.
And Miss Angelique, if you could please talk to the younger, early 20s Miss Angelique, what would you tell her as we wind up?
Yeah. I think the most important thing that I would like to tell her looking back is stay your course. Even when you feel an overwhelming sense of maybe doubt, or when you're second guessing yourself, if you go back and you really, really think about what was important when you started the journey, stay the course. And what I find has been really important is when you're able, even early in your lives now, to identify the people in your life who can hold you when you start the journey, they will be there when you walk the journey. And they will hold you accountable. And back to the lady I quoted, she says, I have a personal board of directors. You need to have your board of directors. People who know you and people who will hold you accountable, and people who will actually be there in the tough times and in the easy times, in the celebration times, in the sad moments, where when you need to make a decision or when you feel like you're second guessing yourself or you're not sure how you're going to make the next move, or you found yourself in a place where you think everything has gone down the drain, call your board of directors. And like she said, the chairman is God, right? You need to be able to sit down and say, this is my situation. Those people, it might be as few as 2 or 3, it might be 4 or 5, will be the same people who, when you find yourself growing, succeeding, empowering other people and other ladies, you'll realize that they held you down and you will become that person for somebody else. Yeah? So stay the course. Find those people who are going to help you. Don't shy away from the people who will tell you the truth, because that's what you need to hear, right? And you will stay the course.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her. So now we come to you, Miss Wilter. Kuna kadem tu kako hapo. Some lovely, lovely lady who's just looking at these remarkable women, and they just admire everything about you guys. They admire the confidence. They admire the trajectory that you've had in life and the achievements that you've made. But then again, they have a bit of barriers. Maybe they're like, okay, maybe I don't have a big voice. I can't speak like Angie, or I can't speak like so-and-so. Ama, wacha tu, nitajaribu tu. In fact, there's this one, nikogeria tu money, you know, things like that, yeah? So what can you tell that young lady who sometimes cannot even come to forums like such as this because they say, oh, I have social anxiety, leo hata sikuwa na nywele ya salon, so I can't even come to these places. I mean, these are real issues that young girls are going through. Like Miss Angelique said, a lot of comparison. So what would you tell that young lady?
Well, I would say 2 words: pursue your purpose. Despite the challenges, the barriers that you have, pursue your purpose. And now, when you say it, sijatengeneza nywele, nilitwa meeting, sina kiatu 6 inches. You know what I mean? You have to show up, young girl. If you don't show up, they won't know you. Will not know about you. We won't even know if you exist, by the way. So you have to show up with your bad hair, come with your whatever kind of shoe you want to put it on, show up. Sit on those tables. If there's no a seat for you, grab a seat and put it there and sit on that seat. Okay? If there's no table for you, if you go, you get a gap and there's no table for you, create the table yourself. Yes. There's no one who is going to create that table for you. There's no one who will carry that chair from that end to this end for you. You have to put your things well done. You have to do your things and let your purpose lead you. If you don't have a purpose, then you will not do it. Okay? Purpose, pursue your purpose. If there's one thing that you need to remember every day, remind yourself in the morning, when you wake up, when you're dressing up on your mirror, Wilter, pursue your purpose. Because even us as we are sitting here, every day, we have to remind ourselves what we're supposed to be doing. Even if it's writing down on our journals, we have to. Because there's no one who's going to, there's no one. Even your mom, even your dad, even your guardian, no one will carry you to where you want to be. Because you're the only one who understands your dream. You're the only one who knows how it oozes in you, okay? So I wish you all the best and pursue your purpose. I want to see all of you in all those beautiful spaces you'll sit in all those decision-making spaces you'll sit in, no matter which kind of decision you're going to make. Even your personal body decision. That's a decision. You're a leader already, okay? So I'm wishing you all the best for everybody. And thank you so much for this opportunity and for seeing these beautiful girls and beautiful women and handsome men in this crowd. And even before I forget, as I sit here, I want to remark the older women who have stepped before us, whom we are stepping on their shoulders right now. Because if it was not for them, we wouldn't be here, right? We wouldn't be here. So I just want to appreciate all the women, Kinaelachi, all of you seated here, those who have stepped ahead of us. We are stepping on your shoulders. So we are so happy, and we will always remember your contribution to this country when it comes to women empowerment. And we promise you, us, this generation, and the younger generation that is up there, we're going to step into those steps and even make it more better for more women and girls. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Hey, sasa, kwa maneno machache, tell us, what would you tell the younger Irene Kendi? Yule mwenye ametoka Maua, ungemwambia nini? That young Irene Kendi, what would you tell her?
What I would tell my younger 20 years is that, as I told you, everyone is born with a gift. And our gifts are very different. That's why I tell young people, don't envy those who are making it. They are making it in their own spaces. Carve your own space. You remember, if my mother was an engineer or a politician, today I could be the president. Unfortunately, unfortunately, my mother was a market woman, and that is the art I learned. Learn something from those who are up there. Because our destinies, it is God who carves. Shockingly, when I came to the university, I just wanted to be a teacher, go back to Maua, teach in a class, nitoke kwa hii uchafu ya soko na vumbi na njua, na wamama waache kunitukana. But the Heavenly Father saw a gift he had put in me, and that is a light he gave me to share to the younger generation. Pray and tell God to unveil what he has put in you, so that you can use for yourself and his kingdom and others. Because when I pray, I tell God, give me this for myself, for your kingdom and for others. Because the Bible is very clear about service. If God gives you something and you don't serve, believe you me, you will sink. I have not seen someone with a gift that she or he uses for others and sinks. Welcome, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua. Those in their 20s, I want to say something about networks. Your network is your net worth. In the market, people who helped me to get a job in the hospitals, in schools, were my customers. You used to come in a suit na kufuatilia. Na kufuata na kuuliza unafanyanga kazi wapi kona gari kubwa. So people are like, why are you not in school? And I would also speak up. Say your problems. Say your challenges. Say your achievement. When you meet someone, say what you can do. When I wrote this book, it's an expensive affair. I didn't have money. And one day I was praying and asked God, how am I going to do this book na hii pesa ni mingi? When I was asleep, God showed me people opening safes. And nikafungua WhatsApp group. I know everyone in this country and beyond. I put Ezekiel Moto in that WhatsApp group. And I sent him a message. I asked, Daktari, can I put you in our WhatsApp group to contribute money to publish my book as I launch it in June? He said, oh yeah, because I was introduced to Professor Dr. Ezekiel by Professor Magoa. because of my confidence. And they gave me money. I raised $500,000 within a week. And I added my $500,000. I had the best book launch in this country with 2 ministers gracing my launch. People believe in yourself. Just that. And just kneel down and tell God, Mungu ni mimi nawe? You do your thing ingine wachia Mungu atakupanga vile alinipanga. And because of that, I will leave you with Isaiah 41, 1-3. It says, do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I'll go ahead of you. And God's promises are real, and may his promises be with you. Thank you so much.
Fantastic, fantastic. And lastly, Miss Rachel. I know UNICEF offers a lot of scholarships. And now I know right now, there's a lot of ignition. There's somebody ameona anaweza university say in London, atenda afanye masters hapo. So what are the opportunities there? And also tell us, what would you tell your younger self?
Thank you so much, Angeline. These great ladies have spoken much, and I'm so much grateful that we have a forum like this whereby we can be able to, speak what has been done in the past. When I saw Hezena come in, I remember the day that they were launching Azimio. For those people who watched that day, let me use her as an example. Just stand up, please, kindly. You recognize Hezena. For those people who watched that day during the launch, she gave her speech. I think most of you, including me, didn't know her during that time. But you remember, she said something on her speech and then walked and went and hugged Raila Odinga. And these bodyguards were trying to, holding her aside. And what do we learn from that story is that the same thing these women have been talking about here. You need to not wait every other time that people create spaces for you. You will ask these great people who have sat in front of these desks and ask them, where did you come from? Where did you start? It was not about so and so put me in this place. We have those privileges coming up, but what are you doing when you're seated wherever you are? Like we said, when the table is not created, you're not invited, you need to create that table for yourself so that you change your story. Where you are born is not the issue. Where are you going? The eye is on the prize. You need to wake up from your dream and your sorry state of life saying that I cannot do this, or so and so, I have this and this challenge. It is never going to work unless you make that decision in your mind. There is the power in the mind. When you go to the hospitals, the healthcare people will tell you the last time when they will withdraw that gadget, what is it called? When your heart is pumping. They will only do that when the brain is dead. So this is the power that we have in us as women and men who are in this house to be empowered. And we encourage our fellow men who are here. We are not here just to say that we want women to be empowered so that we say we are independent women in the house. I have 3 children. I have 2 boys and 1 girl. And I really love my boys. Most of the time, I see myself defending them, yes. But I know that every time that women are empowered, we reduce a lot of issues. Hatutakuwa tunawaomba pesa za kwenda, and what. So men should be really open-minded to create for us those spaces so that we can be able to express yourself. So use those opportunity and your networks to carry on. So back to what Angela has asked. UNICEF is one platform whereby we say on our banner, you can see there, a life-changing opportunity. Today, as we speak, not so many of you from our backgrounds can really afford to get a full fare and tuition to go to London to study. But today, UNICEF is here to say that you can be able to get a scholarship up to 75 or 80% so that you can be able to study at the University of East London, Liverpool John Moores University, Suffolk University in the UK, while you are here in Kenya working and doing all these other things that Laila is doing here and all you great people are doing. So in case you need more of that information, kindly just see us at the end of this session. We have a desk behind there and we will see how to take you to the next step. Apart from that, a big congratulations to the ladies. You're doing a great work and we are going to see great strides. The most important thing is to make that bold step. We are doing this, ladies, and the time is here.
All right, thank you very much. And just before we finish this session, I want Miss Nyawere to say something.
All right. I think Meg had said it earlier that she told us we must come here and give our promise to mentor people. And I think it's a very common and it's a very noble ask of people. But let me just say something real quick because I've been feeling the need to share this anywhere I'm invited to speak. This is to my younger sisters who are here. Let's just get some things right, okay? And because I feel like sometimes we don't talk about it, but it's a thing we, as older women, start to say, Aki, these younger ones, I wish they knew. Ladies, let me just tell you this here and now, is that if God is at the center of it, then you must respond to how he behaves. That means we can't show up as God-led women dressed skimpy. An empowered woman is not a nasty woman. Far from it. She embodies femininity, all right? And so femininity is not being a bad, you know the word you're saying in your head. It has nothing to do with it. You can look the part and still be very warm. You can still raise women when you're being raised. The word empowered means that it has been given to you. Hence the prefix M, isn't it? So what happens is that when you have been empowered, you must therefore empower. Everybody is looking up to you, no matter how small you think you are, no matter how big you think you are, no matter how influential you think you are or are not. Somebody is looking up to you. The test here is, what are you showing them to respond to? So don't show up dressed funny. It doesn't make you look suspect. I'm here to tell you, you can be dressed extremely decent and be very attractive. And I mean it with all honesty. And you can hold me accountable. The day you see on my Instagram I'm behaving funny, just right there, Nyawera, we were at Daystar, and you're dressing funny. Don't do it. An empowered woman doesn't speak ill of other women. It doesn't make you look stronger. So deny the urge to gossip. Can I hear an amen? Amen. Don't hate on women who are going up the ladder. They are going up so that it will be comfortable for you to go up. So don't shut down any door. And finally, to every young lady who is here, an empowered woman does not, and at any given point, think of herself higher than she is. The Bible actually tells us to esteem ourselves in a correct measure. In fact, I'm extremely humbled. When I was invited for this, I was like, guy, now me surely, what am I coming here to say? But the thing is that you'll be given opportunities that you think you're inadequate for. Show up regardless. There's something people believe in you for. But be honest about your level. You're not bigger because you act bigger. Somebody said it so powerfully. God blesses who you are, not who you want to be. So be you now, all right? And finally, because this is my gospel everywhere, be grounded under somebody. And this is not just this is to echo what actually Meg said earlier, is that you are strong, you're as strong as the person who has raised you. Be under somebody. This one-man show that the world is telling us women need to become is the biggest lie. You must be raised. You must be raised. So be raised by somebody. Allow yourself, as Angelique rightfully said, to be told you're doing the wrong thing. Allow yourself to be told that this is not the right way to behave. Show up to correction just the way you want to be complimented. All right? And finally, I absolutely love you. And because I know the conversation may continue going, I'm extremely honored to show up anytime you need me. And this is not because I'm available, like, I just call her, she'll show up, because I will show up. I'm telling you this because I believe in what you're doing. And I believe that if I don't contribute to what you're doing, I should never hate on the younger generation. So I must show up to my contribution. So thank you so much, and I pray that I can support in any way you need me.
Thank you very much. So a lot has been said, a lot has been uttered. So I'm very sure each and every one of us, there's something that you have acquired. Please ensure before the end of today, the person that you want to speak to, get a mentor out of all these ladies out here, even men, get mentors, and they're going to hold your hand and they're going to be with you. I mean, that is the whole point of Laila, yeah? So thank you very much, my lovely panelists. Asanteni sana. We feel now empowered. Tunasikia ignition. Watu wengine tunakuja hata sisi parliament. We are very happy. Thank you so much. And also, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for also listening to us and also, just keeping the energy going. So also appreciate yourselves. So right now, as my panelist is walking down on stage, please let's appreciate them.
All right. 1, 2. Okay, fantastic. We want to take a photo with the beautiful placards. Yes. Watu wa kamera. Tukaribie. Fantastic. Karibia. Laila. Okay, before they take a photo, yeah? We can try and read each one of them, starting from here. All of us. No, some energy, please. What does Laila mean in full? One more time. No, I was trying to get their smiles. Mezipata? Fantastic. Asante. 1, 2. Let's appreciate the beautiful panelists. Asanteni sana, asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Mtu wa kuja nitole hizi viti. Asante. So right about now, I want us to relax kidogo. And on that note, I want to... Okay, sawa, nimeambiwa zisitolewe. So I want to recognize a few guests who have joined us as we continue. So I want you to make a round of applause for none other than Stephen Leto in the building. And also make some noise for Dr. Ezekiel Mutua. Fantastic. And leaving now, make some noise for Moji Short Baba. Fantastic. And on that note, I want to invite an artist on stage to come atuluzen kidogo, sindio? Let me tell you, I know this guy personally. Anafanya spoken word. My God. Are you ready to snap? Able to snap kidogo. Ladies, you're not ready. So, in the count of 1, 2, 3, why don't you make some noise for none other than Steve Poet? Let's appreciate Steve wake kuja stage. Mtu wangu wa sound, ile soundtrack nilikutumia. Tumu appreciate one more time akiingia stage. Karibu sana bro.
Asante sana. Mko poa? Are you here to be happy or you're happy to be here? Yeah, so spoken word kwangu ni kama basic need. Because daily minister, unajua global peace, wanauliza UNICAF, niko na copyright. So this piece is to all ladies brought up without a father except the one in heaven. I hope these heavens give you more than your idea of a father figure. I hope this piece goes to ladies who've seen their mothers make steps further so that they can further their studies. I hope these papers don't make you forget a love like this. To ladies brought up in houses that never felt like home. To ladies who've seen their moms get beaten by their deadbeat dads, I hope this piece makes you a song and you sing the pain like lyrics to the universe. This piece is for ladies bound to an FGM knife in the name of culture for a wife. Say, hope this piece slits my wrist and bleeds for your life. To ladies who are qualified, but got disqualified because they didn't cooperate in order to join the corporate world. Say, hope this finds those who lost themselves in forced marriages. This piece goes to those broken to pieces by love. I hope this piece makes you whole and gives you love. See, this piece is to those ladies whom men forced their way in between their legs because they didn't let them in. I pray you find a way to walk out of this memory lane. To ladies we've lost through gender-based violence, I hope they see glory. Amen. To ladies who got pregnant and the ball was left in their court, they didn't abort for they had goals that needed to be scored, however messy. This piece is a double blessing to everyone who has lost a baby, because I've found the strength of a woman in such ladies. So I speak their pain so you can gain, because I've seen these women walk on rough roads and rose above all odds. So not even the sky is their limit. To ladies who have seen it all, I hope the heavens give you angels, because you have been so much through so much hell. So mama aliniambia, sun, shine. Steve, poet.
Show some love! Asante sana Steve. Na strive kufikia Steve, lakini hii competition ni Steve.
Wewe. Ati come again? Umesahau.
Actually.
Sawa.
Lakini inaweza launch career.
Yeah. You're doing well.
Show some love to Steve. Asante sana.
Fantastic.
So right about now, Joel.
Aha.
Tunataka kufanya nini?
Tunataka kuingia kwa the next panel session.
Ai.
Hatari, nimeangalia hiyo lineup. My goodness.
Sema empowerment. Sema ladies in leadership. Sema #Laila. Aya, sawa, nikisema an empowered lady mnaniambia? Hapana. Give me some energy, guys.
Some energy.
An empowered lady.
An empowered world.
An empowered lady.
An empowered world.
Nice. So right about now, we have a panel session.
Kabisa.
Mtu pia moderator.
Wacha, we.
Student leader.
Wewe. Sasa mbona unasema?
Chairman.
Wewe.
Chairman wa Nairobi Student Leaders Forum.
Au sio.
Ay.
Ladies and
Double
gentlemen.
major.
Make some noise for Nairobi Student Leaders Forum Chairperson.
Israel Lugadiru.
Wapi kelele ya Lugadiru?
Ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. Mnanisikia? So turn to the person who's next to you. Mpatie high five, mwambie what's up. Patie huyo mwingine mwambie what's up. Huyo mwingine mwambie you're looking amazing. Mhesha hata kama unadanganya. Sema tu pia ukismile. How is everyone doing? Oh, Miss Jambiwa or Daktari wants to tell me. Daktari, I think it's better if Senator Hezena tells me I'm looking amazing. Senator Hezena, please. Ashasema, ameniambia. Ataka hajasema, she said in her heart. Wagwan. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? Are you guys feeling nice? Are you guys feeling fresh? Okay, there's someone here who's disturbing me. Ananipigia na sio M-Pesa, so let me not give them attention for it now. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see each and every one of you from here. My name is MC Daktari Israel Lugadiru, and I'm also the president of the Nairobi Student Leaders Forum, which is a youth association that is mentored by none other than Dr. Ezekiel Mutua. Pigeni makofi. Of course, and I'm also honored to be here and also to be moderating the last panel of the Ladies in Leadership Association. So, my presence over here should also tell you that men are also in the business of empowerment. Amen? Yeah, for some of you who thought, hey Israel, why are you in a ladies event? Please, I have not transitioned, please. Joel and I, Joel amesema I speak for myself. So yes, guys, I have not transitioned, I am still here. But then the basic thing is that we are here because we understand that there cannot be free men without free women. Ama namna gani, ladies? So about now, we're just about to get into one fiery panel. And this is the panel that is also going to feature one boy child who we are having in the building. And we're going to delve deep into different and various topics. 1 is going to be leadership. 2 is also going to be the role of men in terms of empowerment. 3 is also going to be economic empowerment. And then also, we're going to break it down kidogo and also get a bit emotional because we also must talk about the traumas that ladies are going through today. And not just the traumas, because we don't want just to focus on the problems, but we also are here to focus on the solutions, practical solutions of this thing. Ama namna gani, ladies and gentlemen? So are you ready? Mko tayari? So on to my first guest. Nianze na the gentleman ama nianze na the lady? Mnataka nani? Ladies first. But men before. Oh, ladies first. Kabla niingie kwa shida. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my first panelist. She was a former Secretary General of Daystar University. Mesikia hiyo? Daystar, eh? Besides that, she also vied for the women representative position at Tharaka-Nithi County. And I can tell you, she's none other but the firebrand herself, Anita Mbaya. Wapi makofi yake? Mpigieni makofi vizuri, anakaa poa. Karibu sana Anita. Choose the best seat. Ile unaona utaonekana vizuri, juu unakaa vipoa. For ladies you choose. Mwanaume ndo ndamwambia mali ataketi. Sawa sawa. So the second person who I have on my panel today is the Rotaract President and also the Commonwealth President for Women in Africa. Yes? Pardon? Okay. Naambiwa hajafika. So I'll go on to the next one. So should I introduce the gentleman? So ladies and gentlemen, in the building today we have a very powerful gentleman. I can tell you one thing is that he's a powerhouse in the area of finance. And not just that, but he's also very inclined towards the role of men, especially fathers, in terms of leadership at homes. Because that's something that we have to talk about today. Sindio? So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to invite the head of NGOs and embassies at Equity Bank Kenya. Give it up for none other than Mr. Nixon Seko. Wapi makofi yake? The gentleman. Cheki vile anaingia kibounce. Kaa hapo mkubwa. Kaa hapo kando ya Anita. Feel your energy. Tanitoa nguvu sana. Wewe, mimi nakwambia hii panel, my guys. So ladies and gentlemen, also allow me to invite a mental health expert. This lady understands the field of mental health like nobody's business. Anakaanga hivi ukimwangalia depression inatoka tu. Immediately ukimcheki tu. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, give it up for none other than Miss Catherine Gichamba. Catherine. She's also a former Daystar student. Kwa hivyo some love. Anakuja kama ana bounce akikaa vizuri. Kathy, kama kuja uketi hapo. And also, ladies and gentlemen, just to fill up my panel today, because I am being informed that there are a couple of people who are missing today. So I'd like to also invite none other than the Executive Director of Young Women Leaders Connect. This lady is a powerhouse like nobody's business. She's interested in matters governance and in matters leadership. And I can also tell you that her counterpart, Nadia Ahmed, is in the building. Makofi Nadia. Zia. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, show some love for Wendy Ora. Wapi makofi yake? Karibu sana. Makofi hadi afike. Keti tu hapa mama. Asante sana. So this panel, we're going to do it and we're going to make it as short as possible because I also understand with the constraints of time. But then I just request for your attention because what we're going to be discussing in this panel is not only important, but it is also relevant and also sustainable, not just for this generation, but also for future generations. Because we understand that everything that we do needs always to have a sustainability plan because we're not only building for this generation, but also for the generations that are coming. So, ladies and gentlemen, okay, one more time, a round of applause for my panelists. Mr. Seko, I'll start with you. Chukua microphone. How are you feeling, sir?
Great.
You're feeling great? Does it feel amazing to be in Daystar to empower women?
I'm used to it.
You're used to So it's something that you're used to.
But it's humbling to be invited here today and to be in the presence of such young and distinguished ladies.
Yeah.
And I hope that whatever we are going to share would add value to not only them, but also to myself.
For sure.
Thank you.
For sure. So just the lady who's next to you, Miss Anita Mbaya. Anita, salimia watu wako wa Daystar. Show some love for the all-stunning Anita.
Wow. Hi, Daystarians. It is so good to be back home. It is phenomenal. It feels so great. And I'm so excited to be back home many years later. So thank you very much. I feel great. And in case you don't know, Israel is my great-grandson in terms of the Dusa hierarchy.
Oh yeah, wapi makofi ya grandmother yangu.
Yes, he took over me from me many, I think 3 cycles later.
Usiwaambie hiyo.
So it's very good, Israel, to see you, and you're doing very well. I also feel very grateful and very honored that after all these years, I look back and I just thank Daystar for what it has made me to be. I don't know where CP Phyllis Mutua went, but as the finance manager, many years back when I had been invited to United States of America for exchange program, I remember the time frame was very thin and I had everything, but I was short of my air ticket. And I remember that evening knocking at Mrs. Mutua's office and saying, "Mom, I have to go to the United States. I have everything, but my air ticket, I don't have an air ticket. And this is everything. And I mean, this could just go throughout the window." And she didn't look up. She signed it off. She gave me the cash. And I filled the deficit for my air ticket, left to the United States. And that is one single trip that changed my life forever. A clap for her, please, in absentia. So those are the experiences that molded me to be Anita that I am. These are the experiences that really built me to be the woman that I am today and exposed me to the world forever. Yeah. So for CPA Phyllis Mutua, wherever you are, thank you. I think I'm going to be talking to her later. So it's good to be here. I look forward engaging with everyone.
For sure.
And let's see how it goes.
For sure.
Thank you.
Let's just even start with you on the first question, because when we talk about leadership, one of the forms of leadership that we can never avoid is political leadership. Now, Anita, you have been in the field of political leadership, and also you tried it out last time as vying for Tharaka Nithi Women Representative. But then there's so many challenges that women usually go through, especially when they're vying for political offices. Could you just highlight 2 challenges that women go through, and also probably just give us a bit of how you're able to overcome those challenges?
Absolutely, good question. But before I answer you, very quickly, I want to recognize young women who also vied with me in this cycle. So very quickly, Alice, please stand up and wave to the crowd.
Makofi ya Alice, ladies and gentlemen.
Alice Kavekia vied for Woman Representative, Kiambu County. There's also Wanja Maina. Wanja, please stand and wave again. Sorry. Wanja works in Jubilee. We are, I think, the first cohort of young women who have really come out in political parties to vie and to support parties. Thank you so much. Kasnadia Abdallah, thank you so much, darling, for being here. You've walked ahead of us and you've really done well in your role as a CAS. I also want to appreciate Senator Hezena Lamatian. We also vied with her. She was vying at Samburu Woman Rep. She's going to talk about her story. Hezena, just stand. Ebu akuone tu. Thank you so much, Hezena. I have Emma Wangari, who also vied for Kiambu Woman Rep and the UDA party. Thank you so much, Emma. And many other women who have come very strongly to be counted in this political cycle. I also want to appreciate Madam Beatrice Elachi. Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa.
Makofi ya Mhesh, ladies and gentlemen.
Mhesh. Thank you so much for holding our hands and giving us the space to work with you. And I really appreciate you, Honorable Elachi. So challenges. The first challenge that I encountered as a young woman vying in Tharaka Nithi County was the difficulty to be accepted. I mean, when we talk about politics, it is an old women's affair. Does that make sense? Wamama wenye wamejaa kwa skirt, unajua wako wamejaa, wanakaa wamama. So once you stand in a gathering and you announce your intentions to run for office, first of all, you're very discredited. Tharaka Nithi is a very rural county. So what they want to know is that uko na bwana, umezaa, unataka kuwa women rep na haujazaa. Yes. So these were some of the barriers that I faced, the cultural barrier, and it is inevitable. Patriarchy, whereby you have a gathering full of men, and they're wondering, what is this Kagala addressing us? What does she wants to tell us? And sorry to be a bit graphic, but they ask you, Kura, unataka tukupe mti gani? You know, which type of vote do you want? Do you want the real vote or do you want the other one? I know. So those are some of the challenges that I faced. There's also, tied with that is being dismissed in the decision-making tables. The Jubilee Party adopted a very unique strategy, which was consensus. Unlike other parties like UDA, we embraced consensus whereby you had to come to a table, the NIS had to give reports of which candidate is doing better, and if you are really ranking lowly, then it's literally like, wewe madam uko na 50% acceptability on the ground, huyu mwingine ako na 28%, wewe uko na 6%. So that's how it was done. But it was very unfair for young women. Like I remember I was doing very well in Tharaka Nithi because I was among the very first people who started campaigning very early. So I had carpeted my county. I had my numbers right. I was very popular among the youth. But when you come to the consensus table again, which is full of men, old men, na kuna wamama hapo, you just feel the dismissal even before you can talk. I also had doctored polls, and despite being the most popular, I was least ranking in terms of popularity. So that definitely locks you out, and they tell you, sasa achia hawa wa mama, you'll be considered in the next cycle.
Okay,
and
Anita,
don't forget.
Sorry to cut you short,
yes.
but just before we go to the solutions,
yes,
I'd like our advocate right here, Wendy Ora, because she's also in the political space, but right before we get into the solution,
yes.
Wendy, there's an issue about the 2/3 gender rule that's happening currently, and it also happened in the previous regime before. How can the country attain a 2/3 gender rule, or how can we go as a country for us to be there right before we get to the issues? Please, to the solutions rather.
Thank you so much, Mr. Israel. Let me introduce myself first.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wendy Aura. Not Aura, it is an
Aura.
African name, Aura. Yeah, and I'm so glad to be at Daystar. It's my first time ever. Actually, I got lost when I was coming. I went to Athi River.
Wow. Mpigie makofi. Watu.
Yeah. And on that note, I'd appreciate my friend, Emma Mumute. We came with her. Please say hi. She's also a gender advocate. Say hi. Yeah. So I work, I'm the executive director for Young Women Leaders Connect, but also serve as the vice president of the Pan-African Female Young Leaders of East Africa. So I'm glad that these are a very significant topic and area that I'm passionate about. And just, you've asked about the 2/3 gender equality. Yeah, for us women, it is a journey. It is not something that I think we've been able to attain, though it is the mark that we yearn for. It's been hard being a woman in politics in this country for many reasons. Anita shares a bit of the challenges that she's talked about, and I completely understand her, having worked closely with young women in politics. And one thing I must say that, starting from what she said, there are a lot of cultural and traditions, beliefs that still drag us, the patriarchal beliefs. And when I mean patriarchy, guys, patriarchy is not men. Patriarchy is a belief. You know, it's a system that has been created that we found ourselves in. And this is a system that has dragged us behind for many years. The first instance that I take myself to the floor as a woman who wants to vie, the things they look at, the things they judge me for are so different compared to a male counterpart. And this is not fair for us women because we didn't create patriarchy and we didn't ask to be part of it. It is something that is entrenched in our societies that goes way behind many years back. So I think that is the one thing. And when you talk about patriarchy, and I underline that it's not men. I want to underline that because not all men are patriarchal. And fighting it has been hard because it is a systematic thing. It happens even in boardrooms, in corporates. It happens in the social circles, in the NGO world. It's everywhere. And changing it may take time. It is a change of perspective, and you can't change the thinking of someone in one day. So, for example, when I go to a village somewhere and I want to vie, the first thing the questions that they'll ask me and the scorecard they're going to place against me as a woman, that on its own is a discouragement. And when other women in the society, they also hear about the things that the society is judging us about, then they'll not be able to vote for a woman. So we cannot talk about having 2/3 in the August House when we cannot allow women to be there in the first place. We cannot allow them to run freely, run fairly. We cannot allow them, we cannot create opportunities for them. And this starts even at the lowest level as political parties. In this country, how many political parties give the opportunities, a fair opportunity for women to vie, leave alone even winning? I'm talking about vying. So the playing field is not leveled. And that is where the problem starts. It's not leveled. So until the day that we'll have an equal chance, this equal platform, equal representation to even vie. I'm talking about vying, we've not even voted. The challenges that we face in vying alone, if we are not able to handle these challenges, then I think we are far much behind from achieving the 2/3.
From achieving the 2/3.
Yeah, there are a lot of debates that have been in the House.
Yeah.
I think we've had discussions around that. Honorable Beatrice Elachi, you know the fight you've put as the women we look up to and her colleagues. They've really tried in the House, but look at the House. Majority are men. And these same men, you want to talk about having more women in the House, and then we need the vote from the men, the majority. So it will be so hard when we don't have, for example, the women voice to actually advocate for that if the men are the majority, who think that having more women is more of a competition or a threat. Yeah, so that alone is a problem. When you don't have the political goodwill, how many our political leaders talk about supporting women, but they don't actualize it? How many talk about supporting women, but we don't see them in the cabinet representation? If you cannot have even a 50-50 in the cabinet, how many do we expect to have maybe in the August House, in the House, the Parliament, where people vote?
Okay, there's something that's coming out from your presentation. It's about that the political playing field is not leveled at all. Let me just ask my audience. Do you guys think the political playing field is leveled? Yes or no? Okay, Anita, now back to you. You being in the political arena and also in the political space. Okay, Mr. Nixon, kidogo to massage your mouth. We are coming. We are coming to side. Just massage. Mumunya tu mdomo kidogo. Tunakuja tu hapo. So Anita, for you, what recommendations would you put in place that would contribute to a level playing field in the political arena today in the country?
Well, as much as the playing ground is not level, I would also like to appreciate progress. In this election, we've noted remarkable increase of, women governors who have been elected. There's an increase, women MPs. So there's a trajectory that we are getting there. We are on progress. We are a work in progress. So what I could say is to keep the conversation going. I would also encourage more women to come out to occupy various positions from the grassroots leadership. I would also tell organizations and even government to, focus on funding women-led initiatives, community-driven initiatives, and slowly by slowly, we are going to get there. But it's indeed a journey. It's an upward trajectory. We will not wake up one day and find, gender equality immediately. It has to be the little tiny steps that we make here and there.
Anita, you talked about something that's very important. It's about stereotypes in the political arena. And not just in the political arena, but also stereotypes in our society. For example, when you're going to Vai, unasikia some men are saying, nishindwe, kwani mimi ni? Kwani mimi ni? Mwanamke. Signifying, or rather providing a connotation of weakness when we talk about that. And also just to you, Catherine, just recently, apart from the stereotyping, there was a Twitter trend, or rather there was something that was trending on Twitter. Vera Sidika. Nani aliona? Mliona Miss Vera was trending? Okay, but even before we get onto that matter of Vera trending, how is it, Catherine, from your perspective, that people can overcome the stereotypes, or rather women specifically can be able to overcome the stereotypes that are affecting today's society?
Thank you for the question. All protocols observed. I'm so happy to be here. So in the mental health world, what happens, with leaders, like they've discussed, there are all these kind of stereotypes and challenges. So what happens is that mostly it ends up giving women mental health issues such as anxiety, depression. So these are the things that we deal with. But, good news. Coming Monday, 10th of October, we have the Mental Health World Day where we raise awareness about mental health. Yeah. So it's the same thing. We started, it was just an initiative when mental health started, and there were such stereotypes. The mwenda wazimu, the ameruka kichwa, you're crazy. So it's still the same thing we have when we come to women in leadership. Uko na umama, and then most leaders will tell you, especially women, that whenever you're vying, people look at your looks instead of what you're bringing. Yeah. They'll start the Vera Sidika thing even. They'll start, people just stereotype you in a way, and then you'll find yourself trending. And it's so unfair, because what it does, it can bring down someone in terms of mental health. So, like I said, I don't know, I can give a solution. Yeah, in mental health, how we got to have such great strides in mental health is because we are speaking up. That's the message I would give you today, speak up. For us ladies, we should speak up. And let's not speak up not only about the good things. And yes, let's talk about I got a job, I got promoted. Those are the good things. Let's share with our sisters. Let's pat each other's back. But also let us share the sad moments, the tragic moments, when you're feeling down, you're feeling depressed, when you're feeling like life no longer has meaning. Let us share those moments, speak up, because we know as women there'll come a time, as long as you have a mind, mental health is guaranteed. So what happens if someone shares, kindly be kind. Yes,
Be
that's
kind to the people
message.
who share, who
Be
open up.
kind, speak up. I think when you're all coming in, you saw a tent over there. So that is basic needs, basic rights, Kenya. And over there we have 5 ladies. They are all leaders. And what I can tell you is that they have lived experience. I also have lived experience with social anxiety. And look at me talking here. I mean, yes, I'm so happy with it. I'm so glad. So over the tent, we have candid conversation, a one-on-one conversation with ladies, where we are saying that mental health in ladies, it's not a barrier. It shouldn't stop you. We shouldn't stigmatize it. So we are showing people how to share. We also have various things. I saw people dance over here. In mental health, we call that self-care. We are teaching people to do self-care. Journaling. Over there, we have games, journaling, coloring. Those are things that we suddenly decided that they are for babies. But the moment you do them, you realize that they play a huge part in your mental health. And as a lady, just because you're taking care maybe of your family, or maybe, like I said, there are stereotypes, right? So at times when a lady is having fun, it's not the same as a man. I don't know if this, okay, I'm not advocating for drinking, but please don't. Whenever a man is drinking and a lady is drinking, for a lady it's termed as irresponsible. For a man, it's termed to be fun, you know? So those are the kind of stereotypes. Okay, I'm not advocating for drinking, kindly. So, but I'm advocating for self-care. Self-care as a lady. Just learn something that is good for you, whether it's talking to a friend, sharing, speaking up, dancing. Do it with all your heart. Walking. Yeah, so those are the things. And then also we have positive words where we are trying to fight the stereotypes. So these are the kind words to use. So in mental health, instead of saying someone ni mwenda wazimu or anything, we have positive words. If someone were to come to you and tell you, I'm not okay, so there's words you can encourage them. You're beautiful, you're kind, you can do this, you can go through this. This is something, it's okay not to be okay. So how about we head the same when it comes to ladies in leadership? Instead of having the stereotypes, uko na umama, please. Let's not have umama being something, a stereotype, yeah? Yeah, so we should definitely use kind words. So my message is to speak up.
Speak up.
Yes.
All right. Now, let me get to you, Mr. Nixon, the gentleman in the house. I think POS Junior again, Abiz, because you're the gentleman in the house. So I'll just ask my audience. So guys, I just have a very simple question for you. I'm going to read 5 things and you guys are going to lift up your hands and tell me which one you think are the biggest challenges that are facing women today. Sawa? Okay, number 1, economic inequality. Raise your hands if you believe that this is the biggest challenge that's facing women today. Economic inequality. Number 2, FGM. 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 All right. Number 3, financial illiteracy. Financial illiteracy. Okay. I can see financial teachers right there. Wangeshi, big up to you. Number 4, education inequality. Education inequality. And the last one, domestic violence. You see that? Did you guys know that over 40% of the married people, right, of the population of married people, over 40% of women actually report that they have encountered domestic violence or they have been victims of domestic violence? 40%. Literally, in every 6, there's 4. In every 2, there's 3. No, in every 3, there's 2. How crazy is that? So we cannot have domestic violence without the presence of men in the family and in the house. So Mr. Nixon, what exactly is the role of men in fatherhood when raising up families?
Very interesting question, but I'll answer that question with a story. 3 months ago, we were having a meeting, just sharing with young people, especially young men, the challenges that they face. And there was, when I was making a presentation, there was this man who was in front, and he was looking at me so intently that it even scared me. But after kubonga huyo jamaa alinitafuta, akaniambia Seko ni aje, kama singesikia hii story yako leo, mimi nilikuwa naenda kujiua. So nikamuuliza, why would you want to kill yourself? And he told me, one is I am a university graduate. I have a wife and 2 children. I cannot, as a father, provide for my children. So I don't see the need of living. And nikamuuliza, apart from hiyo degree yako, ni nini ingine unayo? Ama ni kitu gani ingine wewe ufanya? Akanisho, me I draw and I paint. So I asked him, can you show me some of those paintings? And luckily he had a smartphone. So akanionyesha hizo picha. Na zilikuwa ni picha noma sana. Nikamwambia hizi picha unakinda do ngapi? He told me, I sell these each at 2,500. So I bought 2. Na hizo mbili nikamtumia chapa kwa M-Pesa. Wewe unajua message ya M-Pesa ikiingia vile ufurahi.
Of course.
So nafikiria huyo jamaa hiyo
unaweza jaribu saa hii tuone.
Huyo jamaa aliangalia hiyo message ya M-Pesa akafikiria phone yake inamdanganya. Juu alipata 5,000. Lakini nikamshow hapana, kuna best yangu anaitwa Achayo. Achayo is an art lover. So nifuadie hizi picha nitumie Achayo. I sent Achayo 10 of those photos. Achayo kaziangalia akanisho, Seko, huyu jamaa hizi picha ni ukweli ama ni za uongo? Nikamshow jamaa niko naye hapa. Anaziuza, nikamshow anaziuza. Aniuza dongapi? Nikaangalia jamaa 3,000. So hapo Achayo alituma 30,000 kwa simu ya huyo jamaa. So that guy left, he had 35,000. But as we were talking, he told me, nimetesa wife wangu na watoi sana. Juu frustration zangu, sijui nitoe kwa nani? Juu yeye ni mgesi mpaka ana do ya kuwaka. Ona, so inabidi alikuwa anachapa wife wake. So after you encounter na Achayo wakakuwa mabeste. So ikabidi hizo paintings zingine zile alikuwa nazo Achayo alimsaidia kukinda. But the funny thing, the most interesting part of the story, wife wake alinitafuta. Akaniambia, Seko, you saved my life and the lives of my children. Because saizi tunaishi kwa hawa ya bedroom 2. Watoi wanaenda shule. Hazi yangu hajawahi niguza tena. Na hazi yangu siku hizi akiget do ni mimi yeye upatia. Ni make sure hao iko sawa. What am I trying to say is that fatherhood in this country is at a threat. Because as my lady here said, that the mental anguish that men go through, because men generally, we don't talk. Mimi nikiwa na noma kama nina done zenda kwa bar, nikunywe, na unajua nikikunywa nikienda kwa bar nikipata na wase wenzangu, zile story tutakuwa tunapiga ni stories za ball ama stories za siasa. Hatutapiga story ile natujenga ama ile story ile shida mimi napitia. So all this is all the current ongoings of issues of violence and mental health. There is a need, we really need to save the man from himself. Because mwanaume hana mahali pa kuenda kubonga. Wewe unaweza imagine wewe ni jamaa umechapwa na wife wako, unaenda kwa karao unaambia karao wife wangu alinichapa.
Unaona watu wanacheka, si mimi peke yangu.
And you know, these are things that are happening. So there is need for for women to really understand, sit and understand what the boy child today is going through. Because zile noma majamaa wanapitia ni mob. Na majamaa noma ile wako nayo, hizo vitu zote wameziweka kwa roho. So unapata jamaa ni myang, high blood pressure. Jamaa ni myang amedai na stroke. Jamaa ni myang amepata heart attack. Jamaa ni myang ana ugonjwa zingine hazieleweki. Lakini deep down, there are mental health issues and societal pressures.
Yeah.
Yeah? In fact, societal pressures saizi zimekuwa ni noma sana. Juu ukiangalia kwa mtandao, kwa Twitter, Facebook, kila mtu upost kitu poa ile anafanya. Hakuna mtu uposta kuna ni watu wachache sana uposta kuna shida. So unaweza imagine huyo jamaa kuna smartphone. Siku hizi kubuy bundles si noma sana. Unaweza buy for 10 bob na upate double. But zile vitu wanaona kwa social media. So social media hii, societal pressure hii majamaa wako nayo. Ni kitu pia inawasumbua sana. Alafu pia majamaa we lack mentors. Yeah? Because you remember previously as men, I come from the Luo community. Kabla uoe ilikuwa wasae wanakuchukua. Wanakaa na wewe, wanakuambia now being a man and being a father are very different things. Na unaambiwa kuwa mbuyu, you are a father, you are a husband, and you are a parent. And then you are also a man. So these things we were taught. Saizi, nani utusho? Mimi nimekutana na manzi hapa tumenokiana, kesho I'm in love na nimepiga magoti nimemwekea ring kwa mkono.
Na tumeweka Instagram.
Tumeweka. Kesho yake tumekaa kwa hao. Tukilala ndio unajua huyu dem pia unyamba. So I mean that's just there are things that irritate you about a person because hukupata chance ya kumjua ama pia au kupata chance ya kuambiwa.
Exactly.
Kaa jamaa hivi ndio inafaa.
Even though vile inafaa.
Ndio inafaa behave kama Buddha.
Okay, Mr. Seko, allow me to cut you short, but kwa vijana especially ikifika history empowerment sasa tukimalizia kuna connotation that female empowerment ama women empowerment is a battle of men versus women. True or false? Every time you hear about women empowerment, in fact, even the first time I was coming, or rather when I was invited to this event, there were so many guys out here who are like, mbona unaenda kwa event ya made? In fact, sisi kama wanaume tunafaa kuwa na zetu, which is important, but then if you could look at the real reason as to why they were asking that, it's because there's that connotation that it's a battle of men versus women. So Anita, you also being a gender advocate, and this one is going to be your finishing submissions, then we go to the rest of the people. How do we make this an inclusive fight that is also going, how do we make the fight of equality, gender equality, an inclusive fight that is also going to involve the men as well? In 2 minutes, please.
It is simply by not leaving anyone behind. Let women, let men be part of the gender equality bandwagon. We cannot talk gender equality to women alone. Would have to be very inclusive to bring men on board and let them understand why women should be empowered and why it's very important. And through that way, you're able to make progress, not leaving anyone behind.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. For you, which is also going to be your closing summation, now, there is a young lady out here who probably in the next 5 years or in the next election would actually want to vie for a political seat. Mademe? Oh, there. Hey, pigeni makofi. Apewe Red Bull tafadhali. Anita, lazima umuone umenta huyo. So let me just ask you, Wendy, Miss Ora, what advice would you give to such a lady?
Thank you for the question. Political leadership. The top things that I'll talk about, we are having the next election, the next 5 years. So the journey begins right now, if you want to be a politician, or if you want to vie in the next 5 years. So first of all, the one thing that I normally emphasize on as any young leader, any young female leader, first of all, work on your visibility. By visibility, I mean, let the world know that you exist. Right now, thanks to technology, we have very many platforms that the world can access you through. So we have the social media, for instance. Do you have a Facebook page? Do you have, let's say, let me talk of Facebook because I love Facebook. So on that Facebook, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to communicate? Because social media is about communication. So what do you want to communicate? Let's say you are called Wendy. Who is Wendy? And what does Wendy mean to everyone? How does the world see Wendy? So after you've answered that, try to be visible through the answers through your social media. I'm saying this because you may be a leader, let's say a student leader. You are doing so much for your community. Maybe you're the president of Laila. You're doing so much, you've done this event. But someone who is in town, let's not even go far, someone who is here in town, how will they know that there's someone who created Laila? There's a brain that started Laila. How will they know? They'll only know if you are able to communicate that to them through the platform I'm saying. So first of all, emphasize on your visibility, and that is branding. And when you're talking about branding, analyze what you want to stand for. What do you want to be known for? For example, myself, I want to be known for women empowerment, for youth leadership. So if you go to my page, I'm trying to communicate that. I know that social media, we have the other life that we want to portray. We have the social life. That is still okay. But to what extent? So you as a person, you're able to sieve what you put out there and what you can't. Because maybe in the next I'm now talking about the next 5 years, you want to portray yourself as a political leader. Bring out the leadership and show the world that you are a leader. Number 2, work on yourself as a person. You cannot give the world what you don't have. I cannot give kindness when I'm not even kind to myself. I'm not even kind to my mother. How can I be kind to a stranger? So work on yourself. Working on yourself means look at your mental health, look at your spiritual health, look at your economic well-being. And I'll emphasize on economic well-being because for us young women, there's a lot of misconception. There's a lot of many false fallacy that is told around being a young woman. You have to be dependent on someone. Yeah?
Work on yourself.
Work on yourself. Can you create something that you can get pocket money from? You don't have to always ask for pocket money. We want to do your nails. From A to Z, you were asking from a man. And that is what the things that lead us to the conversation that he was talking about, having all the baggage on men. And there are many ways you can work on your economic well-being. Use the talent you have. If you are an MC, go MCs in campuses and get that money. If you are an artist, work on that.
Sorry, but allow me to cut you short.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Allow me to add the last one.
Please.
Yeah, because we're talking about leadership, and the next 5 years we'll be having aspirants here. So
Amen.
after working on yourself, find a mentor. Find someone who can show you the way. And this is a very critical aspect. Mentors don't come so easily, and they're not so easy to find. And not everyone can be a mentor. I'm talking from personal experiences. I've had experience of a man I looked up to, and I really admired him until I fought so hard to get a meeting with him, and I thought maybe he would be a mentor figure. We started so well, but on the way you find maybe the advances started anaanza kukukatia along the way and all that, and then you are like, I looked up to you and I admired you. I didn't think you could. Unaweza nikatia, you understand? And also, I've had women leaders I looked up to, and sometimes along the way you feel you are overworking yourself to please that person, but the person is not really helping you. So a mentor is somebody who is able to actually walk the journey with you, somebody who understands you. Yeah, it's not about a one-day event. You come to this event. After the event, you get my number.
Yeah.
You ask me a question. That is not mentorship. Mentorship is a journey. Someone who wants to take you to where you are going to. And when you have a mentor, don't be a parasite. Don't be a parasite. I'm emphasizing that because that is how we lose mentors. What value are you also adding to your mentor? It has to be two-way traffic. Somebody cannot give 100% and you give 0. Try to find what can you do, the least thing you can do. Hata mtu akuwe CAS, Nadia can tell us, akuwe CS, akuwe MP. There's always something, there's little value you can add to that person. So find it and get it done. So let it be mutual. So the 3 things: visibility, work on yourself, get a mentor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Paul San, I know I'm really rushing, but one of the things that we promise you guys to do is that Lila has a sustainability plan, and we're going to be engaging each and every one of you in these conversations, because I feel like there's so much to our panelists, isn't it, guys? But then, unfortunately, with interests of time, and also because I understand that our wonderful chief guests over here also have quite some crazy schedules, allow me to end this here, all right? Is that okay with you, my amazing guests? No, they're like, no. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I'll give each and every one of you 1 minute, starting from you, and then you can make your closing summations. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Please go ahead.
So what I wanted to say, in addition to speaking up, we have started this initiative. I'm so grateful to Meg and the team. So another way to include, just like Anita said, what has worked in the mental health world is to include, we call them the caregivers. So they are able to understand if you're living with bipolar, they are able to walk the journey with you. So if we can do the same and involve more men when it comes to ladies in leadership, just like we have men here, it will kind of give us a smooth landing to where we want to be. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing.
Well, ladies, you must have content. It does not matter what your topic is, but you must always have something to say. If I stood here and say, Becky, give us closing remarks. Becky, what do you think of a certain issue? You must always be able to provide content. And it's all over. You can read books. You can look at news. You can plug into your favorite subjects. But you must always have content. Number 2, femininity is not weakness. And clap for that.
Makofi.
Nyawera highlighted on that on the previous panel, and I want to just lay a little bit of emphasis on it. Sometimes we think being a leader or being powerful is being loud or abrasive or insulting people or just being all over. You can still be confident in your femininity. You can still be a lady and you can still lead. And I think we have seen it. Do you all know Martha Koome? Mm-hmm. Didn't she deliver the most powerful ruling in history? Oh, yes. Was she shouting? Was she loud or abrasive? You can still be powerful in your femininity. Lastly, you'd have to dress well. Have you seen Kas Nadia? Have you? Have you seen Hezena? Yes? As young women, we are very dismissed. We are already dismissed before we get to any table. So make sure that your dressing does not disqualify you even before you can talk. And Daystar stands for that. There's a lot of emphasis on good dressing. Trust me, it's going to take you a long way. Lastly, you have to believe in yourself. No one can. You're the only one who can. And lastly, own your own ambition. Because when you do, you go further than you can ever think. Thank you so much, guys. It has been a pleasure. And I look forward to engaging with you, outside and, way and beyond. Cheers.
The most powerful person in this world is a woman. Because women are wired to lead differently. Men will lead by authority. You know, wewe unafanya nini hapa? Toka hapa, enda. A woman will just come, look at you, and you will leave.
Makofi tafadhali.
Men rule by authority. Women rule by influence. And if you can just find it in yourself to use your influence well, there is nothing that is going to stop you. Number 2, keep good company. You are today where you are as a result of the relationships and friends that you have. If you don't like where you are, change your friends. Change your friends completely. I would want to tell a story, but because of time, nitawachana nayo. Number 3, and finally, is I love the fact, Israel, that this Daystar University has some relationship with Christianity. And there are verses in Matthew 7:7. Matthew 7:7 and 8. Ask.
You shall receive.
Seek. And seek, you shall find. Ask,
and you shall.
It shall be given. Knock. So if you don't like where you are, please just be reading that verse daily. And thank you very much for this invitation. There is far much more that we could offer, but for the chair lady of Lila, the day you think you need, my take for you is the day you think you need a training on resource mobilization, please contact me. I can do a half-a-day training for you from that.
Wapi makofi, ladies and gentlemen.
And Israel,
Asante sana. Yes.
Israel, before we finish this, Maggie, this was awesome. Very quickly, I would love Abby Chebet, please stand up and wave to the crowd. Clap for her. Abby Chebet is one of the most renowned education champions in this country in terms of matters gender equality and young women. And please, it would be nice to link up with her. Stephen Leto, thank you so much. Please stand up, they see you, banner. Clap for Leto. Thank you so much for affirming us in media for the last campaign season. I think Leto was very particular in covering young women and getting their views. And that is so important because we were seen. I was seen because Stephen Leto gave me an opportunity. So thank you for that.
Asante sana, ladies and gentlemen. Okay.
Oh, I did do the last 1 minute.
30 seconds.
Just the last one.
Okay.
The one thing I wanted to advise my younger sisters, that life happens. Don't let life let you down. Yeah? A lot of things happen. We plan. We desire to do things. But things just don't work the way we plan. Never let yourself down because life happened. Always get up and show up. Get up whatever situation you are in. Whatever situation you are in, get up and show up. Ukirudi uko kwako jioni, cry all you want, but the next morning, show up. Thank you.
Asante sana, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for my amazing panelists. Naona hapo, ndio hao hapo. Wacha nifanye kama _Joel the poet. So ladies and gentlemen, tutaanza kusoma from the gentleman. Sawa sawa? Aya, imeandikwa nini? No. We need to do it one last time because that energy. Si mmepatiwa Red Bull. Mnakunywa vitu za bure na hata mfanyi kazi. Let's start it one more time from the gentleman. Jia. Wapi makofi yao, ladies and gentlemen, as they walk out of stage. Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali. Amazing, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an honor to also moderate this panel. Thank you so much, my grandmother. It's been an honor to moderate this panel. I hope each and every one of you is doing well and each and every one of you learned something. So for those of you who would like to find me, just Google my name, Israel Lugadiru itakuonyesha. God bless you. We'll see you later. Joe.
Make some noise for Israel Lugadiru. Fantastic, fantastic. Amazing host, manze. Ausio, he's done an amazing job, yeah? All right. So right about now, there is a 2-minute video that will play. So what your projection, kindly, quickly.
Management, faculty, and student body for the best interests of the university
and the Daystar University Students Association
and the Daystar University Students Association
to be a true servant leader to the glory of God.
And to be a true servant leader to the glory of God.
This I do solemnly pledge.
This I do solemnly pledge.
I commit to work honestly with the Daystar Students Council.
I commit to work honestly with the Daystar Students Council.
Management,
faculty,
and student body for the best interest of the university and the Daystar University Students Association.
And students body for the best interest of the university
and true servant leader to the glory of God.
and to be a true servant leader to the glory of God.
This I do solemnly pledge.
This I do solemnly pledge.
Mwanasiasa anatumia 1 million kuweka billboard huko kwa barabara, anatumia pesa kununua posta, lakini wewe anakupatia 100. Huyo mwanasiasa amekudharau. Huyo mwanasiasa anataka ukae katika umaskini. So tunataka kuambia youth wote wa hii taifa ya kwamba waangalie kwa umakini mwanasiasa anawafaidi vipi. If you decide not to go and vote, if you have a vote, you're trying to tell someone else to govern your life and you have given it to them. So the bigger picture is if also you participate in causing violence and not voting, and we don't have classes, we don't have schools, our careers stop, you know, you're going to be affected in one way or
another. Right. Make some noise. Fantastic. Ladies in leadership. My ancestors, way. Ladies in leadership. Hey, okay. Ladies in Leadership Association. Daisy. Oh, mic yako imekufanya ile kitu.
Watu wa sound niliwafanyia nini jameni?
1 2. Shida ni wewe.
Makosa ni mimi. Unaona?
Yes.
Guys, tulisema unempowered lady. Hapana, mimi nimewapea Red Bull mniambie hivyo. Hapana, unempowered lady. Nice. Naona mmeboeka na nimewapea Red Bull na inifurahishi. So, tunataka tusimame tutumie hiyo energy. Ladies in leadership. Nataka kuona watu wakiwa active. Tusimame. Thank you. I see the willingness in your hearts.
1 2. 1 2.
Joel. So, hatutaki kuboeka, si ndio? Tulisema too much work without any play makes a lady bored. Amko mna pay attention. Too much work without play makes an empowered lady. So right about now tunaenda kufanya initiative. Na hii initiative inaitwa Order Up. Nani anaijua? I see some few people are familiar with it. So this is how the game goes. If I say order up, order something, that's when you do the action. Okay? If I don't add order hapo mbele, miss June nafanya nini? Sija ku-order. Si ndio? Tumeget game? Red Bull. Tumeget your game? Nice. So order up to try. Try Zex. Order up.
Order up. Order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Aye, Madam Damaris Kimilu. Order up. Order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Order touch your shoulder. Order touch your shoulder. Order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Order touch your shoulder. Your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Mumesikia order wapi? Mmesikia order wapi, guys? Tunalala. So, let's do this one more time. Sindio Joel? Joel hayuko. Aya, sawa sawa. Let's do this one more time. Order up. Order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Order touch your shoulder. Order touch your knees. Order touch your knees. Touch your knees. Order touch your knees. Raise your hand. Raise. Apana. Mmesikia order wapi? Guys, mnaniangusha. So this is what we do. Ukiona mwenzako anafanya the wrong thing, unaniletea hapa. Tumeelewana? So, nimewaweka mkwe vigilant, ndio? You are my policemen, you are my cops for today. Aya, twende. Order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Order touch your knees. Order touch your knees. Order touch your shoulder. Order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Order touch your knees. Raise your hand. Aya, leta mtu ameinua mkono. Leta mtu ameinua mkono. I saw you. I saw you. When I don't order you, miss you unafanya nini? Si ndio? Just one more time. Alafu mtaniambia watu watatufanyia nini? Si ndio? Si ndio? Si mtatuambia watafanya nini? Aya, sawa sawa. One last time. Order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Order touch your knees. Sasa watu wako mbele, nyinyi ndio mnanisaidia. Vigilante. Mna set hao watu. Aya, order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Take two. Order raise your hand. Order raise your hand. Order touch your knees. Order touch your knees. Touch your shoulder. Aya, leta huyo mtu. Nimekuona na umekuwa ukibant mara mingi, nimenyamaza tu. Nice. Sasa mniambie, mnataka watu watufanyie nini? Hadi tuko na CS hapa. Guys, this is your time. You have the power. Usisikie Dr. Ezekiel anawaambia nini. You have the power right now. So what do you want them to do? Dance. Nice. Aya, DJ. Mwenye hadance atabaki hapa na sisi atufanyie kitu kingine, si ndio? Aya, twende DJ. DJ, uko ready? Aya, tuanze hapa. Twende. Give us moves. Aya, twende. Tukakae sasa, asante. Hapana, uja dance. Aya, dance. Twende, watu wa dance. Twende mdance. Sasa hawa wawili wenye wana dance sana ndio wanabaki. Change of plans. Sasa wengine twende tukae. Sasa hao ndio mapro. Nyinyi mnaona tuwafanyie nini? Waendelee kudance. Aya, sasa nataka competition tuone nani ameiva kati yao wawili, si ndio? Aya. DJ kwa ready, twende. Joel, hapana, tunataka kujua winner ni nani.
Nani mnadhani ameshinda? Ni Ezekiel ama ni hapa? Huyu. Wangapi wanasema ni huyu? Wangapi wanasema ni Mtua? Surely. Play Kenyan music. Sawa. Ni the spirit of Laila. So let's appreciate them as they assume this. Oh.
Before they go, now she's to tell us, who do you want to give us, do you want us to gift your hamper to? Just one lady you don't want us to gift the hamper.
The lady I want to give the hamper. I want to give it to a lady who came here today feeling broken, feeling like she can't win anything, feeling like she's so down, and she was like, let me just go for that event and hear what they are saying. Where is that lady? Stop rigging. Nitajua tu. I love this because of her confidence. She showed up. Yeah. Kuna waislede mwingine hapa pia anapanga kazi apewe. Are you really broken? Why? Say it.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Caroline Wanjama. I just finished school, KU. I was a student leader. I did psychology and sociology, and I've been looking for work, but I've been empowering other people outside. Yeah, so when I came here, I was just in the house. Yeah, that's why I came, just to get to learn something.
And how many hampers do you have?
Just
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Someone else? One more person?
4.
Come, the lady in her cap. And on top of the hamper, I'll gift them with my book, 1 each. Teresa, bring me 5 books. Let me just give them my book because they feel broken. And my book, the topic is Carving of a Firebrand. The journey of brokenness, loss, breakthrough, and restoration. So once they read that book, their morale will be back. Na wale hawana kazi itawapatia pia design ya kutafuta kazi. Na wale anatafuta pesa pia strategy kwa hiyo kitabu. They were 5.
Aya.
Yes.
Fantastic. To appreciate akimpea vitabu. Thank you so much. Asante. One more book. Wapigwe picha watu wa kamera, mpige hizo picha. Daisy, tunawapea gift hamper. Fantastic.
Courtesy of Blue Band. Leo watu watakula Blue Band na tuko na gift hampers for them. Give it up for Blue Band, jameni. Thank you. Makofi, jameni.
Sawa. Let's appreciate them as they assume their seats. Thank you so much. I hope you heal. Manze, your brokenness muheal. Sawa. We can have our seats. Right about now, because of time, I want us to really move quickly. I want to introduce on stage the first President Standard Group Women Network. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Quinta Mbori. Make some noise.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If I say Lila, you say leaders, you say empowered woman. Laila. My name is Quinta Mbori. As I have been introduced, I'm the first president of Standard Group Women Network. Coming to the launch of Laila, I was informed very early in the morning, and I put everything aside, including a wedding, to come and witness this amazing incident, because it took me back to 2018 when we launched our network of women whose mandate is to articulate the voice of women at the workplace and position them for greater impact in society. If you want more information, please Google us. You'll find us in the website. You'll find us there, all the activities we have done. But I just wanted to, because I've been given just 2 minutes to say something, I just wanted to inspire my little sisters here. Starting an association of women is one thing. Now, getting the job done is something else. So I'll leave you with a few tips. 1, your network is your network. You you may not be the experts in doing the things you do. Can you make sure that you work with the right people? Standard Group Women Network has done amazingly well in terms of partnership. We've been ranked as one of the media organizations for best principles in gender equality in Kenya, and I know even in East Africa. So when you have the right network, you will move far. 2, have reasonable goals. Okay, have reasonable goals, have a strategic plan, because if you do not have a strategic plan, you won't be able to achieve your goals, which I have seen over there. You have core values, so can you sit down and decide the objectives of Lila and also ensure that you live up to the promises? 3, leading an association of women is not one of the easiest jobs, I can tell you for free. However, you have to keep at it. There are days you'll feel like giving up. There are days you'll feel like not running the business of the day, but you have to keep going. Finally, you need to find resources, because if you do not have resources, you might not be able to achieve your goals. I am a gender equality advocate. I host a show for women called Her Standards on KTN Home. All these women are my candidates. So my contacts, I'm available on social media as Queen Tambori. Follow me. Follow all the activities that I do. As a promise, because you asked each one of us to give you something. If there is a board, I am willing to serve on that board of Lila. I'll be able to give my skills, my experience, my time, my resources to ensure that this association stands for the longest time for the benefit of our children. I have 2 daughters, so definitely I know at some point they're going to come and join Lila. As a women's network, we are willing to adapt Lila as one of the organizations that we will work with. You can borrow our expertise, you can borrow some of the networks that we have, and we'll be able to ensure that this association impacts the world as much as possible. Without much ado, allow me to end there. And we wish you all the best.
Makofi kwake, makofi kwa Kunpinta. Thank you so much, because we appreciate having women who want to work with us, not just on one day, but offering their lives to women. So thank you so much, Quinta. Another round of applause for her. So right about now, I want to invite our guest, one of our guests for the day. And this man, first he inspires me how he loves culture. Mtamuona dress code yake akifika. So this is a senior political reporter, pale Citizen. You know Citizen is it's a big house, sindo? Yeah, he's also an award-winning journalist, and he's equally a husband to someone. He can tell us more about it along the way. Yeah? He's also a father. And you see, he's a husband. So meaning, he's equally empowering someone at home. Sindio? So today, he's going to be talking about the role of young men in empowering young women. Give it up for Stephen Leto! Makofi yake hadi afika hapa. Keep clapping for him, guys. Yes, let's go. Karibu sana.
Say that again. First of all, I've come to settle one of the inequalities, ile yenye tunaweza fanya haraka haraka. Ile ambayo nimesema, let me also put on a Masai skirt so that tuanzie equality hapo, si ndio? Clearly, if you see, I am armed, but I'm harmless. I said, let me put on my full, what I'll call armory, so that should my brother, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, doesn't show up, at least I have something to defend myself against women. A battery of them who are already here. I don't have much. I'm just so grateful that I'm here to grace the, I don't know whether to call it Lila or Laila. So nikisema comrades Lila, you respond Lila. Comrades Lila. Good, thank you. Old and young, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, women and men, home and outside, good afternoon. You all looking beautiful this afternoon. The man you see in front of you is a man because of two women. My moms, Jennifer and Jen, I always like to call them JJ. Those are my two mommies. I come from a polygamous family, by the way. And close to 3 decades now, these two women held my hand, and one guided me to be a better man. Another taught me what life entails. When one slapped me, by the way, when I used to have our cows lost one of those bad days in the bush, the other one wiped my tears and told me, don't do it again, or go out there to the fields and look at your father's herds a better way. And at some point, when one milked my dad's cows, several of them, by the way, I'm a Maasai, the other one was frying goat ribs for us. How finger-licking is that? It has always been a dream of mine to see other women, or all women for that matter, succeed. And this can be achieved when we as a global community invest in empowering our girls and advocating for the protection of their rights. The world will be a better place to live the day when a girl child is as happy as the other gender and has equal opportunities. For the diversity and talent that lie within a feminine heart, for the courage and determination that prevents you falling apart, you can raise families and build businesses and even be proud of you or what you have achieved. Where once over visions of what scale could never have been believed, ladies, stand up and be counted. Smile at how far you have come, like we've seen Irene Kendi narrate to us. You can raise families and build businesses, like I've said. You've heard from the panelists already there, narrating to you the journey that they have already walked. And of course, as a little girl with a passion is an inspiring woman of tomorrow. Isn't that true? So celebrate all women, each one of you seated here, and those ones who have not showed up today. On this day, I join others in this auditorium to appreciate your courage to cross all the hurdles and make such tremendous improvement in almost all spheres of your lives. Besides that, it is the most important thing to be given emphasis is that work that still needs to be done to fill the gap completely that had existed from ages. A general myth that exists in the society is that issues related to women empowerment can only be addressed at an infinitesimally slower pace. Many people out there in society believe that the gender gap not really exists, and some are also of the belief that the efforts made by individuals cannot actually make difference to the gender gap that exists in society. These beliefs have over the years forgive me for that. These beliefs have over the years debilitated the power of women. The first in this endeavor to eradicating this deep-rooted menace is realizing that the problem can only be identified and solved by interacting with the people who are actually irrational taboos of society, On this day, we must realize that every single person's contribution towards fighting a threat of the society counts. Leto, myself here, honors the women who have paved the path towards our progress and struggle to take womanhood to a level where it is now. Unfortunately, at the same time, the day is a reminder of the discrimination and inequality that still continues to plague our society. This special day, dedicated to young women in here, is a celebration of the great success of women across all spheres of life, as well as shaping their future. But how is this possible? We need to, number one, talk to girls about leadership and allow them to lead when they are young. Leadership skills build confidence and become second nature to girls when we create opportunities for them to make decisions and solve problems. From the just concluded elections, which I covered as passionately as you all watched, I was inspired to see women aspirants all over the presidential running mates, to governors, to senators. As I speak, and you all know this, this afternoon, we have the 7 female governors, up from 3 that we had in the last election. And you know all of them. Her Excellency Susan Wakarura Kihika of Nakuru County, Her Excellency Gladys Nyasuna Wanga of Homa Bay County, Her Excellency Cecily Mutitu Mbarire of Embu County, Her Excellency Wavinya Ndeti of Machakos County, and Her Excellency Fatuma Achani of Kwale County. And of course, not forgetting where Anita Mbaye and the region where Irene Kendi come from, that we also have Kawira Mwangaza, who was elected as an independent governor. Anne Waiguru also of Kirinyaga, serving her second term. That's showing you the extent of how empowering a woman can get them to. Number 2, provide girls young women access to mentors to deliver an insightful understanding of equality and equity of genders. This practice leads girls to a broadened knowledge of what opportunities and possibilities are open to them, which they will carry throughout their lives and into adulthood. The role of mentors for girls is not limited to women. Men also play a pivotal role in empowering young women as they aspire to reach leadership positions, just as I am here today. Are you ready? Mko tayari? I am ready to be that one man who will join the army of empowering women. Are you ready? Muchas gracias. Number 3, we should also recognize the critical need to reshape systems and policies that sustain gender inequities and other types of discrimination. We know that it's not enough to strengthen one girl or woman at a time. We need an army of women to be involved at every level of decision making, to have a choice in determining what our lives, our communities, and our world will look like today and in the future. Number 4, track and measure change to continue momentum. The long-time mantra, what gets measured gets done, is true. Initiatives to track and measure the advancement of women are critical in determining progress and future goals. Although we've made advancements in gender equality, and you'll all agree, we know it will take renewed energy and determination to build on past successes. Empowering young women and adolescent girls to claim their rights, creating an environment where they can live free from discrimination and violence is very, very critical. The risk of acquiring HIV tends to be associated, for example, with gender inequalities. And such as gender-based violence, it has already been spoken by the panelists, lack of access to secondary school education, like in most of the pastoral counties, early or forced marriages, and lack of choice about how and with whom to have sex with. Young women must be meaningfully involved in developing policies and programs. The causes of inequality also need to be addressed, and girls and boys, women and men need to be involved in challenging discrimination, promoting gender equality, and preventing gender-based violence. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when I look at you here, I of course see an Oprah Winfrey, I see a Michelle Obama, I see, I see a Theresa May, I see, I see Joyce Banda, and even from our very own example, I'll see Beatrice Alachi there, I'll see Nadia here, Hezena, the senator, probably the youngest in the Senate, Anita there, Irene Kendi was here giving us a tremendous good, a story of us. And a story was always told that when Lady Michelle Obama and Oprah Winfrey held a conversation on the next generation of women, they concluded that not everybody can be famous. However, anybody can be great because greatness comes from changing people's lives. So for that, Michelle Obama could bring her mentees to the White House when she was to be the U.S. First Lady. And in that space, she could remind them that they could do anything and become anything because they experienced the greatness of waking up and saying hi to the First Lady of the United States of America. It is by that I truly believe that the next generation of women will not engage bullies because when they stoop so low, we shall go high, and we will focus by the virtue that people don't remember what they said about us, but what you did for them. The best revenge remains success, remember. Make it happen, you will shut them off, isn't it? Have a good relationship with yourself, like you and know your value as a young woman. I would love to. I will want to end the speech. I don't want to make it so long because today is your day. You need to toss the I don't know what to call of Red Bull, but I just want to end with a few quotes. One from Oprah Winfrey and another one from Mary McLeod. Oprah Winfrey says, I want all of the girls watching here now to know, that's when she was giving one of the shows, that a new day is on the horizon. And when that day finally dawns, it will be because of a lot of magnificent women, many of whom are right here in this room this afternoon, let me say that. And some pretty phenomenal men fighting hard to make sure that they become the leaders who take us to the time when nobody ever has to say, me too, again. And Mary McLeod said, whatever glory belongs to the race for a development unprecedented in history for the given length of time, a full share belongs to the womanhood of the race. I want to end it there. But of course, I will not end without also thanking the young and old women who we work together in our Citizen TV newsroom. For your information, whenever I write my scripts, because I do politics so much, for Nipashe, the topmost, my managing editor, is a woman, Jamila Mohammed. Clap for her. I submit my scripts to her, so clearly see the power of a woman. And when I finish 7 o'clock, I go to 9 o'clock. And when I submit my script, guess who okays before it goes on air? Pamela Asigi, a woman again. Also a managing editor for the Citizen TV 9 o'clock bulletin. So clearly you see the role of women is very phenomenal out there. I thank you, Lila, for inviting, Meg for making sure that I also turn up to ensure that I also give my speech for this day. I also want to tell you guys that the first thing about success is when you become confident of where you come from. I am a Maasai. I'm so proud of my culture. And so as a woman, whenever you are proud of who you are, where you are from, your upbringing, like Kendi gave us a story here, it will open doors for you. And so I don't want to take much time on the podium, because Zena knows that when Maasai men are given an opportunity to address crowds, they will walk from end to end, and the day will not end until a solution is found. But I believe the solution to Lila is to empower more and more women out there. Sindio? So thank you for the invite. And if I may just end, nikiripotia runinga ya Citizen kutoka ukumbi wa Daystar, mimi ni Steven. Thank you very much.
Yani Mr. Stephen Leto amewasomea news na mnampatia hiyo makofi kidogo hivyo. Ebu give him a good clap. Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen Leto. I think you have seen from his dressing to his showing up here very early and to listening to all those long speeches that people have been making here, that he's really committed to empowering young women. Thank you so much, Leto. Mnajua, wacheni niwaambie, Stephen Leto ni yule mtu mwenye hata president anamtafuta hapatikani. President, na nyinyi mnakataa kumpigia makofi. You know there are some chapatis somewhere. So, the rate at which you clap will determine if you're going to eat those chapatis. So thank you so much, Stephen Leto, for honoring our invite. Unajua tuna feel so honored, more than the president. Yani umeamua leo ukuje. You have even supported us in your dressing. Thank you so much. God bless you. So without wasting more time, I'm going to introduce a lady, a very young lady. She's very graceful. You can't even tell that she's a senator. Imagine, we have a senator in the house. She has honored us. She has decided, you know what, I'm going to come and sit down and spend time. What was sound? Oh, sawa. She's called Senator Hezena. She's also a Global Peace Ambassador. Global Peace is one of our partners, and Mr. the CEO has a lot of regards. And then lastly, not least, because we might take long if I keep introducing her, she was the Miss Commonwealth Kenya, sorry. So help me clap. Mupige makofi. Thank you so much. Mpige makofi mpaka afike. Mpige makofi mpaka afike. She's a very bold woman. As someone said earlier here, that one day she was given an opportunity and she went ahead and said hi to Baba. Some people were like, no, you can't talk to Baba. She said no. So she's going to impart that confidence in us today. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, Mheshimiwa Beatrice Elachi, and all protocol observed. Good afternoon. Like you heard, my name is Hezena Lemalitian. Well, Senator. But I know you're all surprised because you're just seeing me today and you're used to this very loud and aggressive girl on the campaign podiums. But this is me in my format settings. Anyway, so I did a very long speech, which I don't want to read, because I feel like the best way to empower people is when you speak from your heart. So, but I'm going to read 2 paragraphs, just so that you understand what my topic is: the role of political parties in empowering young ladies. First of all, I convey my sincere gratitude to the Daystar University Students Association and the founder, Ladies in Leadership Association, on this very special occasion of your conference launch. It is my hope that today's launch becomes the commencement of your positive contribution to the development of our country in general and in the consolidation of the place of young ladies. This mainstreams gender as a necessary component of building our country. A developing country like Kenya must ensure that incredible potentials of the female gender become part of the overall process of nation building. Thank you for this humbling opportunity. Political parties are voluntary associations dedicated to the pursuit of political power to help shape development process in a democratic society. By their nature, they are broad platforms dedicated to certain ideals encapsulated in their manifestos for the development of our society on the basis of the program. They mobilize membership from different walks in life, in society, gender, ethnicity, classes, professional groups, etc., all for the purposes of creating the mass basis for the attainment of political power through participation in periodic electoral contests. This background of what political parties are and what they do opens up some basic facts. The first is that a political party can or will be successful if it can reflect the various demographics in a society. As we have reiterated earlier, the gender, ethnic, professional, etc. They must also be able to create nationwide networks of branches, local, county, national, to become part of the national political landscape. This is very vital if such parties are interested in winning political power at the national level. These exploits are very painstaking, expensive in terms of finances, as well as the expenses of investment of time to mobilize, support, and support the spread of messages and the maintenance of party organization at all levels. So, the business of organizing a political party is a very serious business. Political parties offer the platform and possibility to enhance the empowerment of young ladies. Empowerment in that sense also translates in different directions. First is to become very visible in party structures and leadership so that their presence can help to mainstream the concerns of young ladies and the youth in general. Secondly, the most importantly, to get access in power, to be able to design policy frameworks to implement programs and projects that improve the economic well-being of young ladies, as well as that of the young people, the disadvantaged and the poor in general. So political parties are indeed veritable platforms of empowering young ladies in Kenya and all over Africa. I want to cut short that speech because I feel like it's boring. Anyway, but you've gotten a point, Sivyo. So let me speak now from my experience. I grew up in Samburu, a village called Lakirdingai. I know it's a very hard name. And I went to a public school called Milimani Primary School. And how many have been to Samburu? How many are from Samburu? Oh, nice. So those who have been to Samburu can give you a picture, like Mheshimiwa Beatrice Elachi, can give you a picture of how Samburu is almost sio Kenya. Tuna struggle. So you can imagine growing up in a place, right now I'm very old, but back then, I mean, kuna modernity kidogo imekuja. There is tarmac, there is network, people can actually come, there is business, there is trade, there are shops. And, but back then, ilikuwa survival mode. I remember going to school in the morning, we used to learn how to escape animals. Because you can encounter any sort of wild animal on the road. So ukiona ni fisi, unafanya nini? Unatulia. Because fisi, just like the other feces, they will attack. Hakuna njia ya escape fisi. So, but for a lion, you have to look at it straight in the eyes. I know, it sounds like a movie. For an elephant, you stay still or run down a hill, because then that way, masikio yake itafunika macho. basically, that's a short story of growing up in Samburu. After Milimani Primary, I went to St. Teresa's Girls Wamba. I was called to Limuru, but I couldn't make it for unavoidable circumstances. St. Teresa's Wamba is in one of the most driest parts of Samburu, a constituency called Samburu East. And all this while, I never knew I could be a politician. In fact, it has never crossed my mind. One, because I'm an introvert. I know it's hard to tell. And secondly, I was a very shy girl, and I had no confidence. So I was so timid, so shy, such that, and I was the brightest kid in school, by the way, I'm warning all of you. But I was so shy that I could not even raise my hand in class. So it took one lady teacher to actually realize that I do well in my academics, but I never raised my hand in class, and I always prefer to sit at the last spot. And I still do that, even today. But it took this woman, she's late, she was called Mary Sempeyo. She was a Maasai who was teaching in Samburu. I know for a fact that if she never existed, there will not be Hezena, the Hezena you see today. Because Mary Sempeyo kept reminding me that a girl can be equally as powerful as a boy. Right now, we've made strides in women empowerment. We've made strides in making women have voices. But back then, I'm not so old, but it was so recent, but I can only imagine what those who came before us went through if we went through that. We didn't have a voice, but it took the initiative of one woman to tell, and she kept reminding me every day like it was a religion. That's something I must cram, that a girl is as equally powerful as a boy. We used to be so scared in our class of boys, such that from number 1 to 10, hakuna msichana. It used to be boys, because somehow we grew up believing that those positions were reserved for the boys. And the day, I remember in nursery, we used to be the last in class with 3 of my friends who are my neighbors. So what we will do, because now you have to walk miles to get to school, we will go and then we will fail. You know the exercise book that used to be split into 2. So we will get everything 0. And then, but on our way home, there was one of our girls was very bold. So she'll tell us, tuketi kwa hii bridge, tupasue hizi karatasi zote ziko na wrongs, alafu tupeleke mzazi ile page iko na 100%. So one day my mom caught us. Now we made the whole bridge full of papers. When my mom was passing there, she noticed there was a lot of papers in the bridge. Akasikia kuna watu wanaongea under the bridge. You know the huge circles. Tulichapwa. The 3 of us were beaten mercilessly. And that is the day I realized that peer pressure can be very dangerous. But I thank God that I realized it in nursery. The moment I avoided that company, who are still my good friends today, because wote tumegrow up, tumechanuka. The moment I left that company, I became number 1. It was like a miracle. But then I was so shy again, such that I could not even do my exams. Anytime, when I go home, I'll tell my mom, I wish I can be given this exam to do at home so that I get 100. Because if I do in school, I'm so scared. There are so many people, and I'm scared. So the teacher was like, why is this girl always writing proper English sentences at home, but when she comes to school, she doesn't know what she's doing. She's almost, ni mjinga. So one day, my mom came with a kiboko, stood at the corner of the class, and I was put in the corner of the other class with the teacher, and I was told, you must finish this exam, and I got 100. But what did I learn from that day? I tried to imagine what could happen if my mom was not there. What would have happened? So I went and asked my father, because I was very close to him. He's late now. So I told him, Dad, what can I do? Because I know a lot of things, but I'm always scared. So she told me what? You know, I was a teacher at some point. So you don't have to fear the teachers because even your father was a teacher. Teachers are very, very noble people. So what you do, and nobody is smarter than you in that class. So you have to come out and show them, you know what? I'm also a child of a teacher. I don't know, but that little sentence of encouragement just did something to me. And from that day onwards, all these words of encouragement that people have been telling me kept ringing in my mind. So I started working hard. And from that time until my last class, I have never been number 3 in school. So what am I saying? We should thank God for the opportunities we have to hear stories and for people to empower us. Because until then, I didn't get anyone else to tell me these things. It took my own self-power, willpower, to follow through with the little encouragement I had. It had to start with me. It had to start from within. I have not told you yet. All that while, I was half crippled. I was deeply burnt. I was deeply burnt in my feet. You can barely see the marks now. But I was, you know, those special shoes. That's what I used to wear from nursery, before nursery up to class 6. So I was a crippled. And that thing contributed to being an introvert even more. When people were playing, I was never playing. And it just created a character in me. All I was focusing was on books, working hard, and not talking to anybody, not interacting with anybody. So when people will go to games, I would never be going to games. But in high school, I was half healed. But then I joined high school when I was half blind. It's crazy. So anyway, long story short, growing up in Samburu, you are totally out of touch with the rest of the world. You don't know what is happening out there. Until I finished Form 4, I have never been to a city where there is tarmac and lights. Yet I was not from a very poor family. But that's just Samburu for you. Experience is more or less the same for everyone. So I was like, I never even knew there was university afterwards. But during, we normally have Women's Day because it was a strict mission school. And we used to have these visiting students from Malaysia. They came and talked to us about university. Sasa sisi tulikuwa tunaangaliana, what is university? What is university, guys? They told us it's somewhere you go after Form 4. So we are like, tena shule aishi. After Form 4, you still have to go somewhere. Anyway, so all of us were like, we really have to work hard. But let me tell you, out of a class of 44, I think only 6 girls made it to the university. Because only 6 had that willpower. And only 6 were curious. Right? My whole life story is a summary of what willpower can make you do. After high school, I came to the University of Nairobi, where I did a degree in finance. And until then, I had 2 of my sisters who joined Nairobi University and KU respectively. So for us, wacha niwaambie, for those of us from the village, kazi yetu ni kulearn. You don't go anywhere if you don't learn. And you take those moments of empowerment very, very nobly because they don't usually come by. Hatujai kuwa na motivation talks until this university student from a foreign country came and told us that there is life, there is school after Form 4. But after Nairobi University, I was like, that's when now I started realizing what I wanted to do with my life. Because I wanted to become a dentist, for your information. But that dream hit a dead end the moment these Malaysian students came. Because I was like, no, I actually want to be empowering the community. So me doing finance was out of lack of empowerment still. because I was not exposed. I did not know that you can actually come to, first of all, I'm shocked that I'm in the university. And secondly, I did not know that I can actually choose what I want to study or where the trajectory that I want my life to take. So I completed my degree. And after it, I think in second year, we founded the Kenya Mass Students Association. I think Leto has heard about it, probably been a member. And when we founded Kenya Mass Students Association, this is what we used to do. We were in the university, and we had not a single coin. So we used to go around politicians' offices. Of course, I was at the back bench because I was shy. We had very aggressive students ahead of us. So we would borrow them for money for bus, to fuel buses, to go around the entire Ma counties, empowering students, empowering young girls, and teaching them that, you too can make it to the university. I was doing this with my whole heart. And I was the treasurer. But after finishing high school, university, I realized that I was not able to continue doing this because there was nothing I enjoyed. Forget about studying finance. That one I was passing because I was a very sharp kid. But I still felt unfulfilled. Because for me, I kept reading quotes of these powerful women telling us that, the ultimate freedom is doing what you're passionate about. And I kept searching myself and my heart. What was I most passionate about? It's about telling my story and empowering people to come out and embrace their power. So I started the Dawn of a Pastoralist Woman initiative. And I continued bringing along these sisters of mine who were doing the empowerment programs with me. And we kept going to schools and villages to do the empowerment program. Mind you, nobody was paying us for this. We were not making money from any NGOs. It was out of goodwill of friends. But what was the significance of doing this? I feel like if I never volunteered or sacrificed those days in the university, probably I would have never been where I am today. After that, I was called to contest in Miss Tourism Samburu. And let me tell you, I was never a model. I was actually a tomboy, by the way. Wacha tu niwaambie ukweli. I used to be the girl in what are you called? In sweatpants, hoodie, na nywele imeshikwa nyuma. That was me. I never even liked makeup. But who forced me into beauty pageant? It was my classmates from high school. Because after I think in Form 4, they were like, no, the way you walk naturally, contest for Miss Centresas. They pushed me literally. And we were in Form 3. So I was competing against Form 4s. But because of the backing I had from my class, I realized, hala, kumbe I can actually do this. And then, after that, after my reign ended as Miss Tourism Samburu in 2015, there was Miss Commonwealth. So what I've always done with every opportunity I get, I make sure I put my best foot forward and I maximally utilize it. Because I know that I believe strongly in God. And I believe that whatever happens in your life is the wish of God. It is the wish of God today for me to stand here. It is the wish of God for you today to be listening to me. Who knows why? And during Miss Tourism, that's where I learned catwalk, that's where I learned how to dress, and all that. Usivai bra inaonekana sijui wapi, na umevaa off shoulder, those kind of things. Sisi hatukuwa tunajua. Kazi yetu ilikuwa dera. Sasa, my national director for the Miss Commonwealth Kenya spotted me at the Miss Tourism event. You see, mimi sikukuwa na haja na hii beauty pageant, but because I put my best foot forward and really worked hard at it, my friends used to say, Samburu hataki makeup, Samburu hataki nini. Look at me now. So she spotted me and I was sent a message that I'm needed to participate in the contest for Miss Commonwealth Kenya. I was like, haya, crown ya Kenya mzima. let me try. So I walk into, and let me tell you, there is nothing as beautiful as being your natural self in character, in manners, in what? Just be your natural self. As long as you are not disrespecting another person or infringing into their freedoms. Okay? Don't be yourself in such a manner that it makes other people around you uncomfortable. Just be yourself na heshima. So I walked into the contest. Watu walikuwa wamevaa tight black pants and white vest. Mi nilikuwa nimetoka Samburu na nilipata email late. Na huko hata hakuna network by the way. So nimepata email on like kesho asubuhi ndio kuna competition na tunafaa kukutana Hilton. Nikaingia bus. Me and my patriotic self nikavaa nguo ya Kenyan flag. And I go to the event. I am telling you, I have never seen beautiful girls in my life. Watu walikuwa wameng'ara. Nails were done. Makeup is done. I felt so out of place. Mpaka nilikuwa tu kwa mlango. I'm like, should I go back? You know, these girls were looking like dolls. You know, those dolls in the magazine? So nikajiambia, I had a very long conversation with myself. Nyuma ya mlango. So you know who pushed me inside? A waiter. Alikuja tu akaniskuma hivi, ni hapa, ingia. Hi. Everybody stood at me and they were looking at me like, what? Are you sure you're supposed to be here? Actually, 2 girls approached me. And they were like, Vile uko? My gosh, are you supposed to be here? I was like, because there is a part of me that doesn't like intimidation. I was like, of course, I'm supposed to be here. And I went straight to the front chair. The power of willpower. So I went there and sat down. Now I was waiting to niulizwe maswali. There were 6 judges there from the 6 continents in the world. Nikaulizwa tu vizuri. Hezena, why is your dress code different? I was like, I got the email last night and I didn't even read the whole of it because I come from a place without network. And they allowed me. But the next day, let me tell you, that thing it didn't discourage me. It encouraged me. Is that what they call making lemonade out of lemons? Right? So always learn to see the glass half full. Because kama itakuwa mbaya, itakuwa mbaya. Kama itakuwa mzuri, itakuwa mzuri. So what do? So you just move forward. Sindio, move forward and be bold. And I wanted to tell you something. Anyway, I won the pageant eventually. That's how you summarize. So I wanted to tell you something about boldness. They normally say that boldness doesn't mean rude, obnoxious, loud, or disrespectful. But being bold is being firm, sure, confident, fearless, daring, strong, resilient, and not easily intimidated. It means you are willing to go where you've never been, and willing to try what you've never tried, and willing to trust what you've never trusted. Boldness is very quiet, not noisy. Right? I would love for you girls to read 2 books. One is called The 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene. Second is called The Art of War by Sun Tzu. And if you become unstoppable after that, I am not to blame. So fast forward into politics. I utilized my beauty pageant opportunity to impact the society. Because that's where now I got at a platform, because now I would be invited to events to talk to our girls. Now I had a platform to empower our girls. And I started the Pastoralist Sport Initiative. My PA over there, Gabriel, wave to everyone. This is a very young, intelligent man who happens to be my personal assistant now. But we started the Pastoralist Sport together with another group of 6 youth. And the Pastoralist Sport basically aims to empower our youth through sports and culture. So what do? You know that in the north we have conflicts, right? Si mnajua? Sisi ndo bandits. Sasa, what we do, we bring Turkana youth, Samburu youth, Borana youth, Gabra, Rendile youth together and force them to stay in a certain primary school and play sports for a whole week. So then, what are we trying to do? We're trying to change the mindset. We're trying to change the mindset of our people. Because one thing I believe, once you empower your mind, that is the center of everything. That is the center of who you are. Your mind determines kila kitu. The way you think, you have negative thoughts, you become a negative person. You have positive thoughts, you become a positive person. You have brave thoughts, you become a brave person. The mind basically is the center that controls who you are. And if you believe you are stupid, you'll be stupid. But if you believe you are wise, you're wise. And by the way, at some point, if you become so powerful, you realize religion and science are more or less the same thing. Because all these things are conceived in the mind. For me, I know I'm a very shy person. But if I believe I can get on a podium and talk, nobody will stop me. Because I'll get on that podium and talk. If I believe I'm going to win a contest, I'm going to win it. And those are the kind of things they call affirmations, right? Basically, affirmation is like redirecting your mind to the right place. You have to believe that you are capable. You have to believe that you have everything everyone else has. You see people with disability shining out there. You saw that guy, the preacher who has no limbs, taking over the world stage. What about you with your 2 limbs, with all opportunities you have? You see children and kids from the village running the world. What about you in a university with an opportunity? What are you doing with the opportunity? Right? Another thing I wanted to talk about is godliness. You see, if you have strong faith in God, there is nothing that will stop you. There is nothing that can stop you if you have firm faith in God. And I would like to quote one of my favorite women in the world. And I think I follow this woman's quotes like a religion. She's called Sheryl Sandberg, and she's the CEO of Facebook. She says that the upside of painful knowledge is so much greater than the downside of blissful ignorance. Afadhali you learn something very painfully, go through painful lessons, and come out different than being blissfully ignorant. What they say, slay queen. Hakuna kitu inakustua we. You're just there hanging your nails. Then what becomes of you? Right? By the way, slay queen, being a slay queen is basically means you're a blissful ignorant, blissfully ignorant person. And she also says, let me fall if I have to. The one I become will catch me. Why? Because if you fall, you must learn a lesson. But if you fall and you've not learned any lesson, you're likely to fall again. And nobody will catch you. But if you learn a lesson, you will not fall again. Right? Success and likability are positively correlated for men and negative for women. The truth of the matter, my dear sisters, is this. That when you're successful as a woman, less people will like you. But what do? You stand your ground and be firm. Because when you know who you are and you know where you're going, you have that ruthless focus, nobody will sway you. And nobody will tamper with your opportunities. An example is me getting into politics. I got into politics. I didn't plan, honestly. I never planned to get into politics. So this is how I got into politics. I was doing charity during the COVID season. And I was supplying food, masks. So when COVID started, I was supplying food, masks, and all that. And then I kept asking myself, Samburu County has a population of 300 people, 300,000 people only. But we were not getting a lot of things we wanted. But the more I was supplying food to the people, I realized there are villages leaders have never gotten to. So I told myself, I have to try this thing, because the community was pushing me to go into politics. And going into politics, I did not know where to start. Because first of all, I was not so much into any political party as such. But I was always in ODM, because this is Samburu ni watu wa baba. So I was like, okay, I'm in ODM, but I don't even know how political parties work. We just support our candidates, we campaign for these people, but they never tell us what's happening within those parties. So nikaanza campaign yangu. I was ODM, I did my branding. I was basically fighting for my space. So I made my posters, and I was getting to the ground, and I wrote my posters vying on ODM ticket. But by that time, we were 2 women candidates in ODM. But I was so sure my other opponent did not have a very strong ground. So what did I do? Because it was her second time vying, and she told me that she wants to step down. But she won't step down until she gets this ticket. But I also wanted this ticket. So what did I do? I made sure that I was always visible within the ODM networks and the ODM events. So I'll go to an ODM event dressed in orange, in something written ODM. Then she will come dressed in green or another color. Who will be more ODM? Then tukapambana, eventually she stepped down. I got the ticket. Visibility. But how did the party play a big role in who I was? Let me tell you, you've heard a lot of things about wasichana kuchezewa, nini kupigwa, all that happens. But unless you're brave and tough, you won't fight for your space. And these women leaders will tell you that. The only person I knew in the entire ODM was Raila Odinga. Right Honorable Raila Odinga. So I met Raila one time, and let me tell you, one thing I learned as Miss Commonwealth Kenya. When you're seated in a podium like this, your chief guests are seated in the front corner. I've not seen any of you coming to say hi to any of them and have a word, ask for a card. I have not seen any of you. What do you guys think empowerment is? Empowerment is about networking and fighting for a space. I've only seen one lady there coming to greet me and talking to me. What I used to do as Miss Commonwealth, when I get to an event, by the time I'm out of an event, I have the cards of almost 10 very important people. And after that, I'll be texting them. Hi, I'm so-and-so, Miss Commonwealth Kenya. So I brought that same zeal into the political space. I was trying to create a network of leaders that I know. I even talked to Madam Beatrice, Honorable. I remember questioning her at a live event at IRI with my 3 sisters there. And, I was asking her, what do I do? Because this woman I'm vying against is my aunt, and she's older than me. But, the community will tell me to step down because she's younger. And she told me, just continue fighting like that, but don't disrespect her. So I continued doing that. But eventually, I was asked to step down, and I still refused to give up. So I told Raila Odinga that, Baba, you're the only person I know in this party closely. And me, I'm fighting for my space as a young person and the youth of this country. So if I step down, what am I getting? So he told me, my daughter, you are a very powerful leader. And what I'm going to do, you're going to get into the presidential campaign team. And you're going to go all over the country with me campaigning. Let me tell you, hapo ndo niliacha crown chini. Because sometimes, unaamka vile uko, unaingia kwa ndege, unaenda kucampaign. Hii urembo ilikatwa short kidogo. So, one time I go to Mama Ida's office. Then I go and tell her, Mama, what do I do? Because one thing I learned, men take advantage of women, right? And I was already the Secretary General of Vijana na Rao. I got a lot of bullying from men. So I went to Mama Ida and told her, Mom, I need shelter. Because one thing I learned as Miss Commonwealth, which I would want all of you to learn, is that the best way to escape this men's attack is to get close with their wives. Take that to the bank. That is what I used to do with the ambassadors. Nikiona mtu ananipea ile, I go and get the wife. Because a lot of chances, they are always there. And once you are close to the wife, hawatarusha hizo mistari. So I did that with Mama. And Mama Ida told me, first of all, you have really shocked me. Because I don't know how a tiny girl from Samburu suddenly became a national sensation from Kasarani, and now you are a household name, and nobody knew you 2 months ago. I told her, Mama, I was fighting for my space, but Mali Mefika, I need protection. So she told me, from now henceforth, you are in my armpit. Anyone who will want to fight you as a man should pass through me. Sorry. Right? So I had that protection. So that's one secret I want to pass to you guys. Whoever it is, any man and he's a public, always has a wife, get close to the wife. Those men are watarusha mistari. Last thing I want to say. Let's not demonize men. Because the best way to empower women is for the men to participate fully in the empowerment of women. Don't forget, these are our brothers, these are our fathers, these are our husbands, these are our sons. Right? But I want to tell you one thing. The women, the female gender, is the most powerful of all genders. So whether you want to believe that or not, you're going to be late. The earlier you believe, the better. Because that thing called intuition, that thing called the sixth sense, you women have it. The men don't. And the best way I have learned, kitambo mtu alikuwa ananikatia, I'm like, kasale, wachana na mimi. I learned the best way is, okay, sawa, tutakutana baadaye, but you disappear. That is the best way to disarm them. I'm sorry, there are many here. Please don't leak out our secrets. The best way is to use your intuition and femininity in equal measure as you use your brains. Sawa sawa. Thank you so much, and God bless.
I want someone to quickly come here. Let us do a factorial clap for Senator Hezena. You know, she has spewed a whole lot of wisdom. I'm sure if we had more time, she'd continue to give us more. If you want more of that content from Honorable Hezena, kindly go to her Facebook page. She usually posts a lot of empowerment stuff for young women. You can learn a lot of those secrets that she's telling you, how to talk to people, how to dress, how to be confident. She's one of those few young ladies that I know that are so confident. And they say things as they are, and they're not shy, you know. So thank you so much, Honorable Senator Hezena. Right about now, yeah, you want to come? Just a factorial clap, yeah? And then we invite the next guest very quickly.
Wow, I'm also a woman of few words. Yeah. I've been told a factorial clap. Yeah. Okay, let us give it up for our senator. Okay, so it is 5 going downwards. Let's start from 10. Yeah. Okay. Forgive me for Kierere. Okay, let's start. 5. Wow, I'll learn to be.
Yes, you learn to listen. Thank you so much. So the next person that I'm going to invite, she is our area member of parliament. She's the one who is hosting us. You know, we are in her place, you know. And she's one of those women who really inspire me. I used to follow Honorable Beatrice Elachi when she was in parliament as a speaker. And I'm sure she has really inspired a lot of women who are here today. And yesterday I was just thinking, I said, I wish Honorable Beatrice Elachi and Joyce Laboso, the late, would be here today because this is something that they are really, really passionate about, and they were really great close friends. So I'm so honored to have her here and to host her. Thank you so much. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Let us give a round of applause. We can stand a bit, isn't it? I know it's been long. I will bash Wamboi baadaye. First training time. Yeah. As we stand, we can just look at each other, say hi to that senator, tell her next time to come for a good topic called Come and Train. Laila? Leto, you know, you have trained us. I want people to stretch. That's why I've made them stand for at least 1 minute. So do anything that you think your brain will function and come back, and then we remember we are here because of Ladies in Leadership Association. Now you can have your seat. You can take that photo. Yeah. You know, we came early. We came late, but we came early also. And I have to go to Kajiado for another function of students who are supposed to be joining university, and they are waiting for me. So I'll try my best to do a talk of 7 minutes, and I'm hoping I can do 7 minutes and deliver. Cindy, you can have your seats. God bless you. So thank you so much. These young, beautiful girls, Wamboi and team, Laila. It gives me great pleasure to join you today for your launch. But more importantly, to appreciate that the last time I was here, we were with Rachel Shebesh, and at that time, the emeritus president. Did he do his work well, by the way? Because we left here as mothers and we said, I hope he will take in the values that we gave him. Was he a good president? Kiprono. He was, eh? Yeah, it's good to come back and ask, because at that time, see, we left here. You remember Ezekiel? We really pleaded that I hope this young man has taken a mantle that he will take care of. So we are just hoping that indeed he was a good president at that time. Having said that, first of all, thank you so much. You know, Daystar is in Dagoretti North, and I know I have students here who voted for me. And so it is my duty to ensure I deliver what I said. Cynthia, so you pray for me. It needs a lot of prayers. It needs dedication and commitment so that we don't just say things the way we say and then we just leave. But I am praying to God to give me that wisdom on how to ensure, especially our young girls and boys who are in Kawangware will have a privilege to understand they are in Nairobi, but also they are able to move on with their lives and to transform their lives. So today we are here to launch Laila. I saw us carrying a few boards here, so it was Laila. I would say Laila, empowered, capable, and brave. So I hope you'll be that. Yeah? And then I'll just say this. We talk about mentorship. First, I want to thank Stephen. Stephen has really mentored me in media, in communication, and given me a platform that took me across Kenya, not just now, from the time I was senator coming up. And I'm going to request him in a very humble way. We have our senators and many others. I know they need that mentorship. I know they need that capacity building. So I'm just praying, or we'll see how we can put in a program that can really support them. I want to talk about two things and then I leave. One, to appreciate that you can start a program on leadership, and to say this. Leadership, I think in this country we have so many of them. So the first thing we need to ask you, what is your uniqueness in this? What's your niche? That will help you to move to your next level and ask yourselves, what activities are you going to run as young women so that you change lives and transform and be a voice to that? And I looked at Nyawira, and I said, yeah, you need her for the executive in terms of just coming in to blend a few things. So for me, if you ask me today, what will I tell you? I would wish you'd pick on education, yeah? Pick on education and climate change. And make it your business to be the voice. Now that the president has brought in the team, the task force, if you are able to go in a few schools and just talk to the children, those who are doing CBC, those who are now doing standard 8, those who are in 7, they were in the 844, and just ask them, what's their take? And so be the voice of those children that you can come to this task force. All I'll do is to help you guys to present it to the task force at that time. That one I'll do. In terms of supporting, yes, I can ask a few schools to give you that opportunity, even in Dagoretti North. You go to Kilimani, I'll talk to the teachers, just go. Sit down, have a session with them. Let them tell you what they feel. Do they enjoy CBC? Do they enjoy this other one? What's their take? In the end, you come up with a good report and you come and you explain, we went to children. This is also what the children are saying. Then you'll have your voice into this task force. And going forward, the Ministry of Education will always look upon you to assist in terms of high school, in terms of junior high school, and you now from there pick on and move on with whatever else you were thinking as your activity. In that one, you will find sponsors, you will find people who will support you, you will find members of parliament who will support you because you'll be going to our schools first to mentor, to speak to them, and more importantly, to just pick what is ailing the education sector in Kenya, and it comes from the young, the women who have gone through that process and who are there today. And then you can also now go beyond and look at what is Uganda doing. We are saying we are in Eyala. We are saying that you have an opportunity. You can go and work in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Rwanda. Somalia is now coming in. Very soon Ethiopia will be in. It's growing bigger. How do you guide us in that? That is what I'll leave you with to think about and see whether it can be your uniqueness in terms of when you come out, you say, yes, we are women in leadership, but we really work along the education sector. There's a girl called Wawera. This girl is now feeding 75,000 young children in school. She has a uniqueness of coming up with kitchens. One day I'll take you to a school in Dagoretti South and you see the kitchen. This kitchen is put into, you do a kitchen, but you are able to feed, for example, 10,000 kids of Dagoretti South and have a lunch. So what they do, they fundraise, parents pay 15 shillings, and they fundraise for the 15 shillings. Today, Wawera has trucks. She has now opened kitchens in Ruiru, in Kiambu. She'll be opening my kitchen in January, and she's opened a kitchen in Mombasa, Kisumu. A very young girl. So that's why I'm saying, in empowering or talking about empowerment, it's about you. Let me not lie to you that I will mentor you, hold your hand. I'll be lying. I can only open a door. That door will take you places based on how you would wish to do it. The challenge I face today, I remember working for Professor Wanjiko Kabera, who is at the Nairobi University. And Prof taught me one thing. First of all, we used to volunteer. We just walked to work. Prof will never ask you whether you had transport or no transport. But one time when she sends you for go and train, you train and you get some little resources and you come back. Sindio? But I remember with Daisy Amdani, we worked for Prof for 1 year. Just volunteering. One of the challenges all of you face, you fear so much volunteering. But I'll tell you, Candy, who has been our advisor at the ministry. By the way, you know, I was just laughing because Kendi used to talk to us in boardrooms like that. But one thing Professor Margaret Kobier loved about her, she's a go-getter, and she will open doors for young people. And she'll come back and tell Prof, it is not working this way, Prof. You have to make it this way. So that is one thing. But what am I saying? Is that it is time we go back to that culture. All of you went to Sunday school. And in Sunday school, there's something we learned. That you are sent by your parent and you'll just do what they say. And you'll never ask for money. So this thing of culture of money in Kenya is going to destroy us. Because that is why people are running away from us. I have an opportunity, but I'm wondering, I'll bring a person in good faith. And then after 1 month, the same person you brought when he was crying and when you were doing the interview crying is now taking you to court to say, they have not paid me, they have not done. And there was no place that there was a legal binding document that said we will pay. You came in saying you want to volunteer. So we have to start learning and getting back to those values. Those values are going to help us. So all I'll do, Wamboy, I'm going to walk with you a journey. But that journey is going to be tough. Because we are going to go to these schools. Then I'll introduce you and go to other women's schools and tell them, let us mentor these girls. And from there on, I know you'll pick your path. And you'll be able to be, and we'll introduce you to others who will be able now to shape you and make you move. So that Lila does not just end here, but alumni can come back, be still part of the program. And I know you have your patron here, who is a fantastic woman in this university, and she will guide you well. So I want to leave you with those marks and say, my journey is a journey that I'll come one day to talk about. My book will not be my book. I first want to talk about Nairobi, the Chronicles of Nairobi. Why Nairobi will never change if we don't change ourselves. Why Nairobi will never be out of corruption until ourselves we start changing. Why today in the parliament that we have, which is very unfortunate, that we can just bend laws and we are okay with the laws, and Kenyans are okay with the laws, and Kenyans are okay with when we corrupt ourselves, when we just take things and then you come crying again. Why are you crying? We need to ask ourselves that question. Don't complain. God gave you an opportunity. You needed to have cleaned us. You didn't. We were swept away with our political parties. We are about to start crying again. Don't, please. We are out of the book of Lamentation as I finalize. Please, Kenyans, get into another chapter, look in the Bible, and start telling God, you gave us an opportunity. We will not lament, but we will have to work within this that you have given us, and we start changing ourselves. So when you see us going through the process and ensuring Aisha Juma becomes a CS, don't question me. Look at yourself and ask that question. Are we together there? Yes. Because I always tell Kenyans, some of us will remain very affirm to what we believe in. But also, I will respect my president because he's the president. So you'll never hear me abused. But I'll correct my president, even my speaker, and tell him there are many ways of doing things the right way. Even as yesterday, the best we could have just done if we were a good parliament that believes in good governance is to just say, the law is this. The larger political party in Kenya is UDA. The minority party is ODM. The other parties have not gotten to the threshold of 5%, and therefore, as a speaker, I will not look at that. And therefore, they bring the leadership. That way, you have cleansed the governance, and you have protected the rule of law, you have protected everything. But when you come and you usurp powers and you say, this coalition is the largest, you are wrong. You cannot just take this from this side and That's how they work. No. And so I have no bone of contention. My only contention was, did we do it the right way? Daystar is a university of values, right way. We believe in what is wrong. And so, as we move on, please, let us try and do what is right for our country. When things are wrong, don't shy away. The Bible says, speak it out, so that God can cleanse it for us and make it well. May the Lord bless you and guide you, and we wish you well as you launch. Needed the 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. She has obeyed the time. 7 minutes. Very short, precise, and on to the point. Thank you so much, Honorable Beatrice Elachi. Thank you for availing yourself here. Honorable Beatrice Elachi is rushing somewhere, but she couldn't leave without just telling us what she wanted us to hear today. And siniliwambia yeye ni mtu wa nguvu. Simumesikia ile kitu ametoa hapa. So I'd just like to tell our guests who are here that we have a strategic plan. We have a lot. We just decided that today is that day we are going to create curiosity about Laila, so that they say if you tell someone a secret, if they keep it, you can tell them something else. So today is that kind of day for us as Laila. We have told you our secret. So we will follow you up, my friend. We will DM you. You will give us those opportunities. You will introduce us to those people. I will make sure of that. I promise you. And you will see our dream. So without further ado, let me invite Honorable Nadia Abdallah. She's the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs. She's going somewhere. So yeah, you want us to put it down? Someone kindly help me. You'll use this one.
Hi, everyone. Good. Is it evening? It's not yet. It's 4. Okay, good afternoon. How are you all doing? Muko salama? You know, so much has been said that I don't know what I'm going to say. For the first time, I've run out of words. But, you know I don't run out of words. Ndio? Mnajua? I'm happy to be back here. And I love how Honorable Beatrice Elachi spoke. She has so much grace, you know? So much grace in her. Senator Hezena, congratulations. Whenever you need a big sister, you can always reach out, and we can always work together. Now, everyone has talked about empowerment. Everyone has talked about what to do, right? What not to do, what this and that. I'm a disruptor. So I'm going to talk about something. I'm going to talk about embracing your, how do you call them? Your challenges, your disappointments, and using that as power to be great at what you are, at what you have. Sawa sawa. Never dismiss or disregard your failures, because your failures make you who you are today. I have had quite a lot of failures. I'm not going to talk about my journey or everything. If you want to know about that, follow me on Instagram and Twitter, or read the write-ups that have been done. But I want to teach you all something. I want to teach you all the art of being unapologetic, the art of conquering your space and commanding power when you need it. Because one thing about women and ladies is that we've learned how to minimize ourselves, minimize ourselves so that people can be comfortable in spaces that we're in. Right. Emu, stand up. I'm not feeling your vibe. Everyone stand up, please, 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 please. Stand up. I know how you're feeling, because I'm feeling that too. Higher. Have you stood up? Mushainu kanyote. Higher. Stretch. Just stretch as hard as you can. Okay, then let's do this and that and this, and that, and this. Touch your toes. Yeah, touch your toes. Hiya, stand up again. Now, I want you to scream, but not that much. Just scream. Just release whatever energy you have. Okay, wait. Wait. On the count of 3. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Hiya, sit down. Sit down. Are you feeling refreshed? Are you guys feeling refreshed? Because I get energy from you guys. Munasikia kuwa refreshed? Hiya. Now let's talk about the art of being unapologetic. You always have to not apologize for being who you are. Number 1. Number 2, don't ask for permission to go into spaces that you want. Yeah. And number 3, don't deny being a woman and stop yourself from going into spaces that you deserve. Do you get the number 3, what I'm saying? Don't stop yourself as being a woman. You know how a lot of people will look at you and say, but she's just a young woman, or she's just a woman. What's so bad about being a woman? Is there anything bad? I think it's amazing. Because women, we have the power. We have the power to know when something is working and when something is not working. See, for me, I go with what I believe in. If I want something, I will achieve it. And I will achieve it not because I'll wake up one morning from this deep sleep and something from somewhere just gets into it. No, I prepare myself. I research, I ask, I learn, I challenge, and I am open to failing. The mistake that we make as young women, we don't want to fail. So when something doesn't work out, you'll just be like, oh my God, but why? Why is it me? Why is it working out for someone else? And why is it not working for me? Why is she looking like that and I'm looking like this, you know? Comparison. Comparison kills a dream before the dream becomes reality. Don't compare yourself to anyone. You see your 5 fingers? Do you see your 5 fingers? Enushani mkono hivi. Are all your fingers the same? They're not, right? So why do you expect the people around you to be the same? Why do you expect you to be the same today, tomorrow, and the day after? Every day you wake up, there's a different thought. There's a different idea. There's a different challenge. The world is a circle. Today you're going to do great. Tomorrow you'll be on your knees. The next day you're going to faint. The other day you're going to laugh. But every day you choose to still show up for yourself. And you know why? Because nobody is coming to save you. Nobody is coming to save you. Nobody is coming to tell you you're doing great. Nobody is coming to tell you sorry for what I did to you. Nobody is coming to apologize because they hurt you. And nobody is going to give you opportunities because it is you. You're the one who has to build those opportunities. You're the one who has to tell yourself sorry for the mistakes that you've made. You're the one who has to acknowledge that you don't know enough, so you need mentors, you need people to do the best that you can. If you actually accept that, if you know that no one is coming to save you, there will be so much grace in your life. So much grace. The other thing is, as young women or as women, you need to learn the art of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the most important thing in this world because let me tell you, you're going to be tried, you're going to be disrespected, you're going to be laughed at, you're going to be screamed at. But if you learn the art of emotional intelligence and stay put at a place or a situation when you feel like you cannot do it anymore, I am telling you, you're going to conquer more than what you can even imagine. What fails us these days is that we let people see our weakness. We let people see our emotions. It's good to to have emotions, but don't reveal your emotions at places of power, at places of impact, at places of change, at places of influence. Not because you're not allowed, like how the narrative is, no. But because you choose to be that person and that way so that you can build yourself to be a better person. Then another important thing is branding. Ever since I joined public service. I have branded myself. And not branded myself as this is who I am. You know, today, people, yes, Cass, Nadia, yes, but we're going through a transition. So I've branded myself in the sense that if I walk in somewhere, you know that I'm an impactful speaker. You know that I'm a change maker. You know that I'm a mental health advocate. And you know that I'm unapologetic with anything I say. So whether you like me or not, that does not reduce me. That just means that you are projecting what you want to be. Yeah, you're projecting what you want to be. So whenever you feel like people don't like you, ask yourself this question. What is it about you that they want? And so you have to brand yourself. Brand yourself enough. And you're in uni. I started branding myself in university because I knew that I have the gift of speech and I have the gift of writing. So I branded myself so well that these days when people see me, in fact, they don't even say, oh my God, the work you've done. No, they're like, by the way, the content that you're putting out there for us is inspiring. So ask yourself this question: what do you stand for? And what do you want people to know you for? If you want to go into political leadership, start in university, start in your community, start at home. If you have an industry of interest, learn that industry. Be the best at it. And when you go to events, make sure you know a bit of the background of the people who are attending. Because kiherehere really helps. It helps. Kiherehere helps. And it helps because everybody is waiting who's going to go talk to them first. You with your kiherehere, it's going to open for you doors that you cannot even imagine. My kiherehere made me launch a campaign 10 months into my appointment. Not because I have a track record of being in public service, no, but because I was like, you know what? I believe in diversity and inclusion because I know how it is coming from a marginalized community. So I'm going to make sure every Kenyan feels like they are Kenyan and every Kenyan is represented. And so for you as well, it's a beautiful time actually to be in university. I wish I could go back to uni. Not because of anything, just because I had more money in uni than now. My financial choices are very bad. But right now you have social media, you have mentors, you have patrons, you know? And so what you need to do, you need to use that to your advantage. Use that to your advantage. And I'm telling you again. And if somebody doesn't want to help you, move along to the next person. Time waits for no man. Because I know very well there are some women who feel like they cannot pull other women's hands. They're there. And it's okay. Because you don't know what someone is going through internally. And I always tell people, mentorship is not for everyone. I loved what Honorable Elachi said. She will open the doors for you. Now for me, if my journey continues, I will open the door for you. But in the meantime, I also mentor. I mentor virtually, I mentor physically. What other options there? Yeah, it's virtual and physical. There's no other option. So I mentor. The reason why I mentor is because mentorship and education made me who I am today. You know, a lot of people, when they see me, they think I don't have an educational background. FYI, I have a bachelor's in public relations and mass communication with a minor in journalism and a master's in foreign policy, international relations, and cultural diplomacy. Yes. So, not only did my gift of speech and writing help me, but it's also my gift that was given by my parents, which is education, that sets me apart from other people. That's why I'm a very strong believer of education. I believe you need to be educated. And even if you didn't get educated at the beginning, when you have an opportunity, advance your education. Because education will actually set you apart. Let nobody lie to you. You need to actually be educated enough to know, how am I approaching this thing with an added value? I liked what Irene said. She talked about even these days when, you know, you are looking for a partner, it has to be strategic. I believe in value addition. You'll not be my friend if you're not adding any value in my life. Because, what are we talking about? Clothes? Parties? That can happen, minimum. But as a friend, when we are discussing, are we talking about the small business we're opening? Are we talking about the networking events we are going to? Are we talking about, let me help you in this subject and you help me in the other subject? Are we talking about weekends? Let's go to a certain orphanage or somewhere else to help each other. And, which I don't expect any of you that is looking for a partner right now, but, how is that partner also helping you? Intellectually, can you have conversations of current affairs, foreign affairs with a person? So you see, empowerment to me, let me tell you, empowerment to me is not someone holding my hand. Empowerment to me is 360. Empowerment to me is not being sorry about who I am. Empowerment to me is the education that I can get. Empowerment to me is the struggle and the failures I've done. And empowerment to me is the essence of being able to invest in my mental health so that I'm able to show up when I need to show up. So that's empowerment. And don't be scared of for asking questions. Ask as many questions as you can. Ask as challenging, ask whatever it is. In fact, you're supposed to be here asking Dr. Ezekiel, what is it that you're doing in your field? And how can I be of help? By the way, I volunteered for UNICEF 1 year without being paid. 1 year. Then after that, I started my own sole proprietorship without money. My first MC job, 2,500 shillings. So what I'm trying to say is start where you can, start as small. And you see the way Irene was talking, I like how she talks, because even me sometimes, from somewhere I can challenge. And I like that. And I tell girls this every time, Irene. We need to stop being soft. Because softness, you can be soft with yourself. Be soft with yourself. But the world is so tough. Be the tough woman. Don't be a tough woman trying to be a man. Be the tough woman being a woman who wants and achieves whatever it is. And so, I don't want to talk much because I need to go for a play. But what I'm going to tell you is the journey to empowerment, the journey to leadership, whatever leadership style you want, the journey to being kind, all these journeys, it's not a straight line. It's as confusing. It's heartbreaking. I cry a lot. There are times life gets so challenging, I cry myself to sleep. And my inner circle know that. But you'll see me waking up in the morning and I'm going to empower someone because someone also got up in the morning to hold my hand and empower me. So when you're in a leadership space, I want to burst your bubble and tell you, it's not about you. Leadership is spiritual. I believe that. It's not about you. If God has given you, we might come from different denominations, but I'm very spiritual. I pray a lot. So when you do something, when you're given that gift, when you are in that position, just remember it's nothing to do with you. That grace you're given, that mind you're given is so that you can make someone else's life better. Because your life is already better. As little as it is. I know we look at other people and we want our lives to be like them. Sometimes it gets to me as well. I see my friends going on vacation. I'm like, am I doing something wrong? But it's human nature to feel like that. But don't dwell in that so much. And don't let that cover your direction to where you want to go. Be focused. Be unapologetic. But be resourceful. Value addition. Even when you're coming to me and telling me you want me to mentor you, what value addition are you bringing? Have you worked on yourself? Have you worked on yourself enough for me to actually give you my time? Because my time is precious. So when you see likes of myself, Irene, the honorables out there, and sometimes you see us hesitating, it's not because we don't want to, but because we also want to see how much work you've put in. Nobody was rewarded for being lazy. You can be lazy on days that you don't want. Give yourself 24 hours. But after that, my dear young women and men, pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and you know what? Be proud of who you are. Be proud of who you are, because you are where you are, with what you have, with who you are, with, to the extent that you're going to go. Sawa sawa. So, I hope everything, and thank you so much, Dr. Ezekiel, for letting me speak before you. But I just want to celebrate everyone who's spoken here, and I wanted to celebrate you as well. I think I was chatting to her. I was so casual. I told her one day, thank you for waking me up because I overslept. Because I love what she's doing. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you are doing well. Maham is my mentee. This one, she was such a mess before she met me. Now she's good. Huh? Teresia. Hi. She's also one girl, like she would hype me and tell me, Madam, don't listen to people and what they say. You know? Aisha is also one of my mentees. Marie, the one sitting behind, she's been the one, keeping me in line ever since I started this job. Irene is on the board. And now, I see her posts on Facebook. And I'm like, yes. There's some things I can't say, but I'm like, yes, she said it. And so, and all of you, I wish I could know what you all are doing. But I just want to say your dreams are valid. Keep them going. And just never give up. Take a break. Accept how you feel, but keep going. Because there's somebody right behind you who is actually counting on you to do something great and open their doors. And you never know, in 15 years, I'm going to be the president of this country. So, Irene, we're going to, either nakusindikiza kwanza, ama tusindikizane. We can be also running mates. We just have to decide. And Kenya gets a female vice president and a president. But it's possible. Sindio? And so I just want to wish you all the very best. You have dreams. My scarf is even coming down because anyway, I'm telling you, we will discuss. I have dreams for Africa networking mentorship program. I can take 30. It's a 6 months, but we need to sit down and see how we're going to do it. But that is my commitment. For now, that is what I'm going to do. 30 of your ladies, and I'm going to mentor them. All right? So God bless you all. And always remember, kumbukeni kitu kimoja. Hii nchi ya Kenya, the responsibility lies in your hands. As we move forward right now, let's build our country. Whatever it is, socially, economically, politically, whatever the case, build your country, because if you don't build it, tutagura Uganda ama Tanzania kuishi. Asanteni.
Wow, I need someone to appreciate her. Hey. Si mumu appreciate vizuri. Kabisa. Wow, thank you so much, CAS Nadia Abdallah. I'd just like to comment some things, to say a few things about CAS Nadia Abdallah. If you go to her Instagram page, have you noticed that I'm telling you what these guys do on social media? So I don't know what you're doing with your social media, but the guests that we have here, there's something they're doing with their social media. If you go to her Instagram page, you'll see her mentorship. You'll see her stories. She has like a page. She inspires, she motivates, and she mentors people. So follow CAS Nadia Abdallah on her Instagram page. I know we have a lot of distractions, but I'm saying please follow her on her Instagram page. You will learn a lot. And follow these people because they post a lot of content. And as I said in the morning, that you cannot be empowered if there is no value inside of you. I don't know if you're understanding, but read books, watch videos. These days, you're being told, educate yourself. Education is just not going to a class and sitting down to listen to a lecturer. You have YouTube. Educate yourself. You have free Wi-Fi in most universities, in most places. Don't take that time to waste your time on TikTok. Even if you're on TikTok, go to content that builds you up, because you cannot give what you do not have. And when you invest in yourself, people see it. It cannot be dimmed.
So let us invest in ourselves so that we have the value that if you go to CAS, she'll be like, I know what you're bringing to my table, so I will have you on board. And there's something that has been emphasized on, and that is volunteerism. Most of the speakers that have come here today, they have told you that they volunteered somewhere so that they could be where they are today. So you need to teach yourself how to volunteer. Give yourself, and when you give yourself to a cause, you reap what you sow. Life is spiritual. It doesn't matter what religion you come from. So whatever it is you invest yourself in, you will reap that which you're investing yourself in. So without further ado, oh, there's someone to appreciate her here. Sorry, thank you for reminding me. So sorry. Okay, appreciate her, then we can go.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Nadia. I'm from Polycom High. It's been a while. Thank you. She's such a big sister, and we've been in connection for a very long time. And how we'll appreciate her is that when I say Kachwa, you clap once. And then I'll say Kachwa 3 times. And then the last time we'll tell her she is special. Okay? So we'll do Kachwa, 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 you were special. So that was a trisex. So let us do it in a more better way. And let it come from your heart when you're saying she is special. And you're also special to the person you're also clapping to. So, Kachwa, 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 you are special. Thank you so much.
Have this for appreciating CAS because hakuna mtu mwingine alikuwa amejitolea. So the person I'm going to invite next ananiambianga kuwa na kiherehere, ananiambianga Margaret kuwa na kiherehere mingi. So kama niko na hii kiherehere niko nayo ya kukuja kwa DM zenyu, ya kuwapigia simu, ya kuwaita huku, it is because of this man. He has been a mentor. I love him so much. He is the CEO. It's okay. So the person, so sorry for the interruption. Sasa, anyway, let us continue. The person I'm about to introduce to you, ananiambianga kuwa na kierere. He's probably one of the reasons why I am here today speaking to you. He's someone who has mentored us as the Nairobi Student Leaders Forum. I'm also an executive of the Nairobi Student Leaders Forum. And mnamjua kama moral cop. Nani anajua moral cop? Yule mtu akwambia watu, msiulete hao watu kwa TV wanavaa vibaya hivyo. Msituonyeshe hizo video zinatuambia sijui nini. So he has really been, but if you see me here today, he has put value in me, and that is why I am able to stand in front of you. He has given me opportunities the way umesikia CAS akisema that you will be given an opportunity, a door will be opened for you. He always makes sure that he carries me wherever he goes. Ananieka hapo mbele ya camera, anasema, this lady is the deputy president of DUSA, and I feel good. So today I'm introducing him. Clap your hands together for MBS, Dr. Ezekiel Mutua, the CEO of MCSK. Kindly help me put this up. Hey, mumpatie makofi bana.
Thank you so much, Margaret. And thank you, everybody. I didn't know I was famous. I thought the most famous guy here is Stephen Leto. Handsome and beautiful, and of course, being a Maasai, he has a comparative advantage. But we come close to Maasais as Kaus in terms of the agility. You saw that when I was doing it with Mama Yao. Well. Allow me to, I think a lot of the protocols have been done because people left by natural attrition. But allow me to recognize them in absentia, just to look diplomatic and organized. Honorable Nadia Abdallah, the Deputy Minister, Minister of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs. Madam Senator, and thank you for remaining at least We are not everybody left. Madam Ezena Lameletian, nominated Senator and Global Peace Ambassador. Honorable Beatrice Elachi in absentia, the MP for Dagoretti North. Professor Faith Nguru. Hey, she was seated there. She's left. Okay. Of course, my brother Stephen Leto from Citizen, and I love the way you do it, my brother. The student leaders who are here, Daystar University Students Fraternity, distinguished guests, and the speakers who have been before me, including the panelists, the powerful Irene Kendi, and the rest of them. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. We came in the morning, it's now evening. You are very patient. Please appreciate yourselves. And thank you. Thank you for waiting to listen to me. But before I speak, I also want to acknowledge that Senator
One, two. Hi, you can use this one.
Student leaders who came from as far as KU, thank you so much for coming. I truly appreciate, and I'll walk this journey with you. You always have a sister in me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Is this one working? Very good. Thank you, Senator. I also came with a number of people, and I have some of the people that I really hold dear and I respect. They mentor me, although they think it's the other way around. And I would like to ask them, if you don't mind, Pastor Hope, if you can just come for 1 minute, and Dominic. Pastor Hope is my mentor. I met her on Facebook, then later met her husband, and they have become more than a family. Then Dominic here, the chairman of the Stutterers Society of Kenya, and a senior executive member of the WIPA Democratic Movement. I don't know whether, are there another of my mentees, of course, apart from the Nairobi Student Leaders Forum? Anybody else who belongs to this, please introduce yourselves and see what you do. I think this is a good forum. Hope saw the poster when I sent it online, and she asked, can I come? She's a very busy woman, and leaving a busy schedule to come and stay all through. And she told me she just wants to come and sit and listen and connect with all of you. She's a mentor in her own right. I would like her to say what she does, and then Dominic, and then I'll say a few words and we'll be done.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I truly appreciate you, and thank you for being such a great leader who is keen on mentorship. And I mean, there is just a testimony of the kind of man that you are. I greet you all protocol observed. My name, as you've heard, is Hope Waiganjo, and I am so glad to be here for very many reasons. One of them being that many years ago, I schooled here. Yes. So I'm so happy that you are living in such a time where you have such an opportunity, not just to be mentored, but as young people, you are the ones who are aspiring to mentor others. Because for me, when I remember, when I was at your age, in school and even after school, we didn't have many mentors. And many times when you wanted to get someone to mentor you, they didn't have all the things that you would want in a person. So you'd have to pick one who is a good wife, one who is great in business, one who is good maybe in spiritual matters. But now I am so happy that you have people that you can see, you can identify someone who is growing wholesomely, who is doing well in all aspects of life. And I think that is such a great thing, because as women, specifically I'll talk about women because we're here today because of women. Laila, congratulations. As women, of course, we've had so many speakers say the challenges we face. And so many times we're expected to not shine, we're expected to only focus on doing one thing. But I believe we're living in times where you can be anything you choose to be. So all I can say is go out, do what you're called to do,
I can see you're so bold. You're already taking up spaces, meeting great people. Some of us, we used to see them on TV back then, but you are now walking with them, interacting with them. And so make use of such opportunities. When the doors are opened, take them, and don't let down the people who've opened the doors for you. Make sure you go out there, represent yourself well, carry yourself well with dignity. And as women, don't be apologetic. You've had that. Make sure that every time you go somewhere, you leave a mark. What I do, apart from, okay, you've heard he said I'm a pastor. Yes, I lead our women's ministry in church that is called Kingdom Women. And it is different because we do mentorship on every area of a woman. So when it comes to, we have political and governance, we do business mentorship, we do corporate mentorship, and everything else that as a woman affects you. And so that is something that I'm so passionate about, and that's why when I saw the post, I told Daktari, this is close to my heart, I really have to attend. And then I also do personal branding and image consulting and coaching, which is also something I'm passionate about, because I believe you need to be well packaged. Your people, the audience that you're targeting have to know you. You need to be well packaged, you need to be visible. And so that is the area that I do as a profession. I mentor people and I coach people in that. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Hello guys, I'm Dominic Eter, the founder of the Stammering Society of Kenya. I'm also the national chairperson with the Disability Wiper Democratic Movement. And I'm mentee to Daktari Ezekiel Mtua. So, nikishek, I was diagnosed with anxiety disorder, and you know kama pia kuna disorder na warembo ni kwengi pia unaogopa. But I'll be strong. The only thing I'll tell you guys, to my beautiful sisters here, never apologize for being a powerful woman. And we will only appreciate and respect you with your to have the standards. With your standard, not the attitudes. Some of you, you're taking advantage of being a woman as a disability. Be strong and fight with these guys. And you know, Daktari, even advice is one of your mentee. And you can imagine, Ezenali kwatandika kwote akawa nominated. So it's a good thing to appreciate that. Another thing, on 10th this month is about Mental Health Day. Speak up. Personally, you know, Mungu pia ni kwa ajabu sana. Anachukua ile kitu ukunayo yenye some people make laugh at you na kuinua nayo. I can tell you for free. It's because of my condition ilifanya nikakutana na daktari. It's because of my condition I was appointed by Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Fight up, speak up, tutakuwa kierere. Sisi kwa kierere tutakuwa mabadi kesho. Asante sana.
Thank you. Please appreciate him. Appreciate him. Appreciate him some more. Thank you, Dominic. Thank you. Dominic is bored. Dominic is so funny. He tells us Mungu alimunyima sauti lakini akampatia sura ya TV. Sura unaonaje? Sura unaonaje? Bas. And I like the confidence he has in himself. Dominic, we are so proud of you. Joe Biden, the president of the United States of America, was a stutterer. He's the president of the biggest country, the most powerful country in the world today. Disability is not inability. You know how far we have come? My former chairman at Kenya Film Classification Board, Bishop Jackson Kosgei, was in a wheelchair. And I made sure as a CEO, we traveled all over the world, and I pushed for him to be respected and given the right facilities everywhere we went. Right now, Bishop is a member of parliament, my former chairman. So this campaign to get your space is now gaining fruit. Just be confident. Do what you have to do. But know that we are around you, we love you, we'll open the doors for you, nothing will ever go wrong. Everything will be all right, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just summarize. I don't know whether there are some things I say, but in a meeting like this, Daystar is a Christian university, and then Pastor Hope is here. But they told me a good speech should be like a miniskirt. I don't want to go into the details. But they said short enough, long enough to cover the essentials, but, short enough to create interest. Now, I don't know whether in the circumstances, this will be termed as such. But allow me to, observing all the protocols, to say how greatly honored I am to join you today at Daystar University for the inaugural Ladies in Leadership Association, LILA, launch and conference under the banner, An Empowered Lady, An Empowered World. Indeed, it is gratifying that you would set apart time to celebrate and appreciate the impact and contributions of women of this country and the dire world that they have meant. And indeed, the just conclusion general election here in Kenya has proved that Kenya has come of age as far as empowerment of women is concerned and giving women the right space in society. The number of people that we have in parliament, the number of women who have been elected, including our very beautiful Ezena, from a marginalized community but now holding a powerful position and immediately connecting with our roots, with the youth, and impacting us with the powerful speech she has given. Nadia Abdallah may not be in parliament, but she's doing great things. But let me say that I'm a product of women myself. I've been brought up by a mother. For the longest period, my mom was like a single mom. And it's our resilience, it's our faith, it's our prayers that shaped my values when I was growing up. The time when our dad was away. I am happy now. They both of them are over 100 years, and I'm able to take care of them, and they're living together happily. They are in love. They are lovebirds. If you check, I post their videos and photos everywhere. I'm so proud of my parents that they, after 100 they become like children. So you start now seeing yourself in them when you were young. They get into the same complication that a little child has, and you got to literally take care of them. But I want to say that besides my mom shaping my values to love her and to love my dad and to love my brothers and sisters, she also inculcated in me the desire to empower women. A month ago, I lost my brother, and during the burial, I saw the love of women because all the elected women in my county came for the burial. And they didn't have to come. It's not me who was dead. I'd have never died and come back. But I was like, they just saw it. And by the way, we had said, we'll not advertise. We never spent a single coin to advertise for my brother's burial. I told them I'll use my social media platforms. And you remember the Machakos girls, the first women who were elected, the woman rep, the senator, and the governor. The first ones who were announced before Nakuru were Machakos, and we named them the Machakos girls. Excellence Governor Wavinya Deti, Senator Kavindu, and Honorable Kamene, Florence Kamene. And they found their way to our home, and I was saying, this is the love of women. When you connect with them, it's not just even for nothing. It's also that they love you back and they replicate the love that you give to them. The launch of Lila today, an effort by young women to position themselves is a very great thing. Because it's not enough to have women like Ezena in parliament, a latch in parliament. It's not enough actually even to institutionalize these things in law. My take, and this will be my brief remarks, is that we got to go back to our moral fabric and entrench the place and position of women in our moral psyche and be conscious about the paradigms that define the role and place of women. Go back to the basics and remove the shackles that enslave women in our communities and use Lila to be able to create a network of empowered young women who have strategies and the thinking and the plans that they can use to liberate their fellow women across the country, that can reach out and empower women literally so that in future, positions of leadership and of power will not be tokenism, but they will be, you will take them by right because you are competent, because you are educated, because you are smart. And I was telling Senator that even some of these things that munarusha hapa, ati munakatiwa, it's not a crime. Do not demonize men who love you. You are beautiful, you are awesome. You are amazing. Why are you scared that we admire you? It is you to set the boundaries. There is nothing wrong with your beauty. It is an advantage. In fact, Senator Elachi, I was showing Mheshimiwa Elachi, I was showing Senator here. She just went with my points, and we had never spoken. But I was saying even beauty is an advantage. I had written 3 points that I wanted to share with you, which is what is your niche? And she started with that one. Then what is your competitive and comparative advantage? Because you got to know, okay? Stand for something in life. Find a cause and stand for it and define yourself around that cause. You know, there's something about saying something over and over and over again. You become better every day. When I joined KFCB in 2015, I looked at the way the media was destroying our children with terrible, terrible content. And I have nothing against the media. Don't get me out of context. I hope this will not become another battle. But we did a survey across the country, and we were asking, are you comfortable with the kind of content that people are showing? And we got 87%. In fact, that survey was done by Communications Authority of Kenya. And I said I must do something. KFCB may not have been a big organization. In fact, when I joined, the annual budget for Kenya Film Classification Board was 88 million. I grew it within 1 year to 250, then 380, then 450, then 650. And when I was leaving KFCB last year around this time, it was a global movement. You can't believe it, but in 2019, I was the chief guest at the Hollywood Film Festival. Hollywood in California, Los Angeles. I took a few friends of mine. In fact, I went with some 3 ladies from KFCB, and they were staying in Beverly Hills. All costs paid. We were connecting with every film industry in the world. In October the same year, I was the chief guest at Nollywood Film Festival in Lagos. And I remember while in Lagos, some group of association of professionals from across Nigeria, based in Abuja, took a flight to come to Lagos to see this moral cop from Kenya. Because I dared to be different. I dared to stand for something. And by the way, as we speak, some of the things that I was doing, even though I've left KFCB, they are still being implemented. And our children are safe. My campaign was on 2 fronts: protecting children from exposure to harmful content and ensuring that film and music and comedy, our content reflects our culture and our national values as a country. I was called a moral cop. I was drawn cartoons. Between 2017 and 2019, Gando drew me 19 cartoons, and they were gory. They were awful. But I stood my ground. Every big journalist in this country wrote my story. Kina Mashari Agaido, Kina Linus Kaikai. Larry Mado used to do me on the trade every Friday. But that's actually what got me into global fame. Did you know that I even appeared on Trevor Noah's The Daily Show? Don't ask me how, but I am there. Stand for something. It may not look fashionable. It may not look like the in thing, but stand for something. Be a woman of conviction. Be a woman of conviction. If you believe it's right, God will provide the resources. I remember one time I went to Parliament when we didn't have budget, and I actually organized a parliamentary committee to listen to me. You know, they're the ones who summon people and people run away. This time round, I told them, Chairman, I want to come and meet you. And he wrote a letter. I drafted it how I want to be invited. And when I appeared there, I told them about the media and how these gadgets and our devices are likely to ruin the morals of our children. How violence in the media, how nudity, obscenity. And these things now that Vera is trading for, that everybody wanted to look a certain shape, how they are not real, but children believe they are. And by the time I left, the headline in the Nation was, MPs demand more budget for moral cop. They were telling me, you have a campaign and we will support you. And that's how I grew KFCB. I came to challenge you to stand for something. And like I said, I want you to look for your niche. Find something you are good at. You cannot be a jack of all trades. You got to focus on something. Mama Yao, she's known for her vibrancy and her stance. She has even written a book, The Making of Firebrand. You know, that's her line. Me, wherever you'll find me, the rest of my life. I don't need a title, by the way. I am all okay by myself. Have you read a book called The Leader Without a Title? You don't have to be a member of parliament or a principal secretary. You see, sometimes we get so myopic, we think it is the title. It's okay to have a title, but I have a purpose that I'll defend morality, I'll defend our children, and my call, even now at Music Corporate Society of Kenya, will be how can we use content and the music to empower women, to shape the narratives about women, to glorify the position of women. That's why I fight with the South Soul, and I love them. That's my favorite band. But I told them melanin is not a woman bending over before men. The concept of melanin, in my understanding, is my mother. A resilient, a strong, loving, beautiful woman, not a woman bending over before men. And we got to have music that is not defining things like packaging, but music with substance that does not objectify women and present them as objects of sex. You are beautiful, but you are not a sex object. You are a child of God. So we got to change the narrative. It's got to be deliberate and intentional. That we can't go on like this. And I hope the story of Vera Sindika, and I applaud Vera for being strong. Take this message to her. Push this on social media. Girl, you are strong. You are becoming authentic. This is the fight we have had over the years. I'm so happy that she can go online and say, I'm grateful to be alive. And now I feel better because I'm authentic, I'm myself, I'm my shape, and I want to warn other women. Do not be fake and do not imitate the life that I lived. That is someone to be celebrated. So the media should not carry that narrative in a very shallow way. No, this is a huge story because you created those narratives. There's a time when women presented themselves as socialites, and as socialite used to look like they're living a better life than a university professor because of the fake things that they're putting behind. And you sowed that narrative yourselves in the media. We can't go on like that. We must reach a point where we agree that life is real and the powerful images the media presents on our TV, through our music, through comedy, through the news that we watch, it shapes our values, how we relate with women, the role we give to our women, how we view our women. Women are not objects of sex. Women are human beings deserving of respect. And so the media, the messenger I have for the media, because I was taught to speak about, what was I even taught to speak about? But I hope I'm still online, on the point. Yes, they told me to speak about this. Yes, I am there. They said the importance of media and entertainment in empowering women. I think I'm doing it. Because our stories are powerful. I've always quoted my best poet, called Ben Okri from Nigeria, a Nigerian poet. He said to poison a nation, poison its stories. Just present it wrongly. Make them depressing and negative. Let our women think they are not beautiful enough. They must look like so and so. Or there's a version of shape that is beautiful and another one that is not. Make the stories unhappy. Let people think that there's no happiness in life. That all of us are miserable and depressed. I'm not. Chief, I enjoy life. Baby, I love life. I love money. I enjoy the good things of life. If you say money is evil, it's because you don't have it. Look for money. Work hard and get money. Be strategic. And me, I want to live a good life. I said, I suffered when I was growing up. And I saw my parents suffer. And I told my mother when I went to university, I never been to this city. I came here going for further studies at KU. But I went back home and told my mom, we have just crossed the line from poverty. I promised her, it doesn't matter how poor we are now, but the fact that I've gone to Chuo, it will be different. And my mother lives differently today. She lives like a queen. In fact, literally, if you see my mother, even her photos, it's a queen. She just dresses like the queen. It's deliberate. I don't want to glorify the devil and poverty. The media must not glorify the devil and poverty and weakness and negativity and differences. No, the media must shape our narratives in a way that makes all of us proud and happy, and we think there is hope. This is what Obama did with America. When they were going through depression and challenges, he wrote a book and he called it The Audacity of Hope. The audacity of hope. The making of firebrand. We got to be that authentic and strong and intentional. Because the life we live, by the way, is largely defined by the images that we consume, the content that we consume. So I encourage you, from today, desire to read positive content. Get out of WhatsApp groups that do not edify. Close them, leave them, tell them I don't belong. I have class, I choose what I consume, and they say garbage in, garbage out, and I'm not a dumping pit for any nonsense. I am beautiful, I'm powerful, they say you are wonderfully and fearfully made, although some are on the fearful side, but that's the word of God, that you are beautiful and you are fearfully and wonderfully. Believe it. Believe it and project that, accentuate the positives in your life. All of us have weaknesses, by the way. At some point, we have weaknesses. Nobody is 100% fit for everything. So, the books you read will either make you believe in yourself or start self-doubt. You will either believe you are beautiful or they will define something else as more beautiful and they will plant a seed of doubt. The programs you watch, the music you listen to, be deliberate. It shapes your values whether you like it or not. So let me finish by quoting something here that I found on the internet. The rest of my speech will be shared. But this one is good, and you listen because I'm closing now. Please listen to this one. It is sweet. It was by Marianne Williamson. It is from a book called A Return to Love, Reflections on the Principles of A Course in Miracle. Okay? Even the title sounds nice, eh? It says, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It's our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightening about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It is not just in some of us, it is in every one of us. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. Someone say amen. So do not turn down to please your haters. Haters will always hate. Go shine. Lila members, go shine. Go shine in your area. And like Martin Luther King said, if a member of Lila is given to be a street sweeper, sweep the street so well that the hosts of heaven and earth will pause and say, here lived a street sweeper who did his job or her job well. God bless you.
Can we keep on clapping? Ladies and gentlemen, may we please have our seats real quick as we wind up our program. Thank you very much for those who've stood with us throughout the whole program. Real quick, I want to make a short announcement. Athi River people who are about to leave for Athi River, the bus is ready. But before that, we need to cut the cake, and there's a small refreshment for you guys. So real quick, I'll have to call Buke for the vote of thanks. Buke, karibu sana. And as Buke comes to give very few remarks, I would request our patron, we head into the cake table. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's been an honor. Yeah? And it said, thank you. So I would want to pose a quote by William Arthur Ward. And this guy, he's saying that the feeling of gratitude is the feeling of gratitude, that which is not expressed, can be exemplified to a situation whereby you have a gift and you wrap it and yet you don't give it out. And today we are gratefully indebted to all the people who have shown up today. You have spared your time within your busy schedules, and this is just a great honor to us. We cannot really emphasize about our partners who have come on board and all the wonderful speeches that have been made at this auditorium here. We are really indebted, and as Lila, as the president said, we have a strategy, and this is not only within the ambits of Daystar University, this is going to grow. Now, in the interest of time and seeing that the time has really been consumed, I'll want to say that we are really grateful. We have the attitude of gratefulness, and the magnitude of it is towards the plentiful of this. And long live Daystar University, long live Lila. Thank you, sound team. Thank you, Corporate Affairs, for organizing this also for us. Thank you, everyone for being here. Your patience has really been put to heart. This is my heartfelt gratitude comments on behalf of Lila. Thank you. So we are going to go through the cake cutting process. Miss Margaret Mushaki, the President Lila. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a continuation. Guys, this is the beginning of greatness. The Lord says that this is the beginning of greatness. It's okay.
Wow, yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
We cut our loss.
Girls, you have everything to take you to the next level. The Lord bless you. The Lord-
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who will lead us to the cut cake? You want to lead us?
Yeah.
Who's serving?
See you. Kisio ugali tumefurahi sana leo. Na leo. Hey, this one.
Na hii keki tutakula sasa, na hii keki tutaila sasa. Kula na hii keki tutaila sasa, na hii keki ni ya Laila, na hii keki ni ya Laila, na hii keki ni ya Laila, na hii keki ni ya Laila.
Someone help us pop it. Feed cake to them. Yes.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
We are so proud.
Do I know how to pop it? I don't know how to pop it.
So now you can cut the cake.
So karibuni guys, but before as we finish, maybe please rise up. Thank you very much for bearing with us, for coming to support us this evening and throughout this day. Before you leave, yes, we have tea, we have refreshments, we have cake for you, and I am going to do the closing prayer. So whoever has a hat, please remove it. Whoever has a hat, please remove it. Thank you very much for being obedient. Shall we pray? Shall we pray first? Thank you, our Father and our Lord, for allowing us to see the sunrise and even the sunset of today, our Father. Lord, we are so humbled in thy presence, dear Lord. Lord, we are so humbled to have taken us throughout the day, dear Lord. We are thankful for our guests. We are thankful for each and every single member and partner who has supported Lila, dear Lord. And Lord, now, even as we finish this event, thank you for going before us, behind us, side and side. We thank you, dear Lord, for leveling every mountain, every crooked path that, Lord, the enemy had set before us. Again, we are very, very grateful, dear Lord. And Lord, now, even as we disperse to go to our homes, to do various other duties, our Lord, we pray that you may be with us, all for your own glory. And Lord, if it is your will to give us another opportunity to be able to hold another event, may it be for your own glory. May Lila shine for you and shine for you, dear Lord. This is our humble submission, trusting and believing in the mighty name of Jesus, our Lord and Savior. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Asanteni sana. Okay.
Guys, kindly hold on. Please give me your attention. We're going to have refreshments, which will be served, I think, at the mezzanine. Make sure you get refreshments. So,
See, they pay school.